a man showed up for the hunter qualification exam, and somehow, he shocked one of the strongest S-rank hunters in the world, because all he used was the simplest poison needle, and with it, he killed a level 50 monster boss. Even the president of the Hunter Association couldn't stay calm after seeing that. She immediately offered him a monthly salary of 100 billion, just to bring him into the association. But she had no idea that this man, in his previous life, was Narukami Subaru, the strongest hunter in the world. Back then, Narukami Subaru had been betrayed by his own teammate during a raid, and even before he died, he still couldn't understand why that teammate had done it. The reason behind the betrayal was nothing more than jealousy over Subaru's title as the world's strongest hunter. That man had stayed by his side for 10 whole years just to wait for the perfect moment to land the killing blow. Rage burned through Narukami Subaru's heart. If there was a next life, that traitor would be the first person he killed. He thought he would die with nothing but regret. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside an unfamiliar room. Judging by his surroundings, it seemed he was back on Earth. Just then, a current of electricity suddenly surged through his mind. Fragments of memory flashed in his head. Did you really think you were the Subaru who died 20 years ago? If you want to come here, you should at least reach half the strength of that dead Subaru first. Hosoi Subaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Narukami Subaru had already died 20 years ago. So what exactly was this body he was in now? He immediately climbed out of the tub, but the moment he moved, he lost his balance and fell straight out of it. That was when he noticed a search device sitting nearby. If he used it, he might be able to find out what had happened over the past 20 years. So Hosoi Subaru typed Blue Eye Squad into the search bar. He discovered that, after his death, Blue Eyes' power had already vanished, and in the records, he saw the man who had betrayed him back then. If it worked for that bastard, he and the members of Blue Eye would never have died. At first, they were not enemies. They were close friends. That man had followed behind him for many years. Later, he said he wanted to create a guild called Blue Zone and become Blue Eye's shadow. Narukami Subaru didn't fully understand it at the time, but he still supported him. But now, that man was still on the 9th floor. Did he really do nothing for the past 20 years? Just then, Hosoi Subaru saw another news article. It showed crowds gathering at Narukami Subaru Memorial Hall to mourn him. A whole memorial hall had actually been named after him. So Hosoi Subaru went there himself. When he saw it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe it. The place was far more luxurious than he had imagined. After entering, he found the hall filled with footage and images from his past. He had no idea who had spent so much money building this place, and he had no idea what their real purpose was. Then a holographic figure slowly floated in front of him. The figure said the memorial hall had been built only to honor everything Narukami Subaru had done. Although Blue Eye had disappeared, Blue Zone would inherit its noble spirit and carry it forward. Hearing that, Hosoi Subaru trembled with rage, because the true culprit behind everything was the very person in front of him, and every word that came out of his mouth was nothing but lies. Apparently, killing everyone in Blue Eye still wasn't enough for him. Fine, then Hosoi Subaru would live on exactly as that man wanted. He would start over and rewrite every memory with his own hands. Just then, a little kid accidentally bumped into him. Hosoi Subaru quickly helped the child up and asked, "Hey kid, are you okay?" But in the next second, he froze on the spot, because the child was wearing the very same mask Subaru used to wear. Soon after, the child's parents rushed over, and just like their child, they were wearing the same kind of mask. Hosoi Subaru was completely confused. When he looked around, he realized everyone nearby was wearing that mask, as if it had some strange kind of appeal. That was when he remembered Suki's words. "Don't worry. Even if you die, everyone will still remember you." Only now did Hosoi Subaru finally understand what those words meant. Right in front of him, his old photo was hanging high on the wall. These hunters had all come here to mourn Narukami Subaru, but they had no idea that this was exactly what Suki wanted, because it allowed him to openly steal Blue Eye's legacy. Just then, Hosoi Subaru noticed something strange. Among the pile of white flowers in front of him, one flower looked different from the rest. He immediately pushed through the crowd. Then he rushed straight to the front. He picked up that chrysanthemum and studied it carefully before whispering, "Don't tell me you left this here, Asagiri Shigure." At the same time, two figures appeared on the rooftop of a nearby building. One of them said, "You're way too relaxed. If we were any slower, we would have walked straight into Blue Zone." The cloaked woman said quietly, Do we really have to go this far every year for the memorial? Is offering a few chrysanthemums really enough? Then, the man slowly removed his cloak. He said to the woman, "You never know what might happen. Subaru might actually notice the flower I left for him." The woman asked again, "Do you think the captain is still alive?" But the man had no answer. His vague response only made the woman more irritated. "Before we find Subaru, Suki might find us first." Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru took the chrysanthemum and headed into the woods. He could hardly believe it. One of his squad members might still be alive in this world. After that, he returned home. By coincidence, this body was also named Subaru. But judging from the rundown house, the original owner had clearly been poor. Once he got home, Hosoi Subaru tried searching for clues about Blue Eye, but found nothing. Still, he was certain that Shigure was alive. He couldn't believe they had managed to survive and hide for 20 whole years. If Tsuki found out they were still alive, he would hunt them down without mercy, because he would never allow anyone who knew the truth to remain in this world. Hosoi Subaru didn't know if Shigure was the only survivor from that battle. All he remembered was that before he died, he had blasted all 4 of them away. If Tsuki was nearby, contacting them recklessly would be a massive risk. More importantly, Hosoi Subaru had no power right now. If he forced his way in, he would only draw unnecessary attention. So his top priority was to recover the strength he once had. 83. According to this body's memories, the hunter qualification exam would be held in 2 days. If they were truly still alive, then one day, they would meet again. So for now, he couldn't go looking for them. Doing that would only put them in danger. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the hunter qualification exam finally arrived. The examiner looked at the candidates with open disdain. Someone this week actually came to take the hunter qualification exam. One man had to use everything he had just to barely kill 2 goblins. His strength was barely enough to pass, but the examiner still asked if he wanted to challenge the next stage. The man thought the old examiner had lost his mind. If he challenged the next stage, he would definitely die. Then a system panel appeared in front of him. After reading the details, the man immediately refused, because there was no way he could clear it. Once the man rejected the challenge, the examiner sent him back to the waiting area. The examiner couldn't help sighing. The candidates this year are getting worse and worse. 20 years ago, one candidate cleared the entire exam by himself. A person like that has appeared only once in the past 20 years. Then the examiner looked at the next candidate, but the moment he saw the name, he frowned. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru slowly walked into the exam arena. The S-rank examiner chuckled. Using the name Subaru is going to cause you a lot of trouble. But Hosoi Subaru didn't even bother responding. He simply told the examiner to start the test. Soon, 2 goblins appeared in front of him. As long as he defeated them, he could move on to the second floor. The examiner had barely said, "Begin your exam," when Hosoi Subaru suddenly rushed forward. With a single sword strike, he killed both goblins instantly. The sight left the S-rank examiner frozen in shock. It took him a long moment to come back to his senses, and then he carefully examined the boy in front of him. During the 2 days before the exam, Hosoi Subaru had already tested this body in every way he could. The body he had woken up in was actually excellent. Judging by its stats, it had incredible potential. The old Hosoi Subaru simply never knew how to use it. After killing the 2 goblins, the system panel popped up and asked if he wanted to challenge the next stage. Hosoi Subaru told it to hurry up and continue, because he didn't have time to waste. That completely stunned the examiner. This boy hadn't hesitated for even 1 second before choosing to challenge the next stage. 2 minutes later, Hosoi Subaru had already fought his way to the 6th stage, cutting down every goblin that appeared. The examiner was starting to feel that something was very wrong. Hosoi Subaru wasn't just swinging his sword at random. Every time he moved, it was as if he had already planned 3 steps ahead. This wasn't just advanced swordsmanship. Even an A-rank hunter couldn't move like that. If the examiner had to compare him to someone, the only name that came to mind was Narukami Subaru from 20 years ago. The examiner thought this level of combat ability should be impossible, unless this boy really was Narukami Subaru reincarnated. Soon, Hosoi Subaru cut down the last monster with a single strike. The system then informed him that he had reached stage 50 and asked if he wanted to challenge the final boss. Hosoi Subaru accepted without hesitation. To him, clearing the final stage was the only way to do it. Very quickly, he felt an enormous pressure pressing down on him. A massive hand suddenly burst out of the ground. The examiner immediately shouted for him to run. "I don't care if you're Narukami Subaru reincarnated, you can't beat that thing." In front of Hosoi Subaru stood a level 50 goblin boss. at least 100 times bigger than him. But Hosoi Subaru didn't back down at all. He knew that with his current stats he couldn't kill it in a head-on fight, so he simply threw away his sword. The examiner thought he had lost his mind. Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. But the moment the monster charged toward him, Hosoi Subaru threw a poison needle. Then, he bent down and picked up the poison needles from the goblin's weapons. He let out a cold laugh. Surprised? I'm using your own weapons against you. Then he said to the goblin monster, let's make a bet. Let's see whether you knock me down first, or I turn you into a pincushion first. The next second, Hosoi Subaru moved. Let's start with 3 needles. Those 3 poison needles pierced straight into the Goblin King's eyes. With a wet burst, the Goblin King let out a painful roar. Its eyes were its weak point. Now that the monster had lost its vision, it could only swing its arms wildly. Hosoi Subaru slid forward with one hand on the ground, constantly closing in on the Goblin King's body. At that moment, an old memory flashed through his mind. It was from the time when he first learned how to throw needles. The person who taught him was one of his squad members. She once told him, "You can't throw it like that. Your accuracy will never be high." She said that anything could become a throwing knife, as long as you understood where its center of gravity was. Then she demonstrated by throwing a pen in front of Narukami Subaru. With a sharp crack, the pen hit the bullseye dead on and carried terrifying force. And now, Hosoi Subaru used a single poison needle to stab straight into the Goblin King's throat. After 2 minutes of fighting, the Goblin King's body was almost covered in holes. The force of a blade was proportional to its spin, while hesitation was the enemy of precision. That entire technique had been taught to Narukami Subaru by Rena. Cold sweat appeared on the examiner's forehead. He hadn't seen a talent this terrifying in over 20 years. But soon, he realized that the word talent wasn't enough to describe Hosoi Subaru. This boy was a monster. The Goblin King lasted another 10 seconds before finally collapsing in front of him. Then Hosoi Subaru picked up his sword and ended its life, because only by doing that could he truly pass the exam. After the Goblin King died, the system displayed the clear notification. But Hosoi Subaru was a bit puzzled. Back when he took the hunter exam, there had never been a monster like this. After clearing the exam, all his access permissions were unlocked, so he casually opened the shop. With a quick swipe of his finger, he bought several items. His movements were so smooth that he didn't look like a beginner at all. Besides that, he also spotted a beautifully crafted weapon. In the end, he used his remaining achievement points to buy a rare weapon, the nameless cursed sword. Hosoi Subaru never expected to see one of Gendrei's creations with his own eyes. The sword was almost too tempting to resist. After the purchase was complete, the sword instantly appeared in his hand. Shopping these days really had become convenient. Behind him, the examiner kept clapping in admiration. The compatibility between your skill and item is excellent. You've got a good eye. But can you tell me why you chose that sword and that skill? Hosoi Subaru looked at him in disbelief. Do I need to explain any of that to you? Then he put the sword away and ignored him. So what if the man was S rank? Back in his old life, he had killed plenty of S-rank hunters. Right after that, Hosoi Subaru opened the system panel and ordered it to teleport him to the second floor area. The examiner still wanted to stop him and talk a little more, but the teleportation circle had already activated, and Hosoi Subaru disappeared on the spot. Left with no choice, the examiner sighed. Young people these days have no manners. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru arrived on the second floor. This was where the real beginning for Hunter players started. He had returned to this place once again. This time, he would seize the chance given by his second life. Everything he had experienced before would unfold even more perfectly in this life. For the sake of his former teammates, he had to reach the 10th floor as quickly as possible. After that, Hosoi Subaru went to the central district and rented a private training room. This was a place many beginner hunters visited. The owner asked lazily, "Which floor did you come from?" Hosoi Subaru said he had just come up from the first floor. The owner suggested training room number 1, which had straw dummies, mannequins, and other basic facilities. But Hosoi Subaru didn't think basic training like that suited him, so he chose room number 5. The owner was annoyed. "I kindly told you to choose number 1, and you still won't listen." But after Hosoi Subaru insisted, he still chose number 5. The owner warned him, "If you leave halfway, there's no refund." Hosoi Subaru told him not to worry, though he might need to put extra effort into fixing that room later. In this place, the higher the room number, the higher the difficulty. Some hunters could even die inside their own training rooms. When Hosoi Subaru arrived at training room number 5, he slowly pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he began training. He had no intention of wasting time here. Then he slowly drew the cursed sword from his waist. In that instant, he felt a powerful curse surge through his entire body. He could clearly sense how powerful the sword was. If he didn't want to be devoured by it, he had no choice but to keep getting stronger. The next moment, the cursed sword's power erupted violently, forcing Hosoi Subaru to cough up blood. He didn't expect this body to reach its limits so quickly, but this was still within his expectations. After all, this body had been weak from the start. The system then sent a notification. Greed Wedge is resisting the cursed sword. Partial resistance successful. The next second, Hosoi Subaru could easily lift the sword in his hand. This was exactly why he had chosen the cursed sword after seeing that skill. The system informed him that his stats were now rising even further. Hosoi Subaru smiled coldly. It seemed the skill had successfully offset the cursed sword's corrosion. Now it was time to train for real. Immediately his body shot forward. The traps inside the training room were nothing to him. 10 minutes later, the drowsy owner seemed to see a figure walk past him. He rubbed his eyes and thought he must have been mistaken. After all, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Confused, he walked to the door of training room number 5 and knocked for a long time, but there was no response. So he opened the door himself. But the scene inside instantly stunned him. Training room number 5 was already in ruins, and every trap inside had been completely destroyed. After resting properly overnight, Hosoi Subaru woke up with his body still aching. A little later, he went to a tavern. The burden on his body had definitely eased, thanks to successfully drawing out the cursed sword's power last night. Logically speaking, with his current stats, he shouldn't have been able to use the cursed sword's power at all. But the synergy between Greed Wedge and the cursed sword was undeniable. That also meant it should work well with his lightning power too. From now on, the real problem would be skills and levels. But the old Hosoi Subaru only had 50 credits. Just as Hosoi Subaru was complaining that his former self had been completely broke, he noticed someone live streaming downstairs. Whenever fans donated in the live stream, the streamer would start completing assigned tasks. The man suddenly poured the coffee in his hand over his own head and shouted, "Thank you so much for the donation, boss." Hosoi Subaru felt a little speechless. Even for money, that was a bit too much. But the moment he thought about money, a glint appeared in his eyes. After spending a day learning about this world, he realized that this seemed to be the age of live streaming. Maybe he could also earn some money through donations, at least enough to keep supporting his growth. Just then, someone behind him called his name. "Subaru. So you made it up here too." The man walked toward him while releasing pressure. "Didn't expect to run into you here. Do you live nearby or something?" His arrival made Hosoi Subaru's expression change. This body was instinctively trying to retreat, which meant this man had a bad relationship with the old Hosoi Subaru. When the man saw Subaru ignoring him, he grew irritated. "Your friend is talking to you right in front of your face. Are you just going to keep ignoring me?" Hosoi Subaru understood the feeling. This wasn't disgust. It was fear. Then he raised his head and said, "Actually, I just came up here. What do you want?" But as he spoke, his hands were trembling slightly. The man sat down beside him on his own. "You're really full of surprises. Even trash like you managed to pass the hunter exam. I thought the goblins would have torn you apart by now." Hearing that, Hosoi Subaru became furious, and at the same time, he finally remembered who this man was. His name was Isaac, and he used to bully the old Hosoi Subaru constantly. The reason was simple. Hosoi Subaru shared the same name as Narukami Subaru from 20 years ago. No matter how much the old Hosoi Subaru begged, Isaac never stopped. That was why the old Hosoi Subaru had been so terrified of him. Hosoi Subaru cursed inwardly. What an idiot. He let himself get bullied that badly and still never fought back. But right now, Hosoi Subaru didn't have time to deal with Isaac. After finishing his coffee, he prepared to leave. Isaac sneered and tried to make Hosoi Subaru buy him a cup of coffee. Hosoi Subaru stood up and said, "If you want coffee, buy it yourself. Your hands aren't broken and your legs still work." That completely enraged Isaac. "How dare you talk to me like that? Did someone possess you or something?" Then he ordered Hosoi Subaru to sit down. But Hosoi Subaru ignored the threat and got up to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to avenge the old Hosoi Subaru. He simply had more important things to do. But at that moment, Isaac grabbed his arm. With a threatening look, Isaac said, "Are you that eager to find out what happens to trash that tries to run away?" Hosoi Subaru's eyes turned cold. "I suggest you let go. I'm saying this for your sake. Otherwise, you might just end up losing an arm or a leg." The moment he said that, every customer in the cafe gathered around. Isaac's expression became extremely furious. Don't get too full of yourself. But he also knew he couldn't cause trouble in front of so many people, or he would only hurt himself. So he suddenly laughed. Looks like you've gotten pretty bold lately. You can't even take a joke anymore. If you're in such a hurry, go handle your business first. But then his expression turned vicious. Just don't let me catch you alone, otherwise I'll kill you. After saying that, Isaac left as if nothing had happened. But he had no idea that the threat he had just made had already started the countdown on his life. There are two main ways for hunters to grow stronger. The first method is trials. By clearing trials inside the tower, hunters can earn generous rewards. The second method is hunting. Hunters can hunt monsters outside the safe zone, or clear special dungeons on each floor to gain experience. But if they die there, they die for real. And Hosoi Subaru chose to grow through hunting. Earlier today, he had just taken down a goblin boss and earned 30 gold coins, which was already a pretty decent income. In his previous life, Narukami Subaru had also grown stronger through constant hunting. Just then, Hosoi Subaru opened his communicator and came across a live stream. Out of boredom, he tapped into it to take a look. To his surprise, the live stream had 80,000 viewers. That stunned him. Just from the donations flying across the chat, there was no telling how many gold coins the streamer had already made. The funniest part was that the streamer was wearing Narukami Subaru's old mask and using Narukami Subaru's name. In just 2 minutes, that guy had earned 20,000 credits. The viewers in the live stream were throwing gifts at him like they had lost their minds. Hosoi Subaru was so angry that his fingers started trembling. He could hunt for an entire year and still might not earn as much as this guy made in one live stream. Hosoi Subaru realized he couldn't keep doing things the old way. He had to follow the trend and start live streaming too. Only then could he keep making money. Besides, everyone else was already copying Narukami Subaru. So what would happen if the real Narukami Subaru copied Narukami Subaru himself? Thinking of that, Hosoi Subaru slowly stood up. It was decided. Tonight, he would unlock live streaming access. But for now, the priority was clearing out the monsters in this stage. Soon, 4 or 5 goblins appeared in front of him, and every one of them looked vicious. But Hosoi Subaru wasn't afraid at all. After the cursed sword's drawback was neutralized, the power inside his body had started flowing normally, and right now, he was in a terrible mood, so these goblins were perfect targets. He stomped directly onto one goblin's face. His speed was terrifying. He didn't even bother with the small fry and charged straight toward the goblin leader. In the blink of an eye, Hosoi Subaru appeared above the goblin. He slashed down, instantly taking the goblin leader's head. The system then notified him that the hidden orc nest had been cleared. That night, after returning to his place, Hosoi Subaru dug out that mask. He never thought there would come a day when he would wear this mask again. From now on, he would start live streaming in the way he knew best. Hosoi Subaru couldn't help wondering what would happen if Narukami Subaru himself pretended to be Narukami Subaru. After all, the name Narukami Subaru was now a cheat code for views, and he was the real Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, the owner of a certain guild was watching live streams. Her partner looked completely speechless. Why do you only watch Narukami Subaru streams? There are plenty of promising newcomers too. If this guild can't find someone good enough to carry traffic soon, you're going bankrupt. The guild owner told him to shut up. The reason she kept watching Narukami Subaru streams was because she hoped to find the real Narukami Subaru among thousands of imitators. Soon, her eyes locked onto the screen because she had found another new Narukami Subaru. But when she entered the live stream, she realized there was only one viewer inside. Her partner couldn't take it anymore. Why do you only watch these 0-viewer streams on the second floor? But the guild owner said that whenever she saw a newcomer wearing that mask and starting a stream, she couldn't help holding on to a little hope. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru started his live stream while entering the second floor trial. His mission was to clear the monsters in the dungeon and find the exit. Every now and then, he glanced at the stream to see if the viewer count had gone up. But after more than 10 minutes, only 2 people had entered. The viewers could already tell that this was his first time challenging the tower. Hosoi Subaru nodded and admitted that it really was his first time. One viewer immediately felt that this stream might be a problem, because a first-timer might not even know the way around. As he walked forward, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. A bat monster tried to ambush him while he was reading the chat. But Hosoi Subaru didn't even lift his head. He simply grabbed it by the head. Then he put strength into his right arm and smashed it into the ground. It's my first live stream, and you dare interrupt me? You're asking to die. After killing that bat, Hosoi Subaru quickly earned 1 credit. Only then did he respond to the chat. It's my first time in here, but nothing is going to go wrong. Soon, Hosoi Subaru stepped into the entrance of the second floor trial. At this point, his live stream had reached 3 viewers. Someone in chat said his approach was insane. Very few people started live streaming from the second floor. Hosoi Subaru said he was short on money and credits, so he hoped everyone could give him some support. The viewers told him not to be too greedy and suggested he team up with others, since that would be the safest method. Hosoi Subaru thanked them for the advice, but said teammates would only slow him down. Seeing how fearless and reckless he sounded, the viewers laughed. Some said a person who loved money too much would easily die chasing it, though a few began supporting him. After all, using Narukami Subaru's name was enough to make a livestream gain attention fast. With a sharp whoosh, Hosoi Subaru disappeared from where he stood. While running, he quickly drew the blade from his waist. 1 slash fell, and the small monster in front of him lost its head instantly. The livestream viewers were shocked, because they hadn't even seen the speed of his draw. Soon, a large swarm of bats appeared ahead of him. But those bats couldn't get anywhere near him. With one swing of his sword, he could cut down more than a dozen. At the same time, his live stream had grown to over 10 viewers. After killing several monsters, Hosoi Subaru also gained several achievement points. Not only that, he even started teaching the viewers. If you focus on listening, you can tell where they're going to attack from. In only 2 minutes, Hosoi Subaru killed every bat monster in the area. The live stream chat exploded. "You lied to us. You're actually a hardcore player, aren't you?" Hosoi Subaru was still analyzing whether his earlier explanation had been accurate, since many people clearly didn't understand it. But since they had trouble understanding even something this basic, someone said it was probably just a high-level player's instinct. After that, Hosoi Subaru continued deeper inside, hoping to collect as many achievement points as possible before leaving. Soon, someone noticed something strange. "Wait, isn't he just walking in a straight line?" Hosoi Subaru said it was his first time entering this place and his first time live streaming, so he still wasn't very familiar with it. As he continued walking, he noticed a large number of monsters ahead. When he looked up, he saw countless bats clinging to the walls. In that instant, all the bats opened their eyes. The chat lit up again. "Looks like this guy is finished." A wealthy viewer even issued Hosoi Subaru a mission. If he defeated all the bats, he would receive 100 points. The moment Hosoi Subaru saw that mission, his eyes practically lit up. He had worked all day yesterday and only earned a few dozen points. Now, one donation mission was worth 100 points. Some viewers started laughing at him. "Don't get baited. This is obviously a trap. Don't throw your life away for 100 points. But Hosoi Subaru's next words sent the entire live stream into a frenzy. "Thanks for the easy 100 points." At the same time, inside the guild, a large hand slammed hard onto the table. The guild owner's partner was on the verge of breaking down. He had just been watching a promising new streamer who had made it all the way to the 6th floor, only for that streamer to quit right here. That meant all the money he had donated earlier had gone completely to waste. Then he realized the guild owner was beside him, so he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I got too loud and disturbed you." But the guild owner had no time to respond because she was completely stunned by the footage in the livestream. The guild owner was actually a fan of Narukami Subaru, and she knew every detail of the way he moved. The moment her partner leaned over, she blurted out, "Narukami Subaru might be back." Her partner was shocked. Just how many monsters has this guy killed? At that moment, Hosoi Subaru's livestream had reached 15 viewers. Under his blade, the bat monsters were almost completely wiped out. Thinking back to his previous life, Shigure had once been curious about how Narukami Subaru's sword style had formed. Even when you change the path of your blade mid-swing, your breathing and gaze never waver. It looks like you plan to cut everything down with one strike from the very beginning. Are you calculating your opponent's movement flow and planning your response ahead of time? But back then, Narukami Subaru didn't understand what Shigure was talking about at all. He hadn't been thinking that deeply. He was simply fighting the way he wanted to fight. If he couldn't even do that much, wouldn't that be strange? But Shigure argued back. Normal people can't do that. Even Shigure found it strange. And when explaining things, the key was to look the other person in the eyes and make everything clear. So, Hosoi Subaru explained his fighting style to the viewers. One-eyed bats always charge headfirst when they attack. So the more of them there are, the more openings they reveal. As Hosoi Subaru spoke, he swung his sword again to demonstrate. Just like this. Find the opening, and you can finish them. He said it seriously, and he really did exactly what he described. But he wasn't sure if the viewers could understand his fighting style. Sure enough, the chat completely lost it. That explanation didn't explain anything. Someone complained, "I'm on the 4th floor right now, and somehow I'm being taught by a 2nd floor newbie." This is like saying, "Press F to walk forward." Hosoi Subaru sheathed his blade, and couldn't help thinking that communicating with them was seriously difficult. Then someone in chat reminded him not to forget to claim his points. If they hadn't reminded him, Hosoi Subaru almost would have forgotten. So he took out his phone and prepared to claim the points. But after opening the phone, he had no idea what to tap, making the whole scene a little awkward. The viewers in chat started getting confused. "Hurry up and claim the points already," Hosoi Subaru said awkwardly. "This is my first live stream, so I don't know how to claim them yet." That completely broke the chat. So he really is a newbie. After following the steps the viewers gave him, Hosoi Subaru finally claimed the points successfully. Once that was done, he headed toward the next area, which was also the final area of this floor. Right now, he had 150 points and 118 achievement points. At that moment, a scream rang out inside the livestream guild building. The guild owner could only describe this new streamer with 2 words: absolutely insane. In her eyes, this person had to be Narukami Subaru reincarnated. No matter what, she had to recruit him into the guild. Her partner was completely speechless at her obsession. What kind of monster like that would ever look at you? Every time Narukami Subaru was mentioned, she completely lost control. At this point, the guild owner was already love-struck. "My head feels so dizzy. Is this what youth feels like?" her partner suddenly shouted. "Absolutely not. Are you trying to recruit that guy?" The guild owner really was planning to recruit him. "Do you disagree?" Her partner explained, "He might be special, but he's still a brand new streamer with basically no audience. He doesn't meet the requirements for recruitment." The guild owner understood that perfectly, but she still wanted him. She trusted her own judgment. She had never misjudged someone before. Although she didn't say it out loud, she was already convinced that this person might be the real Narukami Subaru. His face and body had changed a little, but his presence and fighting style were almost exactly the same. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru arrived in front of a large door. This should be the end of the dungeon. If he cleared this place, he could enter the next floor. With a slight push, the door opened, because he knew there was a big one waiting inside. After the door opened, a werewolf appeared, sitting quietly inside. This was the wolf warrior Greg. Its strength was terrifying, especially its attack power. The viewers reminded Hosoi Subaru again. That wolf warrior is incredibly strong. Someone once got stuck here 8 times before clearing it. Hosoi Subaru also received a system notification. Gain the wolf warrior's recognition, and you may pass through the gate and bring it into the trial. Wolf warriors were not monsters created for hunters to kill. They were gatekeepers who evaluated a hunter's strength. Only those they recognized were allowed to move forward. Soon, Hosoi Subaru received a donation mission from a big spender. If he defeated the wolf warrior, he would receive 3,000 credits. Hosoi Subaru was stunned. 3,000 credits? He didn't even dare dream about that. Who was this generous donor? At this point, his live stream had already reached 20 viewers, and many of them were telling him to run and stop challenging the wolf warrior, because the wolf warrior's strength was terrifying, and so far, no one had truly defeated it. The wolf warrior smiled. "Are you today's challenger?" Hosoi Subaru knew that as long as he earned its recognition, he could pass through the door behind it. The wolf warrior asked curiously, "Did you come alone?" Hosoi Subaru stared at it blankly. "Are you blind? Do you see anyone else around me?" The wolf warrior burst into laughter. "What an interesting human. I can smell the aura of a great warrior on you." Someone in chat scoffed. Back then, the wolf warrior told me I smelled like a descendant of the Goblin King. But Hosoi Subaru knew the wolf warrior wasn't wrong. It seemed able to distinguish special scents. This wasn't just body odor. It could smell a person's true nature. The wolf warrior said that Hosoi Subaru already had the right to pass through this place. Then it moved aside and allowed him to enter the gate. Someone in chat was shocked. There's actually a mode like this? That's the first time I've seen it. Even Hosoi Subaru had never encountered this in his previous life, and since he had come here, his target was the wolf warrior itself. The wolf warrior looked confused. "Shouldn't your target be the door behind me?" Hosoi Subaru said, "Both. But someone in my livestream paid 3,000 credits for me to kill you." The wolf warrior nodded, as expected of a man carrying the soul of a great warrior. Meanwhile, Inside the livestream building, the guild owner and her partner were meeting with their superior. Sitting in front of them was John Tyrell, the department director of Suit and Entertainment. "This new streamer you're talking about, how many viewers does he have right now?" The partner answered awkwardly, "Around 20. But the guild owner was extremely confident. "It's already 30 now." She showed no shame at all about the 2-digit viewer count. The director thought they had to be joking. "You came all the way here with a streamer who has 20 or 30 viewers? And you? Did you think I didn't notice you gambling during work hours? Also, I told you to find someone with potential. And you brought me a streamer with 20 viewers?" The guild owner corrected him firmly. 30. The director was speechless. "Can you not focus on completely irrelevant details?" Then, the guild owner added, "I secretly checked just now. The stream already has 40 viewers. Pretty impressive." That sentence made the director explode. "Were you even listening to what I just said?" At the same time, Hosoi Subaru and the Wolf Warrior were ready to begin their fight. The Wolf Warrior released a terrifying aura. "You want my life? Don't even dream of it." Hosoi Subaru slowly drew his blade. "Don't even dream of it? You'll understand soon enough." At that moment, the system panel appeared. The nameless cursed sword is consuming the user's stamina. All stats will increase in proportion to stamina consumption. Hosoi Subaru's stamina began dropping rapidly, but he stayed completely calm. Because his greed wedge was resisting the backlash of the nameless cursed sword. Before long, all negative effects were converted into positive effects. The Wolf Warrior's body suddenly moved. With one step, it vanished from where it stood. When it appeared again, its claws were already reaching for Hosoi Subaru's face. Hosoi Subaru quickly drew his sword and blocked the attack. He didn't expect the Wolf Warrior's claws to grind against his blade hard enough to throw out sparks. Then, the Wolf Warrior pulled its claws back and prepared to charge up again. With a heavy thud, its claws began slashing wildly. At that speed, an ordinary hunter would have a hard time defending. Unfortunately for it, Hosoi Subaru was not an ordinary hunter. The Wolf Warrior quickly found an opening and aimed for Hosoi Subaru's vital point. Just as Hosoi Subaru expected, going head-to-head with it was still a little difficult. The Wolf Warrior laughed loudly. "Now this is a true warrior." Hosoi Subaru quickly moved sideways, avoiding its swing. The Wolf Warrior said, "You are still no match for me. Isn't it a little arrogant to say you'll kill me?" But by then, Hosoi Subaru had already finished charging his attack. With a sharp ring, his sword came down, clashing directly against the Wolf Warrior. Their attacks sent a piercing metallic screech through the cave. The livestream viewers kept watching the battle. If he only defends, he can't beat the Wolf Warrior. That thing is ridiculously strong. This newcomer has no chance. Reality is just that cruel. After that last clash, Hosoi Subaru was knocked into the wall by the Wolf Warrior. But it didn't do much damage to him. Sometimes, certain methods worked better than brute force. The Wolf Warrior looked pleased with itself. "You may not be very strong yet, but you have entertained me. I acknowledge you as a warrior." The next second, the Wolf Warrior spread its sharp claws. "It's time to end this. When you come again, I'll be waiting for you to defeat me." As the Wolf Warrior's claws came down, the wall behind Hosoi Subaru shattered completely. Unfortunately for it, Hosoi Subaru had already dodged with a tiny movement. And there was one more thing he wanted to say. "That line just now was mine. Also, your attack pattern is way too predictable." In other words, any hunter slightly faster than you could dodge your attacks. Immediately after that, Hosoi Subaru slashed across the Wolf Warrior's body, opening a deep wound across its chest. The Wolf Warrior let out a painful roar, but Hosoi Subaru wasn't about to miss this chance. He leapt forward, ready to press the attack. He swung his sword again, pouring all the strength in his body into his arm. Once this strike landed, even the Wolf Warrior wouldn't be able to block it. After all, this was Hosoi Subaru's full-powered attack. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slowly sheathed his sword. 3,000 credits, secured. Before the Wolf Warrior died, it left behind one final line. "Wonderful. You truly are a warrior." And just like that, Hosoi Subaru successfully killed Greg, the gatekeeper of the second floor. The moment he defeated the Wolf Warrior, his level and all his stats rose across the board, and he also gained 500 achievement points. However, Hosoi Subaru had taken some serious damage too. The livestream chat went completely insane. He actually did it. The Wolf Warrior had never been killed before, and now it died by his hand. Hosoi Subaru let out a long breath. "Fighting with this body really takes a lot out of me." At the same time, his livestream had reached 56 viewers, and the stream's popularity kept rising. After completing the mission, Hosoi Subaru successfully claimed the 3,000 credits. He couldn't believe he had earned more in one day than he used to make in an entire month. He had to use these resources well and make himself stronger. After the wolf warrior died, the door behind it opened automatically. Then, a series of notifications appeared on Hosoi Subaru's panel. Even the live stream viewers were surprised, because the system had actually given him two main paths. The left side was the elemental trial, while the right side was natural law. Including all the smaller branches, there were 13 choices in total. The 50+ viewers in the stream were stunned. Someone had checked the records, and the most choices ever seen was 16. Hosoi Subaru chose the Thunder Trial because in his previous life, this was the path he had chosen too. The viewers felt the same way. This was the most valuable option, but also the hardest. Hosoi Subaru confirmed the trial on the spot. If he backed down here, he might as well not call himself Narukami Subaru. Then, his body disappeared from the second floor. This scene was also seen clearly by the people inside the guild building. Everyone was shocked and excited. They never expected him to choose the Thunder Trial after killing the Wolf Warrior. The guild owner hurriedly introduced him to the director. Have you ever seen a newbie hit 60 viewers on his first day streaming? And that's not all. Most people only get 2 or 3 mission options, but he got the full set. Doesn't that scream talent to you? The director also found it impressive. Defeating the Wolf Warrior is already incredible. That thing had never lost before. Even so, the director still felt that Hosoi Subaru was only a second-floor beginner. Signing him too recklessly could bring huge risks. The guild owner naturally noticed the director's concern, so she suggested a bet. If he fails to learn lightning magic, my partner and I will work for you for 5 years without salary. But if he succeeds, you sign him on the spot and don't complain. The next second, her partner kicked her away. You're the gambling addict, so why are you dragging me into this? The director laughed. Even if he passed the preliminaries, do you really think he has a chance? So far, the only hunter who ever learned lightning magic was Narukami Subaru himself. To sign Hosoi Subaru, the guild owner even used a provocation. Just say whether you dare to bet or not. Of course, the director dared. With a 99% chance of winning, why wouldn't he? The most miserable one was the partner, whose mouth was covered tightly by the guild owner, as his next 5 years of salary were thrown onto the line. At that moment, the Thunder Judgment was about to begin, and Hosoi Subaru was teleported to a battlefield. Just as he was about to check his surroundings, he suddenly heard someone shout. When he turned his head, a large man grabbed him tightly. With a loud boom, the man tackled Hosoi Subaru to the ground, and a massive explosion erupted behind him. Hosoi Subaru looked up and saw a bald, white giant. This thing was huge. The man beside him shouted angrily, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Are you trying to die?" Soon, Hosoi Subaru received a system mission: defeat the giant fragment. He couldn't understand why something like this was here. At the same time, the giant above him raised its club and prepared to smash it down. Hosoi Subaru was still shocked and hadn't fully recovered. The live stream viewers were also confused. What is going on? Isn't this supposed to be the Thunder Trial? That thing should be a monster from the giant chapter. Hosoi Subaru was genuinely surprised too. Why is it here? A boss-level monster like that should appear in the later half of the trial. But now, it had appeared on the second floor. The giant didn't care whether Hosoi Subaru was distracted. It brought its weapon down with full force. But the instant the weapon fell, Hosoi Subaru had already moved away. Judging from that attack, it didn't seem as strong as the version he remembered. If that was the level of power it had, then he was confident he could clear this. The man behind him was still shouting, "I saved you just now, not so you could throw your life away." Hosoi Subaru slowly drew the blade from his waist. He needed to finish this quickly, before anyone else got in his way. At the same time, the nameless cursed sword was consuming his stamina, increasing all his stats in proportion to the amount consumed. Meanwhile, Greed Wedge was resisting the backlash of the nameless cursed sword. The next second, a leader-class enemy appeared right in front of Hosoi Subaru, and his attack was already prepared. With a sharp whoosh, Hosoi Subaru rushed forward at terrifying speed. The white giant froze for a moment. It clearly hadn't expected him to jump that high. Hosoi Subaru appeared behind it and grabbed it by the head. Then he drove his sword straight into the back of its neck. This should be its weak point, which meant the damage would be doubled. Just as Hosoi Subaru guessed, that single strike pierced a hole straight through the white giant's throat. Hosoi Subaru said to it, "That big mouth of yours was way too loud. I prefer things quiet." With a flick of his wrist, he shook all the blood from his sword. Hope you stay quiet for the rest of your life." Then he used all his strength and dragged the giant backward. At this point, the white giant's consciousness was already fading, a clear sign that it was close to death. With a thunderous crash, its massive body slammed into the ground. The so-called white giant had been one-shot by Hisoi Subaru. At the same time, the system notified him. Microfragment defeated. Stage 4 cleared. This confused the livestream viewers. Wait, this was only stage 4? Right after that, Hisoi Subaru leveled up. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 1, and both health and mana rose significantly. He now had around 400 achievement points, so killing that giant had definitely been worth it. Besides that, he also obtained the giant's heart and Thunder God armor. The man beside him was so shocked, his jaw nearly dropped. The livestream viewers were just as stunned. His system seems to have given him all the rewards from stages 1 through 4 at once. That's pretty generous. The man hurried over to Hisoi Subaru. "You actually killed the white giant?" Seeing his expression, the viewers burst out laughing. If you guys were locals too, you'd probably be freaking out just like him. Hisoi Subaru nodded and said killing them was actually pretty simple. So he played along, acting like he was their savior sent here specifically to slay giants. The viewers laughed like crazy. That explanation is way too edgy. After that, the man brought Hisoi Subaru to the village to rest. The village was small, but it was peaceful enough. At least no white monsters were attacking it. Hisoi Subaru found a random place to stay and began checking his system storage. The live stream viewers were extremely curious about what treasures he had obtained, so they kept asking him to open his storage and show everyone. Hisoi Subaru was curious too, so he reached into the storage. The system informed him that he had obtained a giant heart accessory, which could increase health recovery and stamina. From the outside, it looked like a very delicate ring. Accessory-type items were already rare, and this vitality bonus was almost perfect, so it was definitely pretty good. But the thing Hisoi Subaru wanted most was the armor. That armor had a special trait. Besides giving 5 defense, it also allowed the user to activate Thunder Strike, and granted immunity to abnormal statuses, though it could only be used 3 times. The viewers were all stunned. No way you got Thunder Armor too. But the real prize is the giant's heart. That's a lifetime item. You can basically name your price for it. The next moment, Hisoi Subaru put on his favorite Thunder Armor and felt like he had instantly become much cooler. Then, a fan issued a mission. If he learned lightning, they would give him 5,000 credits. Hisoi Subaru immediately said, "Huge thanks for the support, gorgeous. Hope you have an amazing day and stay flawless." Then another fan issued a mission. "Count me in too. If you obtain lightning magic, I'll give you 5,000 credits." Right after that, someone else kept adding more missions. I'll add another 3,000 credits. Same mission as the 2 above. The craziest one was a wealthy female fan who dropped a 7,000 credit mission. Hisoi Subaru, who had been standing perfectly straight, actually bowed a little. "Thank you all for the support. Seriously, thank you. I'll definitely obtain Thunder. Please keep supporting me in the future." It seemed that no matter the era, countless people were still waiting for Thunder to return. But that made sense. After all, this was a skill that only Narukami Subaru had ever used. If Hisoi Subaru learned it and used that hype properly, couldn't he make a fortune in the livestream world? Just then, someone knocked on his door. The visitors were a handsome blonde man and a scar-faced older man. The scar-faced man said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Sir Peleus, captain of the village knights." After that, Hisoi Subaru followed them outside and learned some basic information about the white giants. The scar-faced man continued, "Recently, giant attacks have become more and more frequent. Several nearby villages have been deeply troubled, so our knights are now on guard 24 hours a day. For the villagers' safety, we've also ordered them to avoid any unnecessary travel." The scar-faced man smiled. "Meeting a powerful outsider like you during such a tense time is truly rare." Captain Peleus then spoke. "I heard that while I was away, you protected our village. Please allow me to thank you on behalf of the villagers." Hisoi Subaru told him there was no need to be so polite. He had only done what anyone would have done. Hisoi Subaru knew Peleus. He was the symbol of this village, a brave knight who fought against the giants. Peleus said that during a recent scouting mission, they had discovered the giant leader, so they planned to settle things with the giants once and for all. Then, both men bowed to Hisoi Subaru, hoping he would help them. Even if it meant dying, they were willing to do it. Honestly, they didn't need to go that far. No matter what, Hisoi Subaru had to complete the mission, so the giants had to die. The livestream viewers sighed. "Please don't let Peleus die here. He's one of the rare good guys." I hope the streamer can save him. Hosoi Subaru naturally saw the chat. These people were basically spoiling the story, because the plot had already been set. If he remembered correctly, Peleus was supposed to die in the next stage. Then, Hosoi Subaru slowly reached out his hand. The gesture made Peleus look both surprised and delighted. Hosoi Subaru told him to raise his proud head. I'll help you. We made a promise. Until every giant is dead, none of us gets to die. Peleus said excitedly. Thank you. With you joining us, I believe this plan will go much more smoothly. The system notified him that Stage 5 had begun. The mission this time was called Survival. Soon, the group set off in full force. At a rough estimate, there were around 100 people in the marching force. But at this moment, Hosoi Subaru was staring intently at the live stream. At first, he could still read the viewers' messages. But as the viewer count rose, the chat started scrolling like a speeding wheel, making normal communication almost impossible. Suddenly, Peleus at the front ordered everyone to stop. The scar-faced man pointed at the giant ahead. It's been standing there leisurely for an entire day. It doesn't seem afraid of being discovered at all, and that creature in front of them was the giant leader. Just from its size, it was obvious that it was not easy to deal with. Peleus began assigning roles. He would draw the giant's attention, while Hosoi Subaru would sneak around and attack from behind. But Hosoi Subaru placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to wait. Hosoi Subaru told Peleus to be careful, because something nearby felt wrong. The giant in front of them was clearly bait. There was no way it was the only giant around. The moment he finished speaking, violent tremors came from underground. At that instant, everyone's faces changed. Without a doubt, they had already been surrounded by giants. Hosoi Subaru finally understood that the leader in front of them was definitely a trap meant to lure them in. The next moment, the leader's eyes suddenly widened. Its massive eyeballs turned toward the group. Soon, countless giants began crawling out of the ground around it. From the very beginning, they had no chance of getting close to the leader. The moment they approached, these giants would appear, and with this many of them, there was no way this small group could fight back. Peleus was already frozen in shock, his face extremely grim. He thought this had been a good opportunity, but instead, he had led everyone into danger. After the white giants appeared, they immediately began attacking the soldiers. The people below still wanted to fight, but most of them had already lost their courage. With a sickening rip, one of the men was torn apart alive by a white giant. That horrifying scene left a deep shadow in everyone's hearts. The giant chuckled. You lowly humans thought you could ambush us? How ridiculous. Peleus shouted again and again. Everyone, retreat to the foot of the mountain. The group fled in panic, no longer caring about anything else. At that point, staying alive mattered most. All the white giants roared toward the sky at the same time. They seemed excited, as if they could finally toy with humans again. Before long, more casualties appeared in the group. Someone wanted to rush forward and save them, but two others stopped him. Calm down. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. And because of that brief delay, a white giant had already arrived in front of them. Peleus shouted, You people, hurry up and run. We'll hold them here first. That's an order. Everyone retreat. Think of your families waiting at home. Think of this village. This isn't the end. We'll regroup and bring them back. Hearing his words, the others realized he was right and fled down the mountain in a panic. Only the scar-faced man and Peleus remained above. But Peleus believed he alone was enough to stay behind, because the squad would still need the scar-faced man to lead them later. Just then, Hosoi Subaru slowly walked toward them, which surprised Peleus. Peleus shouted at him, Brother, you need to run too. Rebuild order and face the giants again. I'll hold them off here. But Hosoi Subaru slowly drew his sword. That line you just said is mine. You and Scarface need to run. Leave everything here to me. Seeing that Peleus still wasn't moving, Hosoi Subaru asked, I'm done talking. Why are you still standing there? But Peleus didn't understand what he meant at all. So Hosoi Subaru made it even clearer. With you here, I can't move freely. You're in my way. If you insist on staying, then we'll die here together. Peleus was a loyal man. Although he didn't know whether Hosoi Subaru was telling the truth, he couldn't abandon an outsider and escape alone. Hosoi Subaru said directly, Don't make me repeat myself. Seriously, if you stay here, you'll only drag me down. After that, Peleus finally stopped arguing and turned to run. Then, I'll gather the others. Please, no matter what, hold on until I return. And this was exactly what Hosoi Subaru wanted. As long as Peleus left, he could avoid dying in this battle, and Hosoi Subaru could fight without holding back. As Peleus ran, he looked back and shouted, "Brother, I owe you my life. Hold on, I'll come back to save you." Meanwhile, the giants began their attack, golden light glowing across their bodies. Hosoi Subaru charged straight toward them, both of his major skills already activated. When one giant tried to chase after Peleus, Hosoi Subaru accelerated again. "Your opponent is me. Without my permission, you don't get to leave." The next moment, he cut through the giant's leg, stopping it from moving another step. He kept weakening the giant's mobility, cutting down the legs of the ones in front. By doing this, he completely restricted their movements. The white giants had never expected such a small human figure to inflict this much damage on them. Because of his earlier attacks, Hosoi Subaru had already dealt serious damage to them. He even killed 2 giants in the process, and gained 20 achievement points. Although this was only a trial, being left alone to fight like this still felt a little unfamiliar. He really missed the teamwork he once had with his old squad. On the other side, Peleus rushed back toward the village, planning to gather reinforcements. But as he ran, he suddenly stopped, because he realized there were no pursuers behind him. Could all those white giants really have been stopped by that one man? Thinking of that, Peleus smiled faintly, though he felt frustrated too. He had to hurry and find more people to go back and save Hosoi Subaru. He only hoped Subaru could hold on until he arrived. What Peleus didn't know was that although it looked like Hosoi Subaru was trapped alone in a desperate battle, in reality, Hosoi Subaru had surrounded all of them by himself. The livestream chat thought Hosoi Subaru was completely insane. They had never seen a battle like this before. It looked suicidal, and with the village's fighting strength, Peleus had no real chance of bringing back help. Now, aside from Hosoi Subaru, even Peleus and his subordinates, who were originally destined to die, might all be saved. Soon, 2 white giants rushed at Hosoi Subaru while swinging their fists, and he had already prepared his attack stance. The moment the giant's fists came down, Hosoi Subaru dodged quickly and sliced across one giant's chest. Then he made a wide sideways step and cut off the other giant's thigh. If he wanted to win this fight easily, he had to limit their movement. With Hosoi Subaru's current strength, killing one giant with a single slash was no longer a problem. They didn't seem that hard to deal with after all. The real problem was how long he could rely on the power of this sword. So his top priority now was to locate the leader. Only by killing it would this battle truly end. Hosoi Subaru stepped onto a giant's shoulder and looked around for the leader's position. With a casual slash, he split open the head of the giant beneath him and gained another 10 points. His speed was extremely fast now, and he had no time to bother with small fry. He had to lock onto the leader as soon as possible. One giant was actually smart enough to open its mouth wide, waiting for Hosoi Subaru to jump straight inside. Unfortunately for it, what came down was Hosoi Subaru's foot. With a few sharp whooshes, Hosoi Subaru kept stepping on the giants' faces and jumping between them. His reckless, fearless, all-in fighting style made the viewers gasp. This streamer was insane. One wrong step meant instant death. Aerial combat used to be Narukami Subaru's specialty, and now another monster like that had appeared. The system notified him. Greed Wedge is resisting the backlash of the nameless curse sword. The user's health and mental power are recovering. Hosoi Subaru was delighted. His stamina consumption hadn't changed, but equipment really could bring out different kinds of power. He had to defeat the boss quickly before he reached his limit. Soon, Hosoi Subaru found the leader's location ahead. As long as he got a little closer, he could kill it. But at that moment, the leader suddenly revealed a chilling smile. That smile made even Hosoi Subaru feel a tremor in his heart. At the same time, the leader launched its counterattack. If Hosoi Subaru couldn't finish this thing in one go, he would be the one to die. Very quickly, the leader's attack finished charging. If the weapon in its hands smashed into Hosoi Subaru, he might be turned into paste. Even Hosoi Subaru felt uncertain now, praying in his heart that this strike would succeed. The next moment, he snapped his fingers without hesitation. The system notified him, "You have successfully consumed one chance to release lightning magic." Immediately after, golden light began glowing around Hosoi Subaru's body. He only had one chance, so he would let this thunderous roar shake the entire battlefield. The next moment, countless bolts of lightning surged out from his body. The white giants felt like their eyes were about to be blinded and their ears were about to burst. Even their leader was the same. The pain in its ears was so intense that it felt like its head might explode. It cursed loudly, "Damn human," but it had no idea that Hosoi Subaru had already arrived above its head. To be safe, Hosoi Subaru made the nameless sword consume more of his stamina to increase his attack power. Soon, he converted all his remaining stamina into strength and poured it into the edge of his blade. As long as this strike landed, he would win. with a sharp pierce. Hosoi Subaru heavily wounded the monster leader. Judging from the leader's life signs, it wouldn't last much longer. 2 more strikes would end it. The leader never imagined that it would die at the hands of a weak human. Hosoi Subaru seized the chance and stabbed its head 3 times in a row. With a heavy thud, the giant leader finally collapsed. The system notified him, "You have defeated the white giant. Stage 5, survival mode has been cleared. Extraordinary achievement reached." Hosoi Subaru's level also increased. After the level up, both his strength and agility improved. On top of that, vitality increased by 2, and magic increased by 1. The livestream viewers spammed the chat like crazy. This was their first time seeing anyone clear this floor. Thanks to the streamer starting his livestream on the 2nd floor, they had witnessed something they might never have seen in their lives. But some fans felt this might not be good news. The real problem was that the streamer had defeated something that should never have been defeated. If this were a comic, this would be the perfect moment to end on a cool hero shot. Unfortunately, this wasn't a comic. Thunder still flashed in the sky above, but that was only ordinary rainy weather. The giants ahead had already started recovering from the lightning attack. And next, Hosoi Subaru would have to face their counterattack. At that moment, he looked at the cursed sword in his hand and activated Greed Wedge again. But this time, Greed Wedge failed to fully resist the weakening effect of the nameless cursed sword. Then, Hosoi Subaru jumped down from the leader's head. Since he had already made his decision, he would keep fighting. Even if he cleared this stage, the monsters wouldn't disappear immediately. They would only vanish once the exam itself ended. Last time, he had used this mechanism to his advantage. But he never expected it to backfire on him this time. Blood kept dripping from the corner of Hosoi Subaru's mouth, and he could feel his strength nearly bottoming out. The white giants noticed his condition, and smiles appeared on their faces. But then, in a dramatic turn, the sky that had been quiet just moments ago suddenly flashed with several bolts of thunder. Immediately after, all that thunder gathered in one direction and came crashing down. The next second, Hosoi Subaru felt his entire body fill with power, because every bolt of thunder had struck him. At that moment, he looked like a thunder god descending to earth. Just the aura erupting from him was already close to the state he had entered when using his consumed skill earlier. While Hosoi Subaru was fighting the white giants in a small house deep inside a forest, a woman was sitting at the door watching the live stream. But she watched the entire thing with a dark expression. Another little brat using Subaru's name to make money. Suddenly, Shigure stepped out from the doorway. He asked curiously, "Why are you sitting out here?" The woman replied, "The sunlight is nice today. Only at a time like this can I truly enjoy it." Shigure said in a heavy voice, "It's time, isn't it?" The woman answered, "Yes, 1 year at most." Shigure turned to look at her, his voice carrying both reluctance and regret. "Then it really is time to end everything." But the way the woman kept staring at her phone made Shigure furious. "What do you mean 1 year at most? What are you even talking about? Why are you always like this whenever things get serious?" Out of curiosity, he walked over to see what she was so focused on. The woman explained, "He is a new streamer calling himself Narukami Subaru." Hearing Subaru's name, Shigure's heart jolted. Could the captain be back? The woman told him not to get excited. Obviously, it's not that Subaru. He is just borrowing Subaru's name. He is a streamer challenging the lower level trials. The woman spoke again. "You understand now, don't you? If Subaru really survived that crisis, Suki would have vanished from this world long ago. How could he possibly have hidden for 20 years? We may not want to admit it, but Subaru is definitely dead. When are you finally going to accept that?" Hearing this, Shigure turned away, no longer wanting to discuss it with her. "That's enough for today. Don't talk to me anymore." Because no matter what, Shigure refused to believe that Subaru was dead. The woman roared in anger. "How long are you going to hide in that boy's shadow? It's time for you to step out of it." Shigure turned back and asked, "What about you? Have you really moved on?" Then he snatched the phone from her hand. "If you had really moved on, you wouldn't spend every day watching Narukami Subaru's live streams." Shigure held the phone in front of her. The woman was still trying to explain, "I'm just killing time." But in the next second, she completely froze. How is this possible? Out of curiosity, Shigure glanced at the phone too. "Even now, you still like watching live streams this much? Fine. Let me see what kind of guy this is." But one look was enough to nearly make his jaw drop. Meanwhile, lightning magic kept surging out of Hosoi Subaru's body, and none of the white giants could get close to him. Not only that, their bodies were being severely damaged by the lightning. Gradually, the lightning inside Hosoi Subaru calmed down. which meant he had fully accepted and learned the lightning skill. He also received the system notification saying he had obtained the thunder skill. The live stream viewers completely lost their minds. Is a second Narukami Subaru really being born? Only then did they finally understand that to obtain the thunder skill, one had to kill the giant leader. Hearing their discussion, concern appeared in Hosoi Subaru's eyes. This is not the place where you should try to learn it. The system panel explained that the lightning skill consumed health and mana to control, and it could be upgraded by collecting thunder fragments. But right now, Hosoi Subaru was already lucky just to survive this place. And the timing of the trial interruption was perfect. Then the system popped up 2 mission notifications in a row. He had completed the 5,000 credit and 7,000 credit donation missions. Those points were all rewards from missions donated by the viewers. Hosoi Subaru now had over 20,000 points in total. He had heard before that when streamers received tips, they were supposed to perform some kind of thank you gesture. So he chose to continue the trial. At that moment, the giants ahead rushed toward him all at once. Hosoi Subaru's eyes turned razor sharp. Today, I'll show you the real deal. The next second, he directly spent 20,000 luck points to upgrade Greed Wedge. After the upgrade, Hosoi Subaru immediately felt the backlash power turning into positive energy. He wanted it to flow through his entire body right away. But right now, he had already gathered all the lightning into his right hand. He could have stopped there, but he wanted to let loose just a little. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru stepped forward hard, showing no fear at all toward the giants ahead. The giant in front of him already had a smug smile on its face, not knowing that its life had entered the final countdown. Then Hosoi Subaru poured all the lightning into his sword. The system notified him. Lightning now dwells within the nameless, cursed sword. Hosoi Subaru laughed out loud. Perfect timing. Now let's see if you can block this. With one slash, a sharp crimson light spread forward at terrifying speed. The strike cut every giant in front of him cleanly in half. They couldn't even defend. And the force of that slash didn't stop there. It kept carving forward. Sword energy couldn't turn. But since Hosoi Subaru had swung horizontally, not a single giant in front of him could escape. 10 seconds later, the red glow around Hosoi Subaru slowly faded. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I went a little too far. I used up all my power. I should have saved some strength to get back. Right now, I probably can't even walk. Fortunately, every giant had been turned into a corpse by that single attack. Hosoi Subaru stabbed his sword into the ground and used it to hold himself in a half-kneeling position so he wouldn't collapse. At the same time, a group of shadows appeared behind him. They were Scarface and the others, who had returned after leaving. They really had kept their promise and come back to save him. When Peleus saw the scene in front of him, he froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then he rushed toward Hosoi Subaru. Benefactor, are you okay? Hearing the movement, Hosoi Subaru looked back. Good, they actually came back. Immediately after that, he felt a wave of dizziness hit his brain. His vision became more and more blurred. These were clearly signs that he was about to pass out. Still, Peleus really was an idiot. He had actually come back. If Hosoi Subaru hadn't killed these giants, wouldn't they all have died here? Meanwhile, inside the guild building, 2 people were nervously watching the guild owner. After seeing Hosoi Subaru clear the stage, she had sat silently on the sofa, with both hands covering her face. Her partner asked the director, was it really worth going this far for him? The director replied, don't ask me. I don't understand women at all. At this moment, the guild owner's body was trembling slightly, and she murmured, this is bad. She seemed to have fallen in love. Back when she was still a young girl 20 years ago, she had once been lucky enough to experience this feeling. Thinking about the message she had just sent to Subaru, she became nervous. Was the message too cold? Did he think it was just a formal business invitation? Maybe she should have added a few cute emojis. That would probably increase the chance of him replying. Her partner said speechlessly, sorry, but that message really was just business. Are you in love with him or something? Just say it. The director was equally speechless. You kept saying we had to recruit him into the guild. Don't tell me you just wanted to flirt with him. The guild owner blushed hard as she explained, I just can't control myself. Before becoming his manager, I was already his diehard fan. And I already told you, boss. You absolutely won't lose money by signing this man. I can guarantee that. Think about it. The thunder power that only Narukami Subaru could master has now been mastered by him. In other words, he is the future second Narukami Subaru. Her partner didn't care about any of that. As long as his salary was safe, that was enough. The director was also satisfied. No wonder no one else has ever learned it. He is definitely someone we need to keep a close eye on. Just then, the partner's phone suddenly rang. The guild owner's eyes lit up. Could that be a message from Subaru? And just as she guessed, Narukami Subaru had already read their email. But in the next second, she felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. The email had been read, but there was no reply. The guild owner completely turned to stone, as if she had stopped breathing. Her partner and the director froze when they saw her. This is the first time I've seen someone die standing up. Should we buy her a coffin? Probably not necessary. Meanwhile, inside an esports room, a player who specialized in analyzing hunter combat was live streaming. With sharp insight and strong streaming skills, he had defeated countless opponents and secured an unshakable position. His name was Hawkeye. Hawkeye had reviewed the match footage of many different players and given sharp analysis on them. One example was Kurikawa, a dark horse who had suddenly emerged and torn through the tower at shocking speed. Some even call him the second Narukami Subaru. Even Koshino, a former member of Blue Eye, was among them. Now, as a player representing Earth itself, the pressure on his shoulders had to be enormous. Today, Hawkeye would take a deep dive into his skills. Of course, the legendary Narukami Subaru was no exception. No matter what anyone said, lightning belonged to that man. So when you thought of a hunter who left everyone else far behind, who came to mind? The name occupying everyone's thoughts right now was probably this one. And today, Hawkeye planned to use his signature analysis to break down the hottest new player right now, Narukami Subaru. Some people in chat thought he was just chasing hype, since that newcomer had only just reached the second floor. But Hawkeye believed new players deserved a chance. There was no need to crush them from the start. After all, being a streamer was already a difficult job. Then he opened Hosoi Subaru's profile and watched the livestream clips. After only a short while, he shouted that it was insane. What exactly had happened here? After watching all the footage, sweat appeared on Hawkeye's face. He had to admit, that level of focus was terrifying. The man had just learned that skill and was already using it so smoothly. It didn't look human. He also analyzed that Hosoi Subaru was controlling the skill output, injecting only the exact amount of energy needed into his sword, without wasting even the slightest bit. The fine control, technique, and judgment needed to pull that off were all terrifying. Throughout the entire battle, he had not made a single mistake. Then, Hawkeye gave his final verdict. This guy is definitely going to become someone important. From now on, Hawkeye will be watching him closely. Everyone in the stream was waiting for this newcomer to grow. Once he reaches the 10th floor, maybe we can team up with him. But honestly, fewer than 10 people in the chat truly understood that battle. Just then, one comment caught Hawkeye's eye. Are we not getting a final review this time? Hawkeye almost forgot. Whenever he evaluated a hunter, he usually gave a final review, judging that person's upper limit. But this time, he gave an evaluation completely different from usual. Based on the control we've seen so far, this newcomer has already surpassed Narukami Subaru at his peak. At that moment, the unconscious Hosoi Subaru suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up sharply. I can't believe I fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he received a system notification. Stage 6 had opened, and his fatigue had recovered. The system prompted, "Would you like to pause the trial?" There were two requirements for pausing a trial. First, the previous stage had to be completed, and the next stage could not have begun. Second, fatigue had to be fully restored. Then, Hosoi Subaru opened his live stream on his phone again. But to his surprise, his live stream had already reached over 700 viewers. He had no idea when the viewer count had grown so much. He said to the viewers, "Sorry everyone, I'm taking a day off, so the next stream will be the day after tomorrow." Immediately after that, all the viewers received a notification. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. As a blue light fell, Hosoi Subaru's body disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he had arrived in a vast white area. Hosoi Subaru looked around and realized he was now in the judgment waiting room. In front of him stood a single door, but he didn't hurry over. Instead, he opened his back-end messages and saw a collaboration invitation from a live stream guild. Hosoi Subaru slowly took off his mask, originally thinking it was just a spam email. But then he froze. Wait, isn't this the biggest entertainment company in the modern era? 2 hours later, Hosoi Subaru returned to that cafe. He randomly found a seat, sat down, and started looking up the company's name. It was a massive entertainment company. Its directors actively invested in and supported the rapid growth of streamers. He never expected this world to have changed so much. A company like this actually existed now, and its scale was enormous. Then another pop-up appeared on his phone. Hawkeye's next target is newcomer Narukami Subaru. Rumor says his control has already surpassed the original. It seemed that Hawkeye had also joined forces with Kang Tian. He was a blunt and merciless critic who never held back. But, as far as Hosoi Subaru was concerned, Hockey did have a good eye for talent. He had noticed him right away. Just then, another set of footsteps entered the cafe. That person had also seen Hawkeye's trending post, and he was extremely irritated. In the end, he even cursed under his breath, because Hawkeye had said that in terms of control alone, this newcomer might have already surpassed Narukami Subaru at his peak. That sentence made the man deeply uncomfortable. Don't make me laugh. He's just a newbie who barely made it to the second floor. After seeing that line, he was not only furious, but also felt Hawkeye had no judgment at all. Once he cleared the second floor himself, he would go dig out Hawkeye's eyes. Then, he spat hard onto the floor. To him, today had already been a terrible day. But after walking into the cafe, it became even worse, because he saw an old acquaintance. At this moment, Hosoi Subaru hadn't noticed his arrival, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much. But that man felt like today was cursed. Everywhere he went, he saw Subaru. He opened his phone, and it was Subaru. He came to the cafe, and it was still Subaru. So now, he was extremely annoyed just looking at Hosoi Subaru, and wanted to vent his anger on him. There happened to be an empty seat beside Hosoi Subaru, so he walked over. This guy clearly wasn't here to behave. With one elbow, he knocked over the coffee on the table and spilled it all over Hosoi Subaru. Hosoi Subaru quickly stood up. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you blind? When he looked closely, it turned out to be Isaac. Was this guy here to cause trouble again? Hosoi Subaru really didn't have time to waste on him right now. Isaac chuckled. Well, if it isn't cute little Subaru, I keep running into you lately. Guess this floor really is too small. Hosoi Subaru only glanced at him, then kept scrolling on his phone and prepared to leave. As he walked away, Isaac said behind him, "Want me to buy you a new coffee? Since you're always broke, you should be grateful, right?" But Hosoi Subaru ignored him completely. That filled Isaac's eyes with anger. In his mind, Hosoi Subaru was nothing but small fry. Yet now, that same small fry was looking down on him. Just as Hosoi Subaru reached the door, Isaac called out to him, "Did I say you could leave?" Hosoi Subaru turned around and looked calmly into his angry eyes. "Do you need something? If not, stop wasting my time." Hearing that, Isaac was so furious that he grabbed Hosoi Subaru by the collar. "You bastard. Don't get too cocky. Wipe that smug look off your face right now, or I'll beat your teeth out, just like I used to crush you before." Hosoi Subaru said, "Sorry." At the same time, he placed his hand on Isaac's wrist. With just a little force, he pushed Isaac's hand away. "I don't have time to play with you right now. If you want trouble, go find someone else." Isaac was shocked. Since when was this guy's grip so strong? His hand was actually trembling a little. After that, Hosoi Subaru didn't bother with him anymore and walked straight out. "As for your wrist, consider that my coffee money. Thanks for the drink." That sentence made Isaac's face twist with rage. "When did you become this arrogant? Get back here." But the only answer he got was Hosoi Subaru closing the door. With a loud bang, the door shut in his face. Isaac took a deep breath. He had originally planned to climb the tower quietly this time, but now he was truly angry. He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know your place. Not just you, that new streamer too. You two Subarus are seriously driving me insane." After walking out of the cafe, Hosoi Subaru suddenly remembered something. He still hadn't replied to that entertainment company. Thinking of that, he sent the guild a message. "We will meet soon." After that, Hosoi Subaru headed into the dungeon and arrived at the boss room of the exiled lizard man hideout. His greed wedge was resisting the backlash of the nameless cursed sword. Now, his body was gradually adapting to the process. Just then, a small flame appeared above him. The flame grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into the boss of the exiled lizard men. This was the creature other hunters called the demon lizard. The demon lizard seemed to smell an extremely delicious meal, and drool kept dripping from the corner of its mouth. To avoid another accident like last time, Hosoi Subaru needed to test his strength now that he had truly mastered lightning. This exiled lizard would make a perfect test subject. Facing the lizard in front of him, Hosoi Subaru decided to use 90% of his power and see if he could kill it in one hit. The next second, he put a little force into his feet, and golden lightning appeared beneath him. Immediately after, his body leapt into the air, clashing head-on with the demon lizard. To Hosoi Subaru, killing this lizard shouldn't be too difficult. In his previous life, he had killed plenty of them. The demon lizard opened its huge mouth and began gathering fire magic. The next second, a massive fireball came rushing toward him. But Hosoi Subaru showed no fear at all. He wrapped the power of lightning around his blade. This would greatly increase his attack power. The system notified him. Lightning has been infused into the nameless cursed sword. The next second, Hosoi Subaru slashed once and split apart the lizard's fire attack. The system continued. Greed Wedge is resisting lightning backlash. Resistance failed. Skill level is increasing. By then, Hosoi Subaru had already appeared above the demon lizard. He poured all his strength into his arm. This strike would absolutely take its life. With a sharp ring, the sword fell, and the demon lizard's body was sliced in half by the thunder slash. After successfully killing the demon lizard, the system notified Hosoi Subaru. Dungeon cleared. His level and all his stats increased once again. Just as Hosoi Subaru finished everything and prepared to return, a figure appeared in front of him. Hosoi Subaru's eyes turned cold, because this person was carrying killing intent. The man slowly walked up to him. "It's pretty late. Still hanging around here? Are you going out to hunt?" The person blocking Hosoi Subaru was none other than Isaac. Hosoi Subaru felt that this guy was unbelievably stubborn. Why did he keep showing up everywhere just to cause trouble? Isaac had actually thought it through carefully before coming, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So he still came to pick a fight. Isaac suggested, "Why don't we settle this today?" Hosoi Subaru sneered inwardly. He had no idea what Isaac meant by settle this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the streamer from before arrived at a shop. As soon as he entered, someone raised a hand to greet him. This person was the guild president. The reason he had called Hawkeye here was to learn more about Hosoi Subaru. Hawkeye laughed. "Long time no see." The president asked, "How have your live stream numbers been lately?" Hawkeye felt his recent streams had been average. Most viewers were familiar faces, so the numbers hadn't changed much. The president took a sip of tea. "Actually, that's the safest kind of growth. Stable things built slowly are less likely to collapse." Hawkeye told the president to get to the point. He was busy and hadn't come all this way just to watch him drink tea. The president quickly explained why he had called him. "That Narukami Subaru you reviewed yesterday. Were you serious about everything you said?" Hearing that, Hawkeye was a little surprised. "So you came to ask about that newcomer?" "And yes, I meant exactly what I said. In terms of talent alone, I think he's stronger than Narukami Subaru at his peak. But whether he can truly climb to another level is hard to say. You understand what I mean, right?" The president nodded. "Then it really is necessary to recruit him into the live stream guild." Even Hawkeye couldn't help but admire him. "You really do have a good eye, boss. If you ask me, you should recruit him now while he's still not famous. Let him name his own terms." The president also felt Hawkeye was right. After hearing that analysis, he could no longer stay calm. The president had already planned the next step. Once he comes to the guild, he'll collaborate with you. Only by raising his fame and popularity can he bring greater profit to the guild. Meanwhile, in the forest, Isaac was still shouting, "Now, it's just the two of us. You're not getting away today." Hosoi Subaru nodded. "True. It is just the two of us. So what exactly do you want?" Isaac wanted to make one thing clear. The reason he had come was to fix that smug attitude of Hosoi Subaru's. He walked closer and kept mocking him. "You got this far by luck alone. Don't tell me you actually think you've become Narukami Subaru. Are you dreaming of learning lightning like that streamer too?" Then his fingers tightened slightly as he cursed. "That bastard Narukami Subaru. If he's dead, he should stay quiet and rot in his grave. Every single one of you pisses me off." Hosoi Subaru didn't understand why this guy hated Narukami Subaru so much, and even he never expected that he would wake up in an era filled with fake Narukami Subarus. Then Hosoi Subaru spoke. "There's something I want to ask you. Why do you hate me so much? Is it just because my name is Subaru? And if that's the reason, why do you hate this name so much? Everyone else seems to love it." After hearing Hosoi Subaru's question, Isaac froze for a moment. Then he explained, "Do you know who my father is? He's Reinhardt, a high-ranking player on the 9th floor." Hearing that name, Hosoi Subaru's eyes widened and his heart tightened slightly. He knew that player far too well. Back then, Narukami Subaru had been on the 9th floor and had fought Isaac's father. That man was known as the one-strike swordsman. Everyone had been shocked at the time because Narukami Subaru defeated him with just one slash. As a 9th floor powerhouse, being defeated by Narukami Subaru in a single strike naturally left him full of resentment. And from beginning to end, that entire fight lasted only 3 seconds. When Isaac heard Hosoi Subaru say the name directly, he became completely furious. "You have no right to say my father's name like that." Now Hosoi Subaru finally understood. "So that's why you hate me. Because of that one-hit kill swordsman. But Have you ever thought about how much suffering the old Hosoi Subaru endured because of that? Under your torment, he was almost driven to death. The next moment, Isaac quickly gathered 2 balls of flame in his hands. Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. As his flames spread, Hosoi Subaru's escape route was completely surrounded by fire. Hosoi Subaru sighed inwardly. It looked like this fight couldn't be avoided after all, and he could feel that Isaac was serious. He really wanted to kill him. Just as Hosoi Subaru expected, Isaac said with a furious expression, "I'll bury your body in this sea of flames. The Lizard Man hideout will become your grave. I'm sick of the name Subaru, and that Blue Eye Squad he created, they were nothing but trash. In the end, they all died with him 20 years ago." Hearing that, anger surged inside Hosoi Subaru. Insulting him was one thing, but Isaac had dared to insult his teammates too. Isaac believed the Blue Eye members deserved to die. That thought even made him feel a little better. He's probably rotting in some corner of hell right now, paying for everything he did. The next moment, he launched a fireball attack at Hosoi Subaru. Your name has Subaru in it too, so go die with him. With a loud boom, a massive pillar of flame shot into the sky. The power behind it was definitely no joke. After releasing his strongest attack, Isaac let out a long breath. He covered his face, sounding almost regretful. "This is my fault. I underestimated my own strength and wiped you out in one move." But when he moved his hand away, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "Now that you're taken care of, I'll go find that masked brat next." But then Hosoi Subaru's voice suddenly rang inside his mind. "By mask, do you mean this one?" In the thick smoke ahead, Hosoi Subaru's figure stood there clearly, and now he was already wearing the mask, becoming the true Narukami Subaru. Isaac couldn't believe it. "You blocked my attack with your bare hands?" The figure standing before the sea of flames looked like a god of death. Isaac finally sensed something was wrong. This person was different. He was absolutely not the Subaru he used to know. But while Isaac was frozen, lightning had already gathered around Hosoi Subaru's feet. With a sharp whoosh, Hosoi Subaru disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of Isaac at terrifying speed, and Isaac still hadn't reacted. Then, Hosoi Subaru slammed a brutal punch into Isaac's stomach. The power of that strike made Isaac's eyes widen. How could he be this strong? After taking that punch, Isaac dropped heavily to his knees. In an instant, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Hosoi Subaru looked down at him from above. When someone insults those people, it really pisses me off. Isaac still couldn't accept it. "Why are you here?" He refused to believe Hosoi Subaru had become this strong. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru slowly took off the mask. That was just a surprise test. Who do you think is standing in front of you? The crybaby Hosoi Subaru you used to bully? The masked streamer Narukami Subaru? Or Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru? Suddenly, Isaac forced out a laugh. "Stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to say you're that streamer Narukami Subaru?" Even now, he still looked down on Hosoi Subaru. "Don't make me laugh. Lightning isn't that impressive. If trash like you can learn it, then I can learn it too." The next second, flame power quietly gathered in his hand. "Don't tell me you really think that little trick is enough to beat me." Hosoi Subaru felt that this guy was truly beyond saving. The truth was right in front of him, yet he still refused to accept it. As Isaac spoke, the flames in his palm grew stronger, clearly aiming to grab Hosoi Subaru and hold him in place. But what Isaac never expected was that 1 second later, his hand was flying through the air. Hosoi Subaru had released lightning and cut off his arm directly. Seeing that, Isaac's mind was shaken to the core. In truth, from the moment he insulted Hosoi Subaru's Blue Eye teammates, he had already lost the right to live. Letting him ramble this long was already more respect than he deserved. Isaac didn't understand the meaning behind Hosoi Subaru's words at first, but after thinking about them carefully, a terrifying possibility appeared in his mind. The person in front of him was definitely not the old Hosoi Subaru. When exactly had this guy become someone else? Isaac couldn't find the answer, but now, he finally understood one thing. The person standing before him was Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru. But why? How could someone who was supposed to be dead appear inside another person's body? The next second, Hosoi Subaru slashed him directly. After letting Isaac say the last few almost intelligent words of his life, Hosoi Subaru ended him. Game time was over. After finishing everything, Hosoi Subaru slowly walked away. What he had done for Isaac today could already be considered premium service. Not many people receive treatment like that. After Isaac collapsed, Hosoi Subaru said quietly to himself, his life can count as payment for borrowing this body. 2 hours later, inside a restaurant, the staff stared at Hosoi Subaru in disbelief. What exactly is this guy doing? His outfit made him look like a hardcore Narukami Subaru fanatic. Hosoi Subaru had one rule. Streamer Narukami Subaru should never show his face. He absolutely couldn't let his enemies know what he looked like, because that was a major advantage. A moment later, a woman entered the restaurant. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The woman looked a little nervous. "I'm the one who contacted you." She was the guild owner from the live stream guild. "I'm your future manager." Hosoi Subaru quickly stood up and greeted her. "I am the new streamer, Narukami Subaru." The guild owner was extremely happy to see him. After observing Hosoi Subaru up close, she became even more excited. He looked far too similar, almost exactly the same. It seemed he really had survived from 20 years ago, and since he was using a mask to hide his face, there had to be a reason. If he didn't say it, she wouldn't expose it. Hosoi Subaru asked, "Is something wrong?" She hurriedly said, No, let's continue discussing the next steps." The president had once told her that earning a client's trust during the first meeting was extremely important. No matter what she did, she could not seem unreliable, but somehow she seemed to have messed things up the moment they met. This made her so frustrated that she started grabbing her own hair to keep the scene from getting more awkward. Hosoi Subaru quickly found a topic. "Were you also a fan of Narukami Subaru?" The guild owner nodded. "Yes, a complete die-hard fan." So, Hosoi Subaru continued, "I'm not the real one, so please relax." But she seemed to ignore that completely. "I'm also a super hardcore Narukami Subaru fan, and now I'm your fan too." Then Hosoi Subaru heard her ramble on and on. Her exact words were basically this: "I've been watching you since your job hunt stream. I might even be your first viewer. I watched your first solo fight against the one-eyed bats, your caring of Greg's trial, and how you chose a fair fight instead of taking shortcuts. My palms were sweating. But when you defeated the giant instantly with that incredible agility, it felt amazing to watch." Hosoi Subaru felt she was no longer just a viewer. She was basically a super stalker, remembering his stream even more clearly than he did. Then he chuckled. "I didn't expect you to enter my live stream and watch me when I had 0 viewers. That feels kinda weird." The guild owner also admitted it was strange, but maybe that's fate. "That's why I went straight to company headquarters and begged them to sign you." Everything just now had been a fan's admiration for her idol. From here on, she would speak as a professional. First, to earn Hosoi Subaru's trust, she had already prepared the contract. She also knew he was busy, so she went straight to the point. Commercial ads, event live streams, highlight clips, and anything else that could create added value from the Narukami Subaru brand. The company would help him produce all of it. Hosoi Subaru asked directly, "What do I need to do?" She said he only needed to stream like usual. He didn't have to worry about anything else. That was all. Hosoi Subaru felt this was way too much. "Does your guild always give streamers VIP treatment like this?" She explained, "Not exactly. But since you learned lightning magic, your treatment is naturally different. And it's not just our department. The entire company's upper management thinks very highly of you." Then, Hosoi Subaru had another question. "Are all managers like you?" That made the guild owner a little embarrassed. "Other people are much more professional than me, and much more reliable too." Of course, I'm not saying I'm unprofessional. Actually, that wasn't what Hosoi Subaru meant. He simply felt that the guild owner's aura was definitely not that of an ordinary hunter. Had the overall level of hunters really risen this much? Even someone this strong was working as a manager now? This basically meant that from now on, the opponents he faced would only become stronger. He had no time to rest. He had to speed up even more. Meanwhile, the guild owner was still worrying that she must have left an unreliable impression. What if he rejected the offer? If that really happened, should she force the contract through with pure willpower? At that moment, Hosoi Subaru slowly reached out his hand. "I can tell you Ri's someone worth trusting." What he meant was that he agreed to join them and looked forward to working with her. The guild owner was so moved, she nearly cried. This was the first time someone had affirmed her so quickly. After signing with the guild owner, Hosoi Subaru started his live stream the next day and prepared to enter the trial. But not long after, he realized there were already 700 viewers in his stream. That shocked him. The stream had only just started. So how were there already so many viewers? Was this the guild's promotion at work? And the truth was exactly what he thought. The guild owner had frantically gathered friends and family to share his live stream, while some company staff were also helping promote it. Hosoi Subaru chuckled. Looks like choosing this guild really was the right decision. Now, let's start the game. The system notified him. Legendary stage is about to begin. At that moment, anxious sighs came from inside a tent. More than a dozen figures had already gathered there. They were Scarface, Peleus, and the others, currently discussing how to hunt down the giants. Peleus asked Scarface, "Has our benefactor awakened?" Scarface replied, "Not yet." Soon, someone began questioning the decision. Is trusting someone who isn't even a knight really wise? They all felt Hosoi Subaru couldn't possibly have killed the giants. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, there was a good chance they had been fooled. Peleus was furious. "All of you, shut your mouths. How dare you question our benefactor?" Just then, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Sir Peleus." Episode 15. Peleus looked up and saw Hosoi Subaru standing just outside the tent. He hurried to the entrance to greet him. "Have your injuries recovered?" Hosoi Subaru said he was fine now and could walk freely without any help. Everyone looked at Hosoi Subaru and fell into thought. After a new viewer entered the livestream, they said, "So he's the one who defeated the giant leader? Honestly, he doesn't look strong at all. And that mask is suspicious as hell." Hosoi Subaru moved his body slightly and replied, "Sounds like you still don't believe I did it. Or maybe you just don't want to believe it." This function was something the guild owner had taught him. By striking a preset pose, he could adjust the main control frequency, allowing only the livestream viewers to hear his voice. He didn't expect it to be this convenient in a boring situation like this. Someone in the chat commented, "Don't get too full of yourself." Then, someone tried to reach out and introduce himself to Hosoi Subaru. The old man said his name was Dale. "Nice to meet you." Hosoi Subaru responded politely. Dale said he had been guarding the village at the time, but everyone there had been crushed to death, and the thing that crushed them was that thing. Hearing him say that thing, Hosoi Subaru felt a thought stir in his mind. Could there be something even more dangerous than giants here? Dale explained, "As you know, true giants were the beings that once waged war against the gods. After being sealed away somewhere, they vanished. The giants we see now are mostly remnants, formed from the will and traces left behind by those original giants. But the giant that appeared after you defeated the leader was different. That thing was closer to the giants from legend. I never expected something like that to actually exist." The livestream viewers started discussing it. Are they talking about a monster from the 8th floor? Everyone inside the tent sank into a heavy atmosphere of fear, pressure, and panic, because they had no way to deal with the newly appeared giant. Hosoi Subaru said this was a minor problem. If a new enemy had appeared, then they just had to defeat it. After hearing that, the people seemed to regain some confidence. But the haters in the livestream started talking again. "You sure sound confident. Just don't die without even knowing how it happened." Sir Peleus shouted. "Then allow me to explain. There was an ancient legend that had been passed down to this day. At the peak of the Millennium Mountain that towered into the clouds, fragments of lightning were said to be hidden, and Peleus believed only one person could find them. That person was Hosoi Subaru. Meanwhile, in another village, raging flames rose into the sky as the villagers fled for their lives. In front of them, countless giants were attacking. Behind those giants stood an especially massive long-haired giant. It said it would avenge its son. Then it grabbed one of the village soldiers. With just a slight squeeze, it crushed the soldier's body. It swore that it would use human blood to let its son rest in peace. Not far away, Hosoi Subaru stared hard at that figure. This thing really did seem different from the previous giants. It looked much stronger. The live stream viewers were completely terrified too. Why is that thing so huge? Hosoi Subaru pulled the reins, his mind racing as he tried to figure out how to deal with this giant. Someone in the live stream told him not to continue the mission. If he kept going, he would definitely die. That giant was not something he could handle easily. Hosoi Subaru recalled what Peleus had told him earlier. The giants will arrive here in about 3 days. If you still haven't found Thunder by then, I want you to evacuate. That is the only way out. Soon, Hosoi Subaru arrived at the Thousand Year Mountain. To kill the giant, lightning was absolutely necessary. This was probably the core of the entire trial. Although he was not that strong right now, he had absolute confidence. In this tower, there was no stage he couldn't clear. After saying that, Hosoi Subaru cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did I say my old catchphrase? Sure enough, someone in the livestream chat seemed to remember something. I feel like I've heard that line somewhere before. It sounds really familiar. Fortunately, they didn't notice anything strange. Soon, a bunch of mission prompts appeared in front of Hosoi Subaru, and more generous viewers started tipping him. Hosoi Subaru pulled the reins and arrived at the foot of the Millennium Mountain. According to Peleus, the lightning fragments were probably hidden here, but now he had a new problem. How was he supposed to obtain them? Hosoi Subaru touched the mountain rock and found that it was many times harder than ordinary stone. Helios had told him before that lightning fragments only existed in legend. Whether they were a special power, an item, or even a person, no one in reality knew. Unfortunately, aside from the mountain's location and the legend itself, they knew nothing else. But one thing was certain: the person who once wielded lightning had wiped out the giants in one strike. Meanwhile, outside the trial, the guild owner received a call from the president. She happily said that she had successfully signed the contract. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Excellent work. Then, the president told her to keep it up and said he would send some targets her way later. After ending the call, the guild owner excitedly lay down on her bed, ready to watch Hosoi Subaru's livestream. Watching his livestream was now one of her favorite things to do. Soon, she opened the stream. But then she saw what Hosoi Subaru had just said. "In this tower, there is nothing I cannot clear." The guild owner's heart tightened. She suddenly sat up. This guy? Seriously? Did he just say what was on his mind? That line had belonged to him 20 years ago. And now, 20 years later, he had said it again in front of so many people. The guild owner felt a faint sense of unease. Was something going to happen? Meanwhile, at the foot of the 1,000-year mountain, Hosoi Subaru filled his entire body with thunder power, preparing to try the method he had just thought of. With a loud boom, he punched the mountain surface. Let's see which of us is tougher. Then, he pulled his fist back and charged his strength. Hosoi Subaru poured all his power into his fist and slammed it heavily into the mountain. Crackling lightning and thunder echoed without end. A moment later, several small fragments fell out from the broken stone. Hosoi Subaru chuckled. "Finally found you. Lightning fragments." The reason he did this was because he had felt a powerful thunder force pulling him in. And, just as he guessed, there was a door inside the mountain cave, and the power he had felt was coming from beyond that door. Hosoi Subaru stepped forward without hesitation. Even the livestream viewers were surprised by this scene. It was their first time seeing something like this too. Soon, Hosoi Subaru arrived below the door. He slowly reached out his hand. The instant his fingers touched the stone door, he felt an electric current respond. The system notified him. Lightning is generating. At the same time, Greed Wedge was resisting the thunder recoil. Hosoi Subaru gathered lightning in his hand without hesitation. The thing he wanted had to be inside this door. Earlier, he had felt a pull of lightning from outside. It was probably this thing calling to him. If that was the case, then his best response was to shatter the door with even fiercer lightning. A terrifying thunder force erupted from Hosoi Subaru and slammed into the crack of the door. Under the corrosion of the lightning power, the stone door began trembling violently. Soon, he discovered that a gap had opened in the stone door. Just as he expected, the door had really opened. He never expected this trial to be hidden so deeply. If he hadn't felt the pull of thunder, he never would have guessed that this door was hidden inside the mountain. Hosoi Subaru lifted his foot and slowly walked inside. He would walk the path he had once walked before, this time accompanied by the roar of thunder. After he entered the stone door, it closed again. If he didn't complete the stage inside, he would never be able to leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Helios was still discussing countermeasures with several commanders. Dale, standing nearby, asked him, "Do you really believe that man can obtain the power of thunder?" Pelias had no doubt. He absolutely can. If he can't do it, then no one else in this world can. Dale was surprised that Pelias trusted an outsider this much. Pelias explained, "He has already proven himself with his strength, so I have no reason to doubt him." But then Dale heard another voice. "Even if he masters thunder, it won't change anything. We are all going to die." They turned and saw a military officer hiding in the corner, trembling. From his point of view, he had personally witnessed how powerful that giant was, so he believed no one could defeat it. Pelias comforted him. "Don't think too much. No matter what, we can't give up this easily. So please believe in that man. He will create a miracle." The officer completely broke down. "That's easy for you to say. You can't even imagine how terrifying that giant is." At this moment, he had already picked at his fingers until they bled, but he didn't even care. Just then, a loud noise erupted outside the tent. The violent tremor even made the cups on the table shake. Soon, a soldier rushed into the tent. "Bad news. That giant is attacking." In that instant, everyone in the tent lost their composure, their faces filled with shock. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Hosoi Subaru stayed on full alert. After entering, he didn't know what the thing pulling him here wanted him to do. He walked through the cave for a long time, but found nothing. One viewer in the livestream said, "It's not that there's nothing there. The lightning is just too fast to see. That was correct. Before discharge, lightning was only scattered electric charge, so ordinary people couldn't see it. And that included Hosoi Subaru, because the speed of the charge was beyond what the naked eye could capture. So Hosoi Subaru slowly closed his eyes. 3 days later, he finally sensed even stronger lightning calling to him from the depths of the cave. Hosoi Subaru suddenly opened his eyes as if he had thought of something. He bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. Then he quickly threw it forward. Just as he guessed, invisible lightning filled the air and spread in every direction. The deeper he went, the stronger its reaction became. Very soon, the stone he had thrown was turned into powder by the speed-enhanced force. The livestream viewers were stunned when they saw it. Cold sweat appeared on Hosoi Subaru's face. Looks like this is seriously dangerous. It seemed this stage was testing endurance. If he couldn't withstand the trial, he would die here. Soon, someone in the livestream started cheering him on and issued a 100-point mission. Then another viewer followed with a mission. You should reach the top here, or you'll lose the thunder you just learned. Many people were supporting him. This time, the total mission reward reached 3,000 points. So Hosoi Subaru made up his mind and took one step forward. In an instant, lightning flashed all over his body. He first thanked everyone for their mission rewards, then said he would definitely complete the task. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shigure was watching Hosoi Subaru's livestream. From the moment Hosoi Subaru started streaming, Shigure had secretly entered the livestream. Just then, his door was opened by a woman. Reina suddenly walked in, scaring Shigure so badly that he quickly turned off the livestream. Reina looked confused. "Why are you hiding your phone? Don't tell me you were looking at something dirty." Shigure said, "I'm not hiding anything. I just happened to turn off my phone. My eyes are tired." After that, Reina didn't press him too hard and started saying nonsense about how quiet people grow hair faster. Reina had actually been struggling lately. Ever since Shigure said those words, she had been forcing herself not to watch Narukami Subaru live streams, and she was almost bored out of her mind. Shigure was in no mood to chat with Reina. He just wanted to get back to the live stream, so he asked how long she planned to stay here. That made Reina even more confused. Shigure had never tried to chase her away before. "Am I not allowed to relax on your sofa?" What was that reaction just now? Shigure deliberately raised his voice, trying to make Reina leave sooner. "Reina, what are we eating tonight? Should we have grilled fish? Or grilled meat works too." His piercing voice nearly shattered Reina's eardrums. But Shigure kept shouting, "Go ahead and relax as much as you want. Use the sofa however you like." His hand was gripping the phone's volume button tightly, afraid that even the slightest sound would expose him to Reina. Reina felt that Shigure was acting very strange today. There was definitely something going on, so she got ready to leave. "Fine, I'm not dealing with you. Do whatever you want." Seeing her go, joy appeared on Shigure's face. He even pretended to be polite and said, "You can stay and have some bread. Lie down if you want." But Reina no longer wanted to deal with him. With a loud bang, Reina slammed the door shut. Shigure thought to himself, "That was close. She almost caught me." Then he quickly went back to watching the live stream. If Reina found out he was watching Subaru's live stream, she would definitely cause a huge scene. He didn't even dare imagine that level of argument. A sad look appeared on Shigure's face. Even if their positions were reversed, Narukami Subaru probably would never forget them. And after watching until now, Shigure felt this person looked more and more like the captain. Even his way of speaking and his personality were exactly the same. There was only one difference. This person fought desperately for points, which was nothing like the captain. The captain never worked hard for money. Thinking of that, Shigure chuckled. "I don't know who you are, but either way, you really are like him." Completely focused on the live stream, Shigure failed to notice that a hand had already landed on his shoulder. He slowly turned his head, only to realize Reina had suddenly doubled back. This move had caught him completely off guard. Reina stared at him with a dark expression. "I knew you were acting weird. Did you really think I didn't notice? You're still 100 years too early to fool me." Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru opened the path of thunder. Every step he took would trigger a thunder attack. The moment lightning struck him, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him, showing 2.3%. The feeling was familiar to Hosoi Subaru. He had dealt with lightning more times than he could count. Then he took another step forward. In a way, the path was actually pretty friendly. It had even shown him the goal. But the livestream viewers were confused. "Why isn't he running?" Hosoi Subaru said, "From this point on, I probably won't be able to chat with you anymore." His figure slowly moved forward. To him, reaching the end was only natural. The damage from the lightning was definitely no joke. Even his palm had already been burned black. But this still wasn't enough to stop him. At the same time, Hawkeye was also watching his live stream. From the moment Hosoi Subaru went live, Hawkeye had been watching his every move. Earlier, the president had told Hawkeye that they had gone through a lot of effort to invite Narukami Subaru to collaborate with him. This was no small matter. After all, no one even knew how long it had been since President John personally handled content. John had told Hawkeye many times before. When it came to the business side of live streaming, one person alone could only complete half the job. Hawkeye had chuckled at the time. Popularity only drives players in certain fields, and players of similar types. After going around in circles, what John really wanted to say was simple. Narukami Subaru was not just a streamer, he was a real hunter. Although he was a rookie streamer, his live stream had the style of practical combat, recorded from a spectator's point of view. So John believed this was an opportunity they had to seize. They had to ride that comet upward and turn Hawkeye into a star rising beside him. Those words truly stunned Hawkeye. But a moment later, golden light appeared in his eyes. Boss is right. This really is an incredible opportunity. Because Hawkeye desired fame more than anyone else. He wanted to hang like a star in the vast galaxy. From the day he entered the live streaming world, that had been his only dream. Then he stretched out his hand, wondering if he could ever become like them. But at that moment, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Why was he thinking about all this nonsense during work? So he quickly stood up and checked Hosoi Subaru's livestream. One look was enough to scare him. Is this guy insane? Who gave him the guts to do this? At this moment, Hosoi Subaru had already walked a great distance under the pressure of the lightning. During that time, his skin had been burned by the lightning. His arms were the same. Even though they were scorched, he hadn't made a single sound. Hosoi Subaru slowly lifted his foot, preparing to take another step. With a loud rumble, his foot landed heavily, and countless bolts of lightning surged from the ground through the soles of his feet into his body. Hosoi Subaru mobilized every bit of strength in his body to resist the lightning, but this attack felt even more violent than the last one. After a while, he finally endured it, gasping for air over and over again. He discovered that the stronger the lightning was, the deeper it penetrated his body. At this point, he should have enough. The amount of lightning accumulated inside him was already extremely high, and Hosoi Subaru also realized that the lightning had begun flowing into the central meridians and every fine channel inside his body. At the same time, the system progress bar reached 20.7%. When the progress reached 1/5, his meridians underwent lightning purification. In other words, it was the legendary meridian purification. Each time lightning flowed through his meridians, some of it remained inside his body and became his mana. But part of it would also escape, so he had to grab onto it with everything he had and turn it into his own power. The two central meridians were channels running through the front and back of the body's center. The fine channels were tiny pathways spread throughout the entire body. Once the fine channels opened, it meant the terminal pathways had been cleared. In other words, inner power could now reach every corner of the body. Right now, Hosoi Subaru was using this body to skip the long process of evolving those fine channels. He was taking a shortcut. Unlike before, when he had taken countless detours, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He could feel that he was badly injured. Normally, he would use his own magic to complete this step. Relying on lightning made the process easier, but the pain was still impossible to describe. Everywhere Hosoi Subaru walked, he left a trail of blood. But he never looked back. He only kept moving forward because he knew that until he reached the end, he absolutely could not stop. Just then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Elsewhere, the guild owner was leaning against the wall, watching her live stream, with worry filling her eyes. Even through the phone screen, she could tell how difficult this stage was. Even the guild owner could see that Hosoi Subaru was opening his fine blood vessels. It was her first time seeing someone do this. He was moving his body while relying not on his own magic or inner power, but on an external force to forcefully break through. The pain had to be beyond imagination. Under normal circumstances, a person would barely be able to sit upright, let alone keep walking. They would have passed out long ago. Even if death inside an event wouldn't carry over to reality, the pain itself was completely real. Watching Hosoi Subaru's stream, the guild owner's body trembled slightly. Why are you going this far? Although she couldn't understand it, she hoped Hosoi Subaru would return safely as soon as possible, and that his mind would not be damaged. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru kept receiving system notifications. Progress 50%. Meridians evolving. Mana +1. Thunder power surged through his body. At that moment, for some reason, sadness rose in Hosoi Subaru's heart. He thought of the arrogant version of himself from the past. He was practically the murderer who had killed them with his own hands. Back when he challenged the 10th floor, he had sworn to his teammates that there was no stage he couldn't clear. He had confidently told them not to worry. As long as he was there, they would all be safe, because the final winner would definitely be him. Hearing those words, his team members had shown complete trust in him. Reina and Shigure, who were up front, trusted him even more, because they were the ones who understood him best in the squad. But if not for his arrogance, they never would have been wiped out. If he hadn't said those careless words back then, if his pride hadn't driven them forward, they never would have died. The source of all that sin was him. None of them should have died. And then there was that bastard Suki. One day, he would cut Suki to pieces. Back then, Suki had pointed it out directly. You people are far too full of yourselves. That is your biggest problem. When Suki's face appeared in his mind, endless energy erupted from inside Hosoi Subaru again, driving his body forward. All of it was his fault. He didn't deserve to be a captain. With a thud, Hosoi Subaru's body fell heavily. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds and his consciousness was blurred. He could pass out at any moment, but he still had not completed the trial. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different scene. He wondered where this was, and somehow, he seemed to have turned back into Narukami Subaru. When he looked back, he saw a group of people camping behind him. They were all members of his former Blue Eye squad. Hosoi Subaru quickly pushed aside the grass around him. He decided that everything happening in front of him had to be a dream. Everyone must still be safe and sound. Soon, he approached the figure at the very back. Just as tears filled his eyes, and he tried to greet them, he choked out. "Why are you guys here? I've been having nightmares every day. They've been eating me alive." But the two of them turned around and said, "Narukami Subaru, it was you who drove us into a dead end." Their appearance startled Hosoi Subaru. "What happened to you?" And it wasn't just them. The girl nearby also spoke slowly. "You said so many grand and heroic things, but why didn't you protect us? Look at how miserably we died." Seeing Chino's expression, Hosoi Subaru's pupils trembled violently. Flames erupted from all of them as they slowly surrounded him. Hosoi Subaru had no way to defend himself. He wanted to explain, but no sound came out. At this moment, they looked like vengeful ghosts coming to collect a debt. Watching their bodies burn, Hosoi Subaru felt unbearable pain in his heart. "Don't go. Please stay." He kept moving forward, trying to grab their bodies, but he couldn't hold on to a single one of them. Hosoi Subaru knelt helplessly on the ground and roared again and again. "Please don't go. Please stay. It was all my fault." Then, with a roar, a flash of light passed through his mind. So this was the hallucination they often talked about, the kind that appeared when the fine channels opened. Hosoi Subaru had almost lost control just now. The system showed progress 97%. Fine channel evolution was still in progress. Thunder had now taken residence in his body, and his mana increased by 1 point. When Hosoi Subaru passed the trial, he was, ironically, a little grateful to the designer. She didn't know who had come up with this awful trial, but he thanked that person for reminding him why he was still alive. "Suki, just wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you." Elsewhere, a crowd of civilians was fighting back against the white-haired giant below. This was no longer just a matter for the guards. It now concerned the lives of everyone in the city. A massive figure stood before them. The moment the people saw it, their entire bodies trembled. How could this be something they could fight? Even if all of them joined together, they would probably only become food for that monster. One citizen below said in fear, "This has to be a joke, right? So that masked guy really ran away after all?" Peleus firmly believed otherwise. "Our benefactor will come back. You don't need to panic." Peleus was furious. "You entrusted the fate of this village to a stranger whose name you don't even know? And now you dare doubt him? Honestly, I'm ashamed of you. People like you don't deserve to be knights. You're nothing but cowards who fear death." Just then, someone behind Peleus patted his shoulder. "You're right. These people are nothing but cowards afraid to die." Dale looked at everyone and said, "Before we blame others, we should remember this. Protecting this village is our duty." Then he slowly drew his sword. "Knights are not the ones meant to be protected. We are the ones who protect. Those with courage, charge with me." The next moment Dale moved. Although he was already old, every footprint he left was heavy and firm. Following behind him were Peleus and a few knights who did not fear death. Dale shouted, "Today, let us die as true knights." Meanwhile, on the other side, Hosoi Subaru's progress had already reached 99%. He was almost finished, but at the same time, his body was nearly at its limit. He didn't know if he could survive the final 1%. In front of him, there was a round orb. He didn't know what it was, but judging from the progress bar, that had to be the final 1%. Soon, Hosoi Subaru's fatigue level had risen to 97. If it reached 100, he would die. His mask was almost shattered, and blood kept running down his cheeks. He was only one step away now. He absolutely could not give up here. The system issued a red warning. You must recover your stamina. Continuing to move is extremely dangerous. But Hosoi Subaru ignored the system warning completely and lifted his foot for another step. On the other side, Dale also stepped forward heavily. Today, this old knight would charge at the very front. Even if he died, at least his death would have meaning. Thinking of that, he put strength into his arm. Then, with a sharp slash, his sword cut into the giant's arm. A huge burst of blood sprayed out. The giant let out a scream, as if it had never suffered such a serious injury since the day it was born. Then it lunged at Dale, but Dale dodged easily. Its body was far too massive, which greatly reduced its speed. At the same time, Pelias charged over with his sword. Dale, hold on, I'm coming to support you. He roared and poured all his strength into his sword. Leave the rest to me. He stepped onto the giant's knee. Then he leapt into the air and went straight for the giant's head, which was also its only weak point. In that moment, Pelias looked like a knight beneath the moonlight. He brought his sword down and struck the giant's head with all his force. With a flash of blade light, the giant's head fell. Its body slowly collapsed. No one expected Pelias to be this powerful. With a loud crash, Pelias landed on the ground as well. The knights behind him were overjoyed. As expected of Sir Pelias and Sir Dale, they finally brought it down. After saying that, several knights even rushed forward and kept stabbing the giant's body. You filthy monster. Just die already. Pelias looked at Dale. This was all thanks to you. The most dangerous one you warned us about is dead. We can finally breathe. But Dale only said one word. No. With a serious expression, he said, that is not the monster I was talking about. At that moment, several soldiers were still laughing, saying the giant was nothing to fear. But the next second, their expressions froze. A massive foot had already stepped down on one soldier's head. Then his body was crushed flat under that foot. At last, Pelias and Dale saw the appearance of the newcomer clearly. Dale quickly said, that is the monster I was talking about. Pelias' face changed dramatically. This thing is on a completely different level. How are we supposed to fight that? Everyone, run! Meanwhile, on the other side, Hosoi Subaru's progress had reached 99.99%. He reached out with difficulty toward the glowing orb. The instant he grabbed it, his progress finally reached 100%. Hosoi Subaru said quietly in his heart, I'll finish all of this, then go to hell and apologize to you, and I'll bring Tsuki's head as a souvenir. Gradually, several bolts of lightning around him began gathering toward the orb. The next second, massive lightning wrapped around Hosoi Subaru completely. This was something he had not expected. But even after being struck by lightning, he still did not fall. Now, it was finally over. He had completed the evolution. But at that moment, Hosoi Subaru's pupils suddenly trembled. He felt that something inside his body was wrong. When he focused carefully, he discovered countless bolts of lightning violently crashing through his body. The system notified him. Fine channel evolution complete. Magic amplification rate increased by 20%. All skill activation speed increased by 20%. All stats +2. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru was honestly speechless. He never expected the system to hit him with that at the very end. At least let him explain the power of the final strike to the livestream viewers first. With a thud, Hosoi Subaru collapsed heavily onto the ground. His head tilted to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep. The system announced Stage 6 Legend has been cleared. When John saw this, cold sweat broke out across his forehead. No matter how reckless someone was, there had to be a limit. John tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Looks like he isn't exactly suited for live streaming. Just then, Hawkeye suddenly called him. John picked up and said he was watching Subaru's live stream. Hearing that, Hawkeye became completely excited. That guy is insane, right? John told him to calm down and explain properly so everyone could understand. Hawkeye burst out laughing. That guy is really going to become a star, both as a player and as a streamer. John was confused. Do you really think so? I feel like he's more of a player than a streamer. But how could John know what Hawkeye was thinking? That was exactly the point. That was the core concept the viewers were chasing in this live stream. Someone closer to the real Narukami Subaru. After all, the real Narukami Subaru had never been a streamer. He was a true player through and through. In other words, they were about to witness the birth of a true Narukami Subaru. Hearing that, John finally understood what he meant. So this is a legend unfolding in real time. The live stream was still going. After who knew how long, one hand pressed against the ground and slowly pushed itself up. The viewers were all shocked. I can't believe he's still alive. Hosoi Subaru's gaze was still a little unfocused, so he quickly called up his status window and checked his fatigue level. He found that his fatigue was now at 81, still 19 points away from 100. It was much lower than before. Looks like higher stats really did help. As for that unexpected lightning strike, it had nearly killed him, but the result didn't seem too bad. Since Hosoi Subaru had completed the challenge, all the mission points viewers had tipped him earlier entered his wallet. But with his current skill, he still wasn't a match for that monster in a head-on fight. It seemed the key to defeating the giant was the lightning in his hand. The system notified him, this is an ancient spear carved from lightning. A single throw can unleash terrifying power. It can only be used once. The livestream viewers were stunned. A top-tier weapon like this actually appeared here? Even if it was a one-time item, something like this shouldn't appear on the 8th floor, let alone this early. Then Hosoi Subaru placed it into his inventory. He said to the viewers, high-level items can change form when certain conditions are met. The viewers were confused. Why do you know that? Have you studied the higher floors before? Hosoi Subaru ignored them and told them to follow him to kill that monster. He would shatter its body with lightning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peleus stared in shock at the massive figure ahead. In front of them, a single eye was staring down at them. Just one eye was already that huge, so it was hard to imagine how enormous its body was. The giant suddenly raised its head. Its body was as large as a mountain. The giant let out a roar. The system announced, the giant seed has devoured the giant's record. Meanwhile, below, a soldier named Ifi kept running toward the giant. Peleus was shocked. What are you doing? Ifi said in despair. Didn't I tell you? You people don't know anything. Then he crawled to the giant's feet. He had completely given up and could only kneel at the giant's feet, begging it to spare his life. But the giant only glared at him fiercely. You killed my son. How could I possibly spare you? Sir Dale couldn't bear to watch anymore. You bastard, stand up. Do you even know what you're doing? But he failed to notice that a massive foot was already stepping toward them. By the time Dale realized it, it was too late. In that moment, he even regretted saving that soldier. Peleus shouted, run! What are you still standing there for? But as soon as he finished speaking, Dale and that soldier died right in front of him, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. Peleus' body trembled, but he quickly forced himself to recover. Under this crushing pressure, he absolutely could not break down. Looking around, he realized every escape route had been cut off. Outside the village walls were countless giants towering into the clouds. Inside the village were only the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the injured. They had no fighting strength at all. Peleus truly did not want to witness a one-sided massacre caused by an overwhelming gap in power. So he gritted his teeth and said in his heart, I'm sorry. Then he shouted, long-haired monster, I know who killed your son. I know exactly who did it. Hearing this, the long-haired giant really did stop. Then it slowly bent down. Knight, tell me who killed my son. Compared to it, Peleus' figure was not even the size of an ant. Under that immense pressure, Peleus couldn't stop trembling. With shaking hands, he drew his sword. Then the tip of his blade pointed west. Peleus said calmly, the human who killed your son went that way. He's on that small mountain. Hurry up and kill him. The reason he went there was to gather power so he could destroy you and your kind. In his heart, he kept praying, take the bait. Please take the bait. Hurry up and leave this place. Spare the women and children in the village. The giant looked in the direction his sword was pointing. Then it suddenly turned its head back, anger appearing on its face. Your words are full of lies. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? The murderer of my son is not there. You merely pointed that worthless sword in a random direction. Being roared at by the giant, Peleus was terrified to the core. Just as the giant was about to attack, powerful thunder erupted from the mountaintop. Out of curiosity, the giant turned to look and realized there really was someone there. Peleus' face filled with shock. He really succeeded. I knew our benefactor was someone who could create miracles. On that small mountain, clouds churned violently as lightning flashed across the sky. That lightning was released by Hosoi Subaru from the mountaintop, and its purpose was to lure the long-haired giant. It had to be said that Peleus had made the right choice. He had successfully bought time by holding the long-haired giant back. The system announced, Stage 7, Thunder, is about to begin. This was probably the final stage. Hosoi Subaru stood on the small mountain, staring at the town ahead. As long as he killed them, this mission would end. Someone in the livestream reminded him, that giant seems many times larger than the last one. Hosoi Subaru thought that if something even bigger than the previous giant had appeared, then this could no longer be considered true second-floor content. The viewers told him to run immediately. A monster like this was definitely not something he could kill. Hosoi Subaru said it was fine, he still had a chance. Then he quickly took the item out of his inventory. He didn't need to overthink it. He only needed to land one hit. Right now, he couldn't defeat it head-on, so if he wanted to bring it down, he had to finish charging before it arrived. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru activated the lightning spear. Then, a black spear appeared in his hand. This spear was made from lightning itself. But because of that, his fatigue value also began rising non-stop. Just as he expected, his skill level was still too low to use a legendary item with ease. As his fatigue kept soaring, the spear in his hand had already activated to 50%. Even so, his body had to endure it. Someone in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. Ever since you learned lightning magic, why have you been suffering non-stop? At this moment, Hosoi Subaru stared hard at the massive figure ahead. At the same time, the monster also locked eyes with him. Hosoi Subaru waved the spear in his hand and made an extremely provocative gesture. I'm the one who killed your son. If you've got the guts, come take revenge. At this moment, the activation rate was only 78%. Those words completely enraged the long-haired giant. Today, I'll make you pay for my son's life. Looking toward the direction of the lightning, sadness rose in its heart. My son, you must have suffered so much. Now your father will avenge you. I'll make them repay your life many times over. Then its footsteps grew faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it rushed forward 500 meters, its face filled with overwhelming hatred. The final battle had begun. The long-haired giant roared hysterically. It was extremely fast. In just a few steps, it would reach Hosoi Subaru. But the lightning spear in his hands still had not finished forming. On top of the mountain, countless bolts of lightning from the sky gathered into his spear. Hosoi Subaru's odds against the long-haired giant were probably 50-50. But the livestream viewers felt he had no way to hit it. Even if he landed the hit, it might not kill the giant instantly. What they didn't know was that for Hosoi Subaru there were only two outcomes: hit or miss. That was all. First, he had to lock his eyes on the target and never look away. His squad member had taught him this before. No matter what the target was, never let it leave your sight. And then, the spear throw would begin. Only by forgetting the throw itself, forgetting the so-called perfect arc, and throwing away every useless thought, could one predict the target's movement. But for Hosoi Subaru, he didn't need any of that. Trajectories, techniques, all of it could go to hell. He was different from other spear users because he was not Okami Subaru. Being praised like that made Hosoi Subaru feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, the lightning spear's activation rate had reached 95.2%. As long as he waited a little longer, he could end the battle, and Hosoi Subaru's eyes remained locked firmly on the long-haired giant. Soon, the long-haired giant drew closer and closer, but Hosoi Subaru still did not rush to throw the spear. The livestream viewers were losing their minds. What are you doing? Why haven't you fired yet? If you hesitate any longer, you're dead. Hosoi Subaru knew he absolutely could not rush. If he got impatient, he would lose everything. The long-haired giant before him seemed completely unafraid of his lightning and climbed upward at terrifying speed. Then its massive foot slammed heavily into the rock wall. With one kick, the long-haired giant launched itself into the air. As it leapt into midair, Hosoi Subaru's eyes stayed locked on it. His chance was almost here. At that moment, the final bit of lightning power from the sky gathered into his lightning spear. The next moment, the system notified him that the spear's activation rate had reached 100%. That meant he could finally counterattack. Hosoi Subaru adjusted his body into the best possible throwing stance. He had only one chance. If this failed, he would be the one to die. The long-haired giant's face was almost twisted out of shape, and its palm was already reaching toward him. Hosoi Subaru was also ready to fire. No matter what, he had to win with one strike and give it no chance to counterattack. So in that instant, Hosoi Subaru threw the spear in his hand without hesitation. With a thunderous explosion, massive flames formed a mushroom cloud in the air above the mountaintop. The long-haired giant's eyes were filled with fear, and burning tears even welled up in them. It simply couldn't believe the spear's power was this terrifying. Hosoi Subaru slowly walked to the place where the long-haired giant had stood. The final victor was him. This scene sent the live stream into complete madness. He actually landed a perfect hit. That's way too strong. After watching this stream, I feel like my whole life was worth it. The system announced, Thunder Stage 7 has been cleared. In the end, all of Hosoi Subaru's attributes increased. He also obtained a rare item, the Heart of Thunder. So this was the Heart of Thunder. Even Hosoi Subaru was seeing it for the first time. Just then, the Heart of Thunder erupted with blinding light. The light was so intense that Hosoi Subaru could barely open his eyes. But when he opened them again, he found himself in another space. In the sky ahead of him, there was an unimaginably massive giant shadow. Hosoi Subaru was shocked. This pressure was terrifying, and for some reason, he couldn't make a sound. Even his body was completely unable to move. Could this be the pressure of a giant? At that moment, the system panel kept displaying notifications. Many question marks are watching you. The long string of messages completely stunned Hosoi Subaru. Who were these people? Could these giants be trying to tell him something? Was that why they had brought him here? Hosoi Subaru guessed that the source of all these clues was probably the Heart of Thunder. When he returned to the original place again, it was already morning. The system announced main storyline Thunder is about to begin. Hosoi Subaru could use the Heart of Thunder to search for clues in the village. There were still quite a few people waiting in the live stream. Wasn't he already done? Why is he still sitting there? Hosoi Subaru looked up at the sunrise in front of him and finally realized that he had passed out again. He slowly stood up. As for what had just happened, he would not chase after it for now. The priority was getting back. He almost forgot one thing. He still hadn't claimed his points. After completing this mission, there should be a lot. Sure enough, when he claimed them, he discovered there were tens of thousands of points in total. Right now, he had more than 40,000 points altogether. The livestream viewers wanted to see the Heart of Thunder. Hosoi Subaru said he was very tired and needed to rest early, so he would see them next time. When they met again, he would show it to them. Then he directly ended the live stream. After going offline, Hosoi Subaru went to a tavern. Sitting in front of him was the guild owner. She had already been talking non-stop in front of him for more than half an hour. She was extremely satisfied with his performance in yesterday's live stream, and the view count had even exceeded 3,000. But Hosoi Subaru really hadn't noticed the 3,000 viewers. After all, he had been focused on the trial the entire time yesterday and hadn't had time to check the data. She also said his timing for ending the stream had been perfect. From a certain perspective, his fatigue had actually helped him. Her explanation felt a little familiar to Hosoi Subaru. It was like cutting off at the exact moment the audience was most curious, making them want to watch the next episode of a drama. But what Hosoi Subaru said next made the guild owner's expression tense up. He said he planned to check the rewards together with the viewers during his next live stream. So this should count as a little performance, right? The guild owner smiled slightly. Looks like you're really starting to understand. Then the guild owner said she had actually brought him a gift today, and it was an excellent one. She said confidently, "This is a gift you absolutely won't be able to refuse. Search for a live streamer named Hawkeye on your phone. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's the hottest commentary streamer right now." Hosoi Subaru nodded. "I saw him comment on me before." Soon, he found Hawkeye's live stream. There were more than 9,000 people online. Hawkeye said today's topic should be easy for everyone to guess. The viewers naturally knew today's topic had to involve Narukami Subaru. Then Hawkeye revealed the title, The Second Narukami, or Will He Become the Original? I will explain it step by step. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes passed. Hosoi Subaru kept watching Hawkeye's live stream. Hawkeye said in the stream, during that painful trial, this guy, in other words, while taking on the test, he also placed an additional trial on himself. Across from him, the guild owner stared at Hosoi Subaru with a flushed face. Every time she met him, it felt like a date, and this time they were even meeting in such an atmospheric tavern. As Hawkeye continued, he eventually reached his summary. On this point, he said there was nothing more to add, so he would sum it up in one sentence. That made Hosoi Subaru curious. How exactly would someone like Hawkeye describe him in one sentence? Hawkeye slowly said, "The result needs no explanation. He is Narukami Subaru himself." Wow. He had actually guessed it directly. Hosoi Subaru looked at the guild owner again. Did she think the same thing? What he didn't know was that the guild owner had actually known for a long time. The day she saw his live stream, she had already figured out his identity. She just never said it out loud. Just then, the guild owner leaned closer to Hosoi Subaru and chuckled. "Can I ask you something?" Hosoi Subaru told her to go ahead and said he would answer honestly. As she spoke, she became shy. "I know this is a strange thing for your manager to ask, but I still want to know, so I'll just ask directly. Do you have a girlfriend?" To keep things from getting too awkward, she quickly added, "Also, why did you want to become a live streamer?" Sure enough, the moment she asked those two questions, the atmosphere between them completely changed. After a long silence, the guild owner broke the awkward mood. "If you don't want to say it, that's fine." Hosoi Subaru nodded. "I don't have a girlfriend, and I only started live streaming for the money." That made the guild owner feel awkward. "Are you sure it's just for money?" In her impression, Narukami Subaru was not someone who cared much about money. But Hosoi Subaru said firmly, "I'm just in it for the money. That's it." The guild owner was completely stunned, her face turning bright red. Money is important, but surely it's not all about money, right? Still, after hearing that Hosoi Subaru didn't have a girlfriend, she was very happy. She quickly apologized. "My brain short-circuited today. I asked you two weird questions." Hosoi Subaru said it was fine. So the guild owner hurriedly changed the subject. "Now let's talk business." While taking out the contract, she said, "The streamer Hawkeye, who you just saw, belongs to Suten. He is a reliable streamer signed for 6 years. His selling point is analytical commentary content, and he has a powerful fan base. He is especially good at discovering talent. Also, the income from Hawkeye's previous live stream and all his future content related to you will be split 50-50 with you. The reason you get a share is because your footage will be used later to create derivative content, including ads, donations, archives, and more." Hearing this, Hosoi Subaru was honestly happy. In that case, a huge amount of income will be coming in. "Ever since I signed with this company, good things have just kept happening." This made the guild owner very happy. "Do you really think so?" Hosoi Subaru answered firmly, "I really do. And honestly, this is a pleasant surprise." In the end, Hosoi Subaru agreed to the guild owner's proposal and signed the collaboration. After finishing everything, he returned home. During offline meetings, maybe he didn't actually need to wear this mask. And maybe he shouldn't emphasize money so deliberately either. The more new relationships he built, the harder it became to decide how much of his real self he should hide. This troubled Hosoi Subaru quite a bit, but the most important thing right now was improving his skill. He upgraded Greed Blade to level 3, spending 40,000 credits. But to upgrade it to level 4, he actually needed 80,000 credits. His current balance was only 120. With that much money required, there was no point sugarcoating it. Money really was his top priority. Fortunately, His collaboration with Hawkeye would begin the day after tomorrow. He should be able to make a decent amount of income from it. Hosoi Subaru reached into the system inventory. Before he figured it out himself, Shigure and the others might hear news about him first. Shigure, he really missed them. Elsewhere, the guild owner was lying on her bed, hugging a pillow. Her face was unbelievably red. Today, the guild owner had asked Hosoi Subaru, and he had clearly said that he didn't have a girlfriend and was only doing this for money. That made her so happy that she kept hitting her pillow out of pure excitement. Especially that line, "Ever since I met you, good things have just kept happening." That sentence hit the guild owner like a critical strike. She was now hopelessly obsessed with Hosoi Subaru. She felt that meeting him in real life only made him seem even more extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor in Noxbella, a fitness fanatic was listening to Hawkeye's live stream. He had just heard Hawkeye say that Hosoi Subaru was Narukami Subaru himself. The fitness fanatic said to the man behind him, "I really don't like that blonde guy, especially the way he casually throws out comments like that." "Who the hell is he?" The man behind him said, "He is a streamer who calls himself Hawkeye. His average viewer count should be around 8,000. The moment he heard the word streamer, the man's face became even more disdainful. He had once tried being a streamer himself, and he was Kurokawa of Blue Zone. But compared to Hawkeye, the man behind him wanted him to focus more on the Narukami Subaru mentioned in the live stream. Kurokawa sneered. "You mean that fake who claims he learned lightning magic?" 10 minutes later, after watching Hosoi Subaru's video, Kurokawa broke out in cold sweat. "This is way too insane. He's almost caught up to the real Narukami Subaru." Sometimes, a person's attitude could change that quickly. Once someone showed something shocking enough, your opinion of them would start to shift. That was exactly what was happening to Kurokawa. He had once heard the Spear Knight of Blue Eye say something. When throwing, the most important thing was to never take your eyes off the target. The man behind him was surprised. "You actually remember something said that casually?" It turned out Kurokawa had been working hard to absorb everything about Blue Eye, including their breathing and every tiny detail. In Kurokawa's eyes, Blue Eye was a group of players standing at the very top, but everyone had ignored one important fact. Blue Eye was not just Narukami Subaru. Every single member had been powerful, and their deaths had always been surrounded by suspicious mystery. Kurokawa wanted to know the truth from 20 years ago. Then Kurokawa turned off the livestream screen. He begged the man behind him not to show him this kind of thing again. Watching it only made him angry, especially that blonde guy. However, this had been an order personally given by the president. Those words shocked Kurokawa. The reason was simple. Lightning was the symbol of Blue Eye, and Blue Eye was the predecessor of Blue Zone, so lightning was extremely important to Blue Zone. At that moment, someone pushed a cart forward. According to the information they had gathered, this streamer was obsessed with money. The next second, he suddenly pulled the curtain off the cart. When Kurokawa saw what was inside, he could hardly believe it. The cart was actually filled with an entire load of gold. The man said, "We have secured enough funds. No matter what, we must bring that man back." Although the value of the gold in front of him shocked Kurokawa, what shocked him even more was that this streamer was apparently a money grubber. That didn't match his expectations at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the village attacked by the giants had already become a ruin. Even so, everyone was working hard to repair it. Now that the giants had been defeated, they were tired, but at least their lives were no longer in danger. Soon, Pelias noticed Hosoi Subaru's arrival. He was overjoyed. "Benefactor, why are you here?" Hosoi Subaru slowly walked toward him. Pelias asked how he was doing. Earlier, when Hosoi Subaru had collapsed outside the village, they had been worried for quite a while. Hosoi Subaru said his head was still a little dizzy, so he wanted to rest a bit more. He also happened to have some things he wanted to ask Pelias, so they agreed to meet at an inn. After that, Pelias prepared to continue working. Hosoi Subaru chuckled inwardly. Pelias really was a good kid. Soon, Hosoi Subaru arrived at the inn first. He said to the livestream viewers, "Let's take a look at what rewards we got." First was the Heart of Thunder. It was a unique growth-type item with no level requirement. It increased lightning resistance by 30% and lightning attack by 20%. Hosoi Subaru couldn't help calling it absurdly powerful. The bonuses were huge. For a lightning user, these stats were practically perfect. This thing was ridiculously strong. If Hosoi Subaru used it properly, he would definitely become even stronger. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. It was probably Pelias, so he told him to come in. What entered his sight was a fruit basket. Hosoi Subaru was confused. "Why did you bring fruit?" The livestream viewers wanted to see the Heart of Thunder. Pelias laughed. "Benefactor, did you sleep well yesterday?" The livestream viewers couldn't take it anymore. Why does this scene feel kind of sweet? After Pelias sat down, Hosoi Subaru patiently listened to what he had to say. Unexpectedly, the legend Pelias had mentioned before turned out to be true. When Pelias saw that light bloom, he knew Hosoi Subaru had saved the entire village. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru opened a pouch on his shoulder and said this was something that had dropped from the giant. Then he showed Pelias the Heart of Thunder. "Do you know where this thing came from?" If you do, can you tell me what it is? I feel like this thing is very special. Pelias said with a shocked expression. I don't know. I have no idea. Hosoi Subaru froze. You looked that shocked just now, and now you're telling me you don't know? Pelias laughed awkwardly. I'm truly sorry. All I know are ancient legends. I'm not even sure whether they are real or what happened afterward. Hosoi Subaru said it was fine, and that Pelias could just tell him anything he remembered. Pelias knew 2 legends in total. The first legend said thunder had once been used to kill giants. And that legend had clearly become reality, with Hosoi Subaru being the one who did it. The second legend said gods and giants had fought over lightning. They went through countless battles over something that seemed similar to the heart of thunder in Hosoi Subaru's hand. Hosoi Subaru was confused. What does that mean? Why would a tiny heart of thunder cause a war between giants and gods? Pelias told him not to overthink it. This was basically a myth within a myth. Gods and giants had fought over control of thunder, and in the end, the giants lost. So this gemstone was probably created intentionally by someone. Hosoi Subaru wanted to know who, but there might not be an answer, because even the legend did not mention it. But the reason was obvious. It was created so humans could use lightning, and so humans would have a reason to do so. That reason was the gods and the giants. They were beings far beyond what mortals could match, absolute supreme existences. This item had been created so humans could oppose them and win. After hearing Pelias' explanation, Hosoi Subaru finally understood the origin of the Heart of Thunder. The system announced, "You have read all forgotten human stories. You have cleared all thunder trials." Hosoi Subaru's thunder level jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. Immediately after, golden light shone from his body. This was the sign that he was about to move to the 3rd floor. And so, under Pelias' shocked gaze, Hosoi Subaru disappeared from that place. As a native of this world, Pelias had no idea what had just happened. 10 minutes later, Hosoi Subaru arrived on the 3rd floor, Ortonal. A golden teleportation circle lit up on the round platform in the center. With a flash, Hosoi Subaru appeared there. The people around him were speechless. Another Narukami cosplayer. When is this trend finally going to die? The system notified him that a generous viewer in the live stream had tipped him points and asked how he felt about the 3rd floor. This made Hosoi Subaru recall some memories from the past. If he had to talk about how he felt, there really was something. If he remembered correctly, this was where he had first met her. Back then, when he first arrived on the 3rd floor, a girl approached him. The girl's name was Reina. Back then, she looked extremely hard to approach. She said she had gotten separated from her teammate and asked Hosoi Subaru if he had seen him. He was about this tall and this bulky. Hosoi Subaru thought about it carefully and realized he really might have seen someone like that. So he pointed in a direction. He went that way. You can try looking over there? Then Reina smiled and walked in the direction he had pointed. But the next second, she froze again, because there were 2 paths in front of her and she had no idea which one to take. Only then did Hosoi Subaru realize that she had no sense of direction. So he suggested, let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway. Reina was very happy. You're such a good person. But now Hosoi Subaru regretted it. If he hadn't walked with her that day, maybe she would not have died. Returning to the present, Hosoi Subaru answered the question. He felt absolutely terrible, and it felt like he had lost something important. The livestream viewers were still teasing him. It's because you left Pelias. That's why you feel that way. Hosoi Subaru pressed the end stream button. Now, he should go collaborate with Mr. Hawkeye. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a restaurant. The person meeting Hosoi Subaru was the president of the livestream guild. This was Hosoi Subaru's first time meeting him. The president told him Hawkeye was also on the way and would arrive soon. Unlike climbing through trials, traveling between floors took a long time. Then he shook Hosoi Subaru's hand. So this was the guild owner's boss. He seemed decent enough. If the guild owner were here, she would definitely say, what a nagging president. Hosoi Subaru shook his hand politely. It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from the guild owner. After John sat down, he chuckled. Normally, he would have the guild owner pass this message along, but today he really wanted to meet Hosoi Subaru in person. After all, Hawkeye had praised a player this highly twice before, so John was very curious. That surprised Hosoi Subaru. What do you mean twice? John said the first one needed no explanation. Naturally, it was Narukami Subaru of Blue Eye. Those words made Hosoi Subaru tense up. Hawkeye had targeted him twice. This guy really had something. John asked Hosoi Subaru whether he had any interest in the Blue Eye Guild. Those words shocked Hosoi Subaru. Seeing his eyes, John knew he was very interested in Blue Eye. In fact, the reason John had asked to meet him today was to talk about this matter. He handed his phone to Hosoi Subaru. 5 days later, a grand tournament would be held on the 3rd floor. After seeing that message, terrifying killing intent radiated from Hosoi Subaru's body. Even the lightning on his fingers began leaking out unconsciously. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Reina discovered that Narukami Subaru's livestream had ended. As she walked, she said, I wonder if Shigure is done too. A few minutes later, Reina appeared in a forest, but something strange was happening. The dry grass was actually covered in frost. As she continued forward, the frost spread wider and wider. Reina looked toward Shigure ahead. "Are you finished over here?" Shigure nodded. In truth, things had ended here a long time ago. He had only been thinking about one thing. Should he let these people go or kill them? Looking around, there were more than a dozen Death Squad assassins standing in front of them. Reina couldn't be bothered to overthink it. Just kill them. We already know who sent them anyway. But Shigure did not want to kill them directly. After all, these were more than a dozen lives. If that guy Tsuki had sent them, he would never send small fry like this. But even if they let them go, that would create serious problems. Reina sighed. "Why are you so indecisive? If our location gets exposed, we're dead." After saying that, Reina took one step forward and slowly activated her ability. At that moment, the ice on the ground condensed into blade after blade. As Reina activated her ability, countless ice blades appeared behind her. With a light push of her finger, all those blades shot toward the ice sculptures in front of her. If she didn't kill them, she might be the one in danger, so she decided to leave none of them alive. Shigure wanted to stop her and tell her not to be so reckless. But Reina kept doing things her own way and had no intention of listening to Shigure. This was not something they could afford to be careless about. Soon, one ice sculpture after another was pierced through by the blades. They crumbled apart like dried clay. Reina killed every single one of them, leaving no survivors. After that, the area had become a clean, empty field. All that remained was to wait for the sun to rise and melt the ice sculptures away. Whether or not they were set by Tsuki, if we let them leave like this, they'll know we're still alive. Can you guarantee every single one of them will keep their mouth shut? That was why Reina couldn't stand Shigure's hesitation. Your indecisiveness really doesn't do you any good. You need to become colder. After finishing things there, Shigure remembered something and took out his phone from his waist. He told Reina to look at it. It was a message he had just received today. After seeing the message, Reina exploded with rage, just as expected. What the hell is going on? Reina's eyes turned ice cold. Those pieces of trash. I'm gonna kill them. Shigure was just as furious about the message, because those shoes were a relic left behind by the youngest member of their team. Yet now, those people were using them as bait. At this point, they could almost confirm that this message was a trap meant to lure them out. It wasn't clever, but it was enough to shake them. Reina's eyes turned vicious. Looks like Tsuki realized we're still alive somewhere in this world. Shigure told Reina to stay calm. This did not mean they would do nothing. They had to take the relic back. Shigure was not good at moving in the shadows, but Reina was extremely good at that kind of thing. Reina turned away angrily. "You're saying too much. Even if you said nothing, I was planning to do it anyway." But at that moment, she grabbed her arm and told her to wait. He did not mean they should recklessly charge in. He meant they had to make a proper plan. The safest method was to wait until the winner was decided, then steal the item afterward. That would be the safest way. The scene shifted back to Hosoi Subaru. John chuckled. "This is a relic of a Blue Eye member. These shoes are the prize Blue Zone has provided for this tournament." He wanted to know if Hosoi Subaru was interested. Hosoi Subaru said he was. In fact, he was very interested. The chill in his voice was already impossible to hide. However, John, who was immersed in excitement, did not notice the coldness in his tone. "That's wonderful. I really didn't expect you to be this interested. This plan depends entirely on your willingness." Then John told Hosoi Subaru that, considering the nature of him live streaming under the name Narukami Subaru, a storyline about chasing Blue Eye's relic would be extremely attractive content. Hearing that, Hosoi Subaru's eyes filled with rage. This man actually wanted to use Shoya's relic as a publicity stunt. Even John, slow as he was, noticed something was off. "Is something bothering you? Is that why your mood seems strange?" Hosoi Subaru immediately suppressed his emotions and said they should go with that kind of storyline. Hearing this, joy appeared on John's face. "If that's the case, then that's wonderful. It will definitely attract a huge number of fans." Hosoi Subaru then stood up and explained that he still had something to do, so he would leave first. As for Hawkeye, they could meet next time. He would look forward to their collaboration. John said from behind him, "We'll be cheering for you in front of the screen every day." But at that moment, Hosoi Subaru's heart was already filled with overwhelming rage. He would never let anyone else get it. Absolutely not. After returning home, Hosoi Subaru began thinking about the tournament. He wanted to know what form the competition would take. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If it was an individual match, he was confident he would win. But thinking about it, he was not in a position to be picky. As long as he could participate, that was enough. Just then, someone knocked on his door. The visitor was the guild owner. Hosoi Subaru slowly got up. He did not expect her to come to his home. Right now, he could not meet her with his real face, so he looked toward the mask on the table. He sighed inwardly. Living with a mask on really was exhausting. When he opened the door, his eyes lit up. Was this really the guild owner he remembered? She looked surprisingly beautiful. It seemed she had dressed up on purpose today. The moment she saw Hosoi Subaru, the guild owner's face turned slightly red. The guild owner never expected that even with her surprise visit, she would still run into Hosoi Subaru wearing his mask. Hosoi Subaru told her not to stand at the door and to come in. That made the guild owner panic a little. "You mean you're letting me into your home?" Seeing how flustered she was, Hosoi Subaru pretended he was about to close the door. "If you prefer talking in the hallway, I don't mind either." So she entered his room. Then "Excuse me." She said "Excuse me," but there was nothing to disturb. Hosoi Subaru did not even have tea to serve her, so she could only sit awkwardly on a chair. The guild owner was shocked when she saw his room. The entire room was unusually empty, with almost no furniture at all. Then she looked back toward Hosoi Subaru, wondering how exactly he lived like this. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru's eyes were filled with seriousness. This guild owner's mana was truly unfathomable. In his eyes, her body was glowing with streaks of red light. With that level of strength, she should not be just the owner of a branch office. Being stared at by Hosoi Subaru made the guild owner feel awkward. "Is there something on my face?" Hosoi Subaru waved his hand. "Your face is perfectly clean. There's nothing there. You just weren't saying anything, so I was preparing to listen to the tournament reference materials." His words made the guild owner freeze. "Right. I almost forgot about that. Sorry. I'll explain the tournament materials now. First, the tournament would use a battle royale format. In other words, multiple people would fight on the same stage at once. The grand prize was the pair of shoes. It was a simple system. Everyone would fight for the prize, and whoever remained standing at the end would win. So it was an individual competition. In that case, wasn't this very favorable for Hosoi Subaru? On top of that, the battlefield would be a virtual trial stage. The requirement to participate was being a third-floor player. The entry fee was 1,000 points, and there was no limit on the number of participants. The guild owner would send past Battle Royale tournament materials to his device. If Hosoi Subaru skimmed through them, he should get a general idea. When he opened his inbox, he found it was filled with related materials. Hosoi Subaru said he would use them as reference and thanked her for the effort. The guild owner told him not to mention it since this was her job. Then the guild owner suddenly became hesitant. "Did you hear something from the president?" "Actually, we received a message from Blue Zone." Hearing that, Hosoi Subaru's heart shook violently. The so-called Blue Zone was the force created by Tsuki. Just thinking about his old enemy being in Blue Zone made anger surge in Hosoi Subaru's heart. The guild owner continued, "The people from Blue Zone want to meet you. Since they couldn't contact you, they sent the email to me. I didn't expect them to start reaching out and notice you this quickly." The guild owner felt that Blue Zone probably wanted to negotiate in person. If they offered better pay, better benefits, and all kinds of conditions than we do. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter and quieter. To reassure her, Hosoi Subaru told her to simply ignore them. Hearing that, the guild owner first looked troubled and said, "I understand." Then she froze. "Wait, what? You want to ignore Blue Zone?" Hosoi Subaru nodded. "I actually have no intention of joining Blue Zone. The same goes for other guilds. I'll stay with you." Hearing this, the guild owner excitedly stood up. "That's wonderful. I'm so relieved. I was really afraid you would join them." At that moment, the relaxed guild owner returned to her usual self and was no longer so restrained. She had been deeply conflicted about whether to tell Hosoi Subaru, but now she was glad she did. After that, the guild owner left and said, "Enjoy your time before the collaboration event begins." Then she closed the door. Seeing how happy she looked, Hosoi Subaru felt like she was celebrating this as if it were her own achievement. With an ordinary employee this invested in company work, it was hard for this entertainment company not to become powerful. The guild owner truly was extraordinary. After leaving, the guild owner was overwhelmed with excitement. She really was liking the Subaru more and more. One day later, John and Hawkeye stood below the grand arena. The two of them had arrived early, waiting for Hosoi Subaru. John asked Hawkeye, "Is this today's plan? A comparison test between the original and the new Narukami Subaru?" Hawkeye laughed. "Sounds interesting, doesn't it?" But John felt that if he lost, this would be a huge blow to Hawkeye. However, Hawkeye did not care. He willingly accepted failure. Since there would be a result, no matter what happened, he had to accept it. To earn the viewer's trust, he had to do this. But looking back on the road he had taken, when had he ever fought a battle he was guaranteed to lose? Seeing Hawkeye so arrogant, John couldn't help laughing. "You say that, but in the end, aren't you still relying on Narukami Subaru?" Hawkeye smiled awkwardly. "I suppose so." Soon, the guild owner brought Hosoi Subaru behind the two of them. The guild owner seemed to be in a very good mood and greeted everyone as soon as she arrived. They were also stunned by her outfit. It was rare to see her dress up like this, especially in a red dress. However, Hawkeye's gaze remained locked on Hosoi Subaru. In his heart, he thought, "I finally get to meet the star that will one day rise and shine in the sky." Hosoi Subaru sighed. "This place is huge. Did you rent it out specifically?" Hawkeye stepped in front of Hosoi Subaru. "I'm Hawkeye. Nice to meet you." Hosoi Subaru exchanged polite greetings with him as well. "I'm Narukami Subaru. Nice to meet you." After seeing Hosoi Subaru, Hawkeye felt like he was seeing Narukami Subaru himself, and he was genuinely moved. John interrupted them. You can slowly build your chemistry after the stream starts. That's how streamers get familiar with each other. Continue the conversation on stream. Soon, Hawkeye started the live stream. The moment he went live, 1,1300 people entered the room. Then the viewer count kept rising, from 2,800 to 4,700, then climbing at an astonishing speed. Soon, it broke past 10,000. This surprised Hawkeye. He had heard the collaboration announcement had become a hot topic in the community, but he did not expect more than 10,000 people to enter right after the stream began. Hawkeye said to the viewers, "The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. I brought that person here today." Then Hosoi Subaru also entered the live stream. "Hello everyone, I'm Narukami Subaru." The viewers immediately started roasting him. "The fake Narukami Subaru is here." Hawkeye began chatting with Hosoi Subaru to warm up the stream. "Viewers, you may not believe this, but I've never seen his face. I'm guessing even my boss hasn't seen it either. Narukami, could there be some secret under that mask?" Soon, the comment section erupted. "He must be too ugly to show his face." Hosoi Subaru felt a little embarrassed. "That's actually not the case. Besides, I'm quite handsome." Soon, many viewers sent large amounts of points just to see his real face, and the comments flooded the screen so fast they were hard to read. Hawkeye was deeply shocked. This guy was making the stream even livelier than Hawkeye's own broadcasts. His influence was far beyond expectations. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru was still greeting and interacting with the viewers. Hawkeye felt that Hosoi Subaru spoke much better than he had expected. Beside them, the guild owner started fangirling again. "My dear Subaru really is such a gentleman." Soon, their livestream audience was approaching 20,000 times. Now it was time to officially get to the main event. A message appeared above Hosoi Subaru's head. "Judgment begins now." With a click, the spotlight shone down on the arena. In front of Hosoi Subaru, countless robots were sitting there. They were his opponents for today. Hawkeye explained to the viewers why he had chosen this method. There were two reasons. First, it was very suitable for measuring control. The second reason was that Hawkeye could prove his claim right here and now. On the scoreboard, first place belonged to Narukami Subaru from 20 years ago. Soon, a viewer tipped Hosoi Subaru, "If you beat them, I'll give you 100 points. Hosoi Subaru rolled his neck with a crack. "If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have accepted this request in the first place. So thanks for the 100 points. So Hosoi Subaru stood below the arena, looked at the scoreboard above, and prepared to begin the test. During the stream, someone issued a credit mission asking him to show his face. But Hosoi Subaru politely turned it down. For him right now, taking off the mask was still too risky. However, as the tips kept piling up, he eventually accepted the mission. If he failed, he would reveal his face. Someone in the live stream started teasing Hawkeye. "Only the rookie gets punished, but you still get to split the mission rewards? Isn't that a little unfair?" Hawkeye also felt they had a point, so all the credits from this mission would go to Narukami Subaru. After Hawkeye received Hosoi Subaru's ready signal, he took out the timer. Then let the game begin, and he immediately pressed the timer. The moment the 3-minute countdown began, a large number of robots charged toward Hosoi Subaru. But in the next second, Hosoi Subaru took a heavy step forward, his aura exploded, and lightning flashed across his hand. The instant their attacks came down, he vanished from where he stood, aiming straight for several heavy robots in the back. His palm clamped down hard on one robot's head. Then he slammed into the ground, smashing that robot to pieces. Hawkeye could hardly believe it. He knew Hosoi Subaru was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. He was already not far behind Narukami Subaru. Then Hosoi Subaru drew the long sword from his back. With a light slash, 4 or 5 robots were cut apart on the spot. Their defenses were practically useless against him. However, the robots seemed to become harder to deal with later on. It was not as easy as he had first imagined. In just an instant, dozens more robots rushed toward him. Hosoi Subaru knew he absolutely could not clash with them head-on. So he leaped into the air and jumped backward. Someone in the live stream commented in confusion, "Aerial combat used to be Narukami Subaru's specialty. I can't believe someone else has learned it now." At that moment, Hosoi Subaru had already locked on to the advanced robots below. Without hesitation, he spun the short blade in his hand. Then he poured all the lightning around him into the blade. After that, he randomly aimed at a robot in the center and drove the force through its body. At that moment, even the stone tiles on the ground caved downward. In one move, Hosoi Subaru killed 26 robots. The robots in front of him were like scrap metal, constantly being destroyed by him. Someone in the comments cried out, "This is way too insane. It's like the real one has descended." The former Dragon Knight scholar was cut down by Hosoi Subaru in one strike, and Beggar Knit was one of the undead. But even it could not withstand Hosoi Subaru's blade. When he looked up, only 13 seconds remained on the countdown. So Hosoi Subaru charged toward the remaining robots. Cold sweat began to form on Hawkeye's forehead. There are only a few seconds left. I wonder if he can still make it. With 5 seconds remaining, Hosoi Subaru finally took down the leader class robot. But the fight was not over yet. There were still many robots in front of him. If he pushed a little harder, he might be able to take down one more. So Hosoi Subaru no longer hesitated and stepped forward. His target was the robot leader ahead. With one thrust, he pierced straight through its throat. Time stopped at the final second. And in the instant the timer ended, the number of robots killed changed from 42 to 43. The system announced test complete, total combo count 43. Earlier, when the guild president saw Hosoi Subaru standing in the arena like a god of slaughter, he already knew there was no way he would lose. Now the awkward part was that Hosoi Subaru and Narukami Subaru were tied for first place. At this moment, the livestream audience had almost reached 40,000. The heat was truly terrifying. Hawkeye laughed. He actually killed that many robots and he even matched Narukami Subaru's score. Hawkeye smiled at everyone in the livestream. This match is a draw. He was just one step away from surpassing Narukami Subaru. As expected, a legend really is hard to surpass. In the end, the livestream had people sending points to Hosoi Subaru, and people sending points to Hawkeye as well, though not as many. Just then, Hawkeye received another message. This message was something he simply could not refuse. Most importantly, the sender had tipped 10,000 points. But when Hawkeye looked at the sender's information, he was even more shocked. Because that person was Reinhardt, the strongest swordsman of the one-strike style. Facing such a major figure, even Hawkeye could not help feeling nervous. But Hosoi Subaru started wondering, why was he watching this stream? Could the one-strike swordsman have already discovered that his son died by Subaru's hands? As it turned out, Hosoi Subaru was overthinking it. The reason Reinhardt tipped him was because he wanted to collaborate. But Hosoi Subaru did not dare collaborate with him. His current strength was still too weak. If Reinhardt discovered something suspicious, Subaru would be dead. Hosoi Subaru scratched his head and looked at the guild owner and the president behind him. Both of them were frantically signaling him not to refuse and to accept the offer. But when Hosoi Subaru turned back, he still rejected it. He said he had to focus on judgment right now, so he could only decline. Beside him, Hawkeye's face had already gone pale, with none of his earlier confidence left. Even the guild owner and the president had the same expression. This guy had way too much guts. The live stream chat was also flooded with question marks. Some of you may not understand what this means. To put it simply, it was like an emperor in ancient times inviting you to split half the kingdom with him, and you rejecting that half of the kingdom. That was the weight of a 9th floor powerhouse. That was exactly why Hawkeye was so shocked. If someone could connect with a 9th floor player, their future path would become incredibly smooth. After Hosoi Subaru walked over to the guild owner and the president asked him, "Why did you reject the one-strike swordsman? This was a massive opportunity for your streaming career." But Hosoi Subaru looked confused. "Is it really that important?" The president said, "Collaborating with high-ranking streamers, especially top-tier streamers, is almost unheard of." Hosoi Subaru gave a soft hum. "So that's how it is. If being ranked is that important, then I can just become a ranked player myself. You don't need to be so shocked." The moment he said that, silence filled the air. The guild owner and the president looked at him like he was crazy. Just how arrogant was this guy? Hawkeye suddenly ran over and broke the silence. "You performed amazingly. Once the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share." Then he scratched his head awkwardly. "Now that the stream is over, can I ask you something? Your condition during the fight seemed a little different. Were you not at your best, or were you injured?" Hosoi Subaru really did not expect Hawkeye to notice. He thought he had hidden it well, but Hawkeye still saw through it. It seemed there was a reason people called him Hawkeye. Hosoi Subaru said, "Whether I won or lost, either result would put me in a difficult position." Hawkeye was confused. "What do you mean? What would put you in a difficult position?" Hosoi Subaru explained, "The highlight of this stream is whether I can surpass Narukami Subaru. That is where the sense of growth comes from. If I won today, I would get temporary heat, sure. But the anticipation surrounding this matchup would collapse, which would be bad for future growth. But if I lost, people would just say, of course he couldn't beat the real Narukami Subaru." That would be expected. Listening to Hosoi Subaru's analysis, sweat began forming on Hawkeye's temple. He had not considered this at all. In this test, Hosoi Subaru needed a result where both sides looked evenly matched. That was why he controlled the kill count. A draw was the only correct answer. The three of them fell completely silent. Hawkeye was the first to speak. "Are you saying that if you wanted to, you could surpass Narukami Subaru?" But Hosoi Subaru did not give Hawkeye an answer. "I don't know that either. After all, I don't understand him, and I don't know the limits of his strength. If we can't change the result now, then this question depends entirely on how people interpret it. As for me, all I need to do is keep streaming. I don't need to do anything else. Someone will hype it up for me." After saying that, Hosoi Subaru left. The three of them were still too stunned by his words to react. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, a fist rose high into the air. Then it slammed down onto the table in front of it. The man had truly been enraged by Narukami Subaru. He was a major figure on the 9th floor, with terrifying strength, yet he had been rejected by an arrogant little brat. anyone would be furious. He was Reinhardt, the president of the Golden Lion Guild. The screen on the floor showed that Hawkeye's livestream had ended. At the same time, someone appeared at his doorway. Hearing the noise, the person at the door hurriedly pushed it open to check the situation. "Lord Reinhardt, what happened?" Reinhardt locked his gaze onto him, eyes filled with killing intent. "Is this the Narukami Subaru you told me about?" The subordinate nodded shakily. He's the hottest super rookie lately, but he never expected this Narukami Subaru to reject a 9th floor big shot. He was unbelievably bold. Reinhardt had never had good intentions to begin with. He had planned to crush Narukami Subaru in front of everyone and silence those annoying rumors, but now the entire plan had fallen apart. He did not care about the tips he wasted. What truly enraged him was that a nameless nobody had dared to trample on his pride. Then the subordinate slowly picked up the search device from the floor. He handed the search device to the furious Reinhardt. Reinhardt instantly crushed it in his hand. "Any news on the matter I told you to investigate?" As for the whereabouts of Reinhardt's son, the subordinate had searched with all his strength, but still found no leads. However, the subordinate felt Reinhardt was making too big a deal out of it. At his son's age, disappearing for a few days was not that unusual. Maybe he would show up in a couple of days. But in the next second, the subordinate grabbed his own neck. Reinhardt's mana had descended upon his throat. Immediately after, the subordinate's body lifted into the air and floated there. Reinhardt said with fury on his face, "Are you mocking me too?" The subordinate panicked completely, barely able to breathe. "Boss, you misunderstood. I never meant to mock you." Hearing this, Reinhardt gave a slight wave of his arm. With a thunderous crash, the subordinate's body smashed through the wall beside him. Fortunately, the subordinate was also an extremely powerful player, so that level of injury was nothing to him. Reinhardt was deeply dissatisfied with his attitude. "Are you brushing me off now? I want you to find my son immediately." The subordinate crawled on the ground and begged for mercy. "I'll resume the search immediately and intensify the search across the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors." Meanwhile, on the other side, the guild owner received a call from the president. Her face instantly looked dead inside. Every time he called, nothing good ever happened. She really wanted to smash her phone, but the moment she answered, the guild owner immediately switched to a deliberately playful tone. "Good evening, boss." The president instantly noticed something was off. "What kind of tone is that? Is that how you speak to your superior?" Then the president started rambling on and on, until the guild owner was almost sick of listening. The guild owner was also very unhappy with this boss. "Aren't you calling to talk about Reinhardt's collaboration proposal?" It turned out that the president had indeed contacted Reinhardt's side because he felt they absolutely could not miss such an opportunity. The guild owner looked a little down. "Even if you called, it won't help. There's nothing we can do." The president understood that too, but he felt that as Hosoi Subaru's manager, she should at least try to persuade him once. But the guild owner knew very well that Narukami Subaru did not care about things like that. She had followed Narukami Subaru for 20 years. How could she not understand him? The president had no idea what the guild owner was thinking and continued speaking. "He really is strange. Compared to collaboration streams, he cares more about climbing the tower. That's exactly the mindset a player should have. This guy, you should still try to convince him. After all, this would help his future career." After that, the guild owner did not want to say anything more and prepared to hang up. Although the guild owner had spoken boldly before, she also knew this might be an excellent opportunity for Hosoi Subaru at his current stage, so she really should try one more time. So the guild owner knocked on the door of Hosoi Subaru's home. The moment she saw Hosoi Subaru, the gloomy look on her face vanished completely and was replaced by a flushed expression. But what made her curious was that even with another surprise visit, she still did not see his real face. He was still wearing the mask. Hosoi Subaru also noticed the look in her eyes, so he stepped forward. "Are you that curious about my real face?" The guild owner looked a little embarrassed. "The mask does give you a sense of mystery, but one day you'll have to show your real face, right?" Just like Narukami Subaru did, he revealed his face too. Hosoi Subaru was very curious why everyone was so obsessed with Narukami Subaru. The guild owner thought carefully and could come up with a few reasons. For example, he was just a low-class earthling with terrible stats. Or perhaps his very existence was harsh and cruel. But most importantly, Narukami Subaru had once been their hope. Her words confused Hosoi Subaru a little. "What do you mean by that?" The guild owner said, "When we first entered this tower, there was truly nothing here. Everything in front of us was barren, stretching endlessly into the distance. There were monsters everywhere, no food, and no way to make money. Stability was only an illusion. The only way to survive was to keep climbing. If you climbed, you earned points. With points, you could settle down. Gradually, people began to believe this world could truly become ours. That was the hope the great players left for us. The one belief they wanted everyone to understand was that this tower could be conquered. So this is a world where we can win." And the one standing at the very top of everyone was Narukami Subaru. In our eyes, he was like a god. His achievements were not just about clearing floors. He was the first person to prove that conquering the Great Tower was possible. After listening to her talk about his past, Hosoi Subaru could not fully agree. If he had really been that amazing, he would not have died on the 9th floor. So he asked the guild owner, "Is that what you think too?" The guild owner kept him in suspense. "My thoughts are also a secret, just like the real face under your mask. Maybe one day you'll tell me." Then Hosoi Subaru opened the door and let her come inside to talk. "Either way, you must have come here for something." But the guild owner suddenly became very flustered. "I don't have anything. I'm leaving now. You should get some rest." With that, Hosoi Subaru watched the guild owner walk farther and farther away, and he could not help praising her in his heart. She really was a beautiful woman. What he did not know was that the guild owner's heart was pounding like crazy. After talking to him for so long, she did not even want to persuade him anymore. And for some reason, when she faced his invitation this time, her heart started racing at an unusual speed. Hosoi Subaru had no idea what she was thinking. He was still chewing over the word she had said, hope. After that, Hosoi Subaru headed toward the entrance to the 3rd floor. The matters on the 2nd floor were more or less settled. It was time to train on the 3rd floor. In the next moment, information about the 3rd floor trial appeared on his system panel. After reaching the 3rd floor, players had to choose a faction, and Hosoi Subaru chose the Kingdom of Conrad. The next second, his body suddenly vanished. Only 3% of players chose this faction, and there was a reason behind that. Soon, Hosoi Subaru was transported to the 3rd floor and arrived at the mercenary rest area of the Kingdom of Conrad. The moment he stepped into the rest area, a man locked his eyes on him. The man chuckled. "Looks like a newbie just showed up. Perfect timing. I'm bored out of my mind." Then he pretended nothing was wrong and walked toward Hosoi Subaru. With a bang, he deliberately bumped into Hosoi Subaru's shoulder, a smug smile appearing on his face. However, Hosoi Subaru simply kept walking normally and knocked his body away. Then Hosoi Subaru walked past him as if nothing had happened, without even putting him in his eyes. The slicked-back man was startled and cursed without thinking. "Hey, are you blind? What the hell is wrong with you?" Hosoi Subaru's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp. "You're the one with a problem. You clearly bumped into me on purpose. Do you really think I'm stupid?" The man flew into a rage, grabbed Hosoi Subaru by the collar and shouted, "You bastard. You're just an E-rank hunter, and you dare talk back to a B-rank?" The newcomers in the tavern immediately got excited when they saw there was drama. Hosoi Subaru gave a cold laugh. "So you're a B-rank mercenary? Great. Then you're perfect for testing my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed beneath his feet, wrapping around his leg with a sharp crackle. With one simple high kick, he smashed the man's front teeth. Then the man's body flew backward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Everyone who saw it was stunned. A B-rank mercenary had just been defeated in one hit. And among the crowd, an old man was quietly watching Hosoi Subaru. Before long, a group of people stormed in. "He actually dared to bully one of our guys? Let's rip that mask off his face." The dozen or so people who rushed in instantly surrounded Hosoi Subaru. "Kid, this place will be your grave." But Hosoi Subaru did not take them seriously at all. He only swept a calm glance over them. "You pieces of trash." In just 1 second, Hosoi Subaru took them all down. One of the fallen mercenaries muttered, "This guy is so strong he doesn't even seem human." After dealing with that group, another person stepped forward to talk to Hosoi Subaru. But he was not there to cause trouble. He wanted to make a connection. "My name is Raymond. I'm a rank examiner." Hosoi Subaru shook his hand without hesitation. Raymond said he had never seen him before and asked what missions he had completed. The livestream viewers thought their conversation was a waste of time. There was no need to talk so much with tower natives. The 3rd floor trial required players to accept different mercenary jobs and earn 10,000 credits. An E-rank mercenary mission paid at most 50 points, so players usually got stuck here for more than a year on average. But Hosoi Subaru did not have that much time to waste, so he had to take a shortcut. In his current situation, he could not afford to waste even 1 second, let alone level up slowly. Raymond thought carefully and guessed that Hosoi Subaru came from Earth. He said people from other worlds like him had become rare lately. Even so, he could not give Hosoi Subaru special treatment. Everything had its proper order. Hosoi Subaru said, "But I think that order can be shortened." Raymond still refused. After all, giving special treatment to someone from another world who would eventually leave had no real meaning. There was only one way to clear the 3rd floor in one shot. So Hosoi Subaru said to Raymond, "I can help you make your dream come true." Raymond did not understand what he meant. Hosoi Subaru said he could let Conrad take over. Raymond was completely shocked. That was a mission only A-rank mercenaries could accept, and the real problem with that place was... Before he could finish, Hosoi Subaru cut him off. "I know, it's a battle of pride between Osman and Conrad over an unbreakable dungeon. It was a special 3rd floor dungeon called Thunder Cave. According to historical records, no player, mercenary, or knight had ever cleared it. Between the kingdoms of Conrad and Osman stood a massive mountain range that was nearly impossible to cross. The two nations had fought over it for decades. Conquering Thunder Cave would open a convenient route straight through the mountain range. For a long time, that had been the shared ambition of both kingdoms, and it was also the key to blocking invasions. If Raymond could provide proof of A-rank status, Hosoi Subaru could help him clear it. Hosoi Subaru's words made Raymond think for a long time. Let me consider it. Raymond wanted time to think, but Hosoi Subaru would not give him any. Hosoi Subaru slowly said, he has turned that way. Now things are going to get messy, Totokusundo. Raymond immediately picked up on it. I'll write you a recommendation letter later. That way, you can join the raid team. After all, raid teams always needed more people. People in the livestream kept telling Raymond to run, because this guy had no idea he was one step away from crossing the river Styx. The raid team would depart in 5 days. Raymond would bring the recommendation letter then and told Hosoi Subaru to wait here for a while. Then the villain faction issued Hosoi Subaru a mission, clear Thunder Dungeons solo for a reward of 20,000 credits. Interested? Safe Pocket also issued a mission. This one is a guaranteed win, reward 10,000 points. The livestream viewers went completely insane and kept sending Hosoi Subaru mission points. 5 days later was exactly when the third floor tournament would end. Did Blue Zone arrange the tournament schedule with that in mind? Raymond took a step forward, clearing Thunder Cave. To be honest, I still can't quite believe it. When I was young, I challenged that cave too. That day, we lost almost half our teammates. When Hosoi Subaru took the recommendation letter, he said that won't happen this time. Raymond was confused. Then why do you still need the recommendation letter? Hosoi Subaru gave a small laugh. You probably don't know me very well. I'm pretty arrogant, so I plan to go there alone and clear it by myself. The livestream viewers were shocked. He's really planning to solo it? That's a place no one even dares to enter. Raymond also thought he had gone crazy. Thunder Cave is a 20-person raid dungeon, and you're saying you'll go in alone? Hosoi Subaru replied, I heard Conrad has fewer people than Osman. They can't even gather 20 people, can they? Raymond looked awkward. Honestly, that's true. I thought you already had teammates, so I gave you the recommendation letter. Hosoi Subaru said, I don't. One person is enough. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru ended the livestream. Time to prepare properly, then head out. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was walking up a wooden staircase one step at a time. She looked confused. Is he really going to do it alone? That's just like Subaru. But as she kept watching, she realized Hosoi Subaru had already ended the livestream, which left her disappointed. Based on his previous streams, every time he reached a key piece of information, he would shut the stream off. Reina was deeply shocked. How is this guy so good at leaving people hanging? Reina had thought this stream would help her pass the time, until she arrived on the third floor. Reina burst into laughter. That strange guy really is like our leader. Even his style and way of speaking are exactly the same. This guy was the same too. He walked his own path and did not care what anyone else said. In Reina's eyes, it felt as if the real leader was streaming. There was no sense of mismatch at all. She had also heard that Hosoi Subaru would be joining that tournament. In that case, she might have time to talk with him. The next second, Reina slowly crouched down. Since the live stream is over, I'd better hurry. With a sharp whoosh, Reina's body shot into the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hosoi Subaru was dragged out shopping by the guild owner. It was clear that every time the guild owner went shopping with Hosoi Subaru, her face carried a shy expression, and that made her look very cute. Along the way, she kept praising his live stream, saying it was so interesting that people never got tired of watching it, unlike other streamers who were far too repetitive. She felt Hosoi Subaru had completely captured the soul of the great Narukami Subaru. If he were only doing ordinary trials, his stream would not feel so special. She asked Hosoi Subaru what he planned to do next. Hosoi Subaru said, I'm going to keep hunting until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents I'll face, so I want to raise my level. At the same time, Hosoi Subaru wanted to figure out how much lightning he could use with his current stats, and he also wanted to test the performance of the Thunder Heart. Besides, the tournament was about to begin, and he would never hand his little brother's relic over to anyone. While Hosoi Subaru was thinking about the tournament, a Blue Zone player appeared somewhere else. He said unhappily, usually, when Blue Zone calls, you're supposed to come running with your tail wagging. This time, he's acting all important and making me come all the way here to see him. I really don't know what the boss is thinking, being this interested in some small fry from the second or third floor. As soon as he entered, he called the other side and said he had arrived. At the same time, a hand waved at him. Come over here. And the person meeting the Blue Zone member was actually the guild president. The Blue Zone member walked straight over and sat across from the president. The president got straight to the point. You must be Mr. Ginzaki from Blue Zone. I heard you had something to discuss with one of our streamers. Ginzaki crossed his legs arrogantly. Yeah, I do, but where's the one who actually matters? The president explained. He isn't here. He went out on business. Hearing this, Ginzaki became even more displeased. That's awfully arrogant for a rookie. What could possibly be more important than this? The president laughed lightly to ease the tension. It's a private matter, so we can't answer that. More importantly, we already passed along his wishes, didn't we? That's why he isn't here right now. Junzaki said he wanted to speak with Hosoi Subaru directly. The president smiled. Then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. It may be difficult for you to meet him. Junzaki gritted his teeth. Isn't it because you don't want us to meet him? In his heart, he cursed. Damn it. If I go back without meeting Narukami, I'm the one who'll get punished. He slammed his fist onto the table. I know your game. You're just trying to protect your little cash cow. Junzaki leaned across the table toward the president. Narukami Subaru should be joining a major guild, not streaming. Don't you agree? The president was not intimidated by Junzaki's pressure at all. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth and looked him straight in the eyes. Who knows? These days, famous streamers earn just as much as top players. Well, from time to time, you run into players who look down on streaming as a profession. And here we are. Ginzaki heard the implication in his words and immediately said, Sir, the way you're talking makes it sound like you're trying to turn Blue Zone into your enemy. The president replied, Please let me finish. We prioritize the streamer's own wishes above everything else. Since Narukami Subaru's decision has already been communicated, our company will fully support that decision. Shinzaki smiled and waved his hand. For an adult your age, you're seriously out of touch with reality. Do you really think Blue Zone will stay silent about this? The president said calmly. You're the one who doesn't understand. In this world, some people cannot be moved by force or threats. As soon as those words fell, Ginzaki froze and stared at the president. At that moment, the president had already released an overwhelming pressure of mana, his eyes ice cold. If you're done talking, then leave. Ginzaki was startled by that pressure. What the hell? What was that overwhelming mana just now? He quickly stood up and tried to question him. You bastard, who do you think you're telling to leave? Do you know who you're talking to? The president's calm expression formed a sharp contrast with Ginzaki's anger. He simply waved his hand and the meaning was already clear. Ginzaki turned and left, but before walking out, he still threw down a threat. I swear, you'll regret everything you did today. But the president did not take his words seriously at all. Wow, how terrifying. 3 days later, Hosoi Subaru arrived at the Heavenly Serpent Nest dungeon. When he looked up, he saw a giant snake that looked almost like a flood dragon, its bloody mouth wide open in front of him. But Hosoi Subaru was not afraid at all. He raised his hand, and his weapon instantly lit up. With just one slash of sword energy, he left the white serpent badly wounded. After 4 or 5 consecutive strikes, the white serpent's body was covered in serious injuries. A monster of this level could not stop Hosoi Subaru's advance. Hosoi Subaru stared straight at the white serpent in front of him. This little game ends here. Now it's time to finish you. The next second, Hosoi Subaru vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of the white serpent. He leaped into the air above it. Let's end this with one final strike. With a sharp ring, lightning poured into his blade and erupted with terrifying power. The system announced that Hosoi Subaru had defeated the Sky Serpent boss. After defeating the giant serpent, Hosoi Subaru gained a massive amount of experience, and both his strength and stamina increased. After finishing off the serpent, he found an item. Looking closely, he realized it was a Heavenly Serpent Fang. If he sold this thing, it should be worth at least 10,000 credits. That was the price from 20 years ago though. He had no idea how much it had risen in this era. He checked his status window. In just 3 short days, he had leveled up 9 times and reached level flying. But he also understood that he could not get too greedy. Taking things one steady step at a time was still the best choice. Counting the days, the tournament was about to begin. He had to take back his little brother's relic. After finishing all that, the guild owner invited Hosoi Subaru to dinner at a restaurant. Every time she saw him, she was smiling brightly, which made Hosoi Subaru feel like she must have some good news waiting for him. The guild owner looked at him with admiration again. Did you see the news? Her words left Hosoi Subaru confused. What are you talking about? After she explained it, Hosoi Subaru realized she was talking about the collaboration video. It was his own fault for being too busy grinding monsters. He had completely forgotten about it. The guild owner emphasized it again. Narukami Subaru, you didn't forget on purpose. And honestly, that is exactly what makes you feel like Narukami Subaru. The guild owner handed Hosoi Subaru a bag and told him to take a closer look. She said there was one small difference between him and the original. The bag in Hosoi Subaru's hand contained the income report from his recent collaboration stream with Hawkeye. The total was 50,000 credits, far more than he had expected. If she had only come to deliver this bag, the guild owner would not have needed to make the trip herself. So she had another reason for meeting him this time. She said she had a friend named Kiyoharu, a hardcore gambler, and thanks to him, she had learned a few real tricks. There was a type of betting where people wagered on who would win and then collected the payout. The higher a player's chances of winning, the lower the odds. In other words, the return was smaller, but much more reliable. Right now, Hosoi Subaru's odds were 6.1 times the bet, but another player's odds were only 1.2. So basically, that player was the real favorite to win this tournament. Since Hosoi Subaru was out of the loop, he had no idea who she was talking about. And among those people, the one the guild owner cared about most was Omar Schneider. He was a Blue Zone player who had stayed on the 3rd floor for 10 whole years, purely because of his obsession with clearing Thunder Cave. That madness was exactly what made him famous among viewers. What surprised the guild owner was that Schneider was now trying everything he could to meet Hosoi Subaru. To him, Hosoi Subaru's actions were basically a declaration of war, and the reason they were angry was simple. A mission Hosoi Subaru cleared in just a few days had taken their boss 10 bitter years to get through. Just then, the guild owner somehow climbed onto the dining table without realizing it. She was really curious how Hosoi Subaru ate without taking off his mask. After a moment, she seemed to realize what she was doing, and her face instantly turned red. Then she quickly turned away and stopped looking at his face. Between the Thunder Cave challenge and your next trial, you may really run into him. I just wanted to warn you. Please be careful. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the 3rd floor. A carriage was racing through the streets. Inside the carriage, 2 voices could be heard. We're finally gonna meet that arrogant guy. But his friend did not play along. Instead, he said that anyone who had made it that far had to be impressive. All eyes were focused on their guild leader. This was Schneider's team. Schneider himself looked unconcerned. Even if he reaches the 8th floor, it has nothing to do with me. He's just some inexperienced kid. I could kill him with one finger. All that hype around him is fake anyway. Schneider took a coin from his pocket. He may still be inexperienced, but the achievement he just obtained is exactly the kind of growth we desire. The others were shocked when they heard that. Isn't that a little too arrogant? We might not even be able to beat him right now. After all, he has mastered lightning. He's almost like a god. Schneider said to his men, "This is not the time to be jealous. Hurry up and improve your own strength." The bald man beside him asked in surprise, "So you're saying we should respect him?" Schneider's hand suddenly stopped. The gold coin from earlier had already been crushed into a half sphere in his palm, and that sight terrified his subordinate. They knew their boss was strong, but they never imagined he could bend a coin like that. If the boss did something like this, it meant one thing. His pride had been completely shattered, and that was very bad, because that place was not something one person could conquer. Schneider's eyes became deep and distant, as if he could see far into the future. He also wanted to know how Hosoi Subaru had conquered Thunder Mountain. The monster on that mountain was truly terrifying. At the same time, Hosoi Subaru had returned to his rented room and was staring at the information in his hand. I feel like this guy definitely has something wrong with his head. Still, Hosoi Subaru had to admit that this guy was strong. Schneider had only begun making a name for himself 5 years ago and had entered Blue Zone around the same time. Schneider of Blue Zone was a late-blooming player who stood at the center of the Thunder Cave challenge. As Blue Zone's challenger, Schneider had once ventured deep into Thunder Cave and came only one step away from clearing it. Hosoi Subaru had thought the organizers looked way too confident when hosting that kind of tournament. But if they had a favorite on the inside, then everything made sense. Unfortunately for them, this time things might not go the way the organizers expected. As long as Hosoi Subaru showed up, he would take back his little brother's relic. He would see for himself who was stronger, the organizers' chosen fighter or him. When the time came, he would make them lose more than they ever hoped to gain. The next day, Hosoi Subaru went to the largest trade market in town. This market bought everything. As long as an item had enough value, it could be sold for a good price. But the merchants here were extremely sharp. They never made losing deals, and they always aimed to earn 2 or 3 times the profit from their customers. A moment later, Hosoi Subaru arrived in front of a shop and handed over the Heavenly Serpent Fang. He did not care about the owner's shocked expression at all. He only wanted to know how much the Fang was worth. The owner did not bother responding right away. He was already completely drawn in by the Fang and was carefully inspecting its quality. In his heart, the owner laughed wildly. This guy came to the wrong place and picked the wrong person to negotiate with. Professional or not, you're leaving money behind today. The owner cleared his throat and put on a troubled expression. The quality is quite excellent. It can be rated somewhere between B and A rank. Any hunter who obtained this must be highly skilled. If not for this tiny scratch, I would have rated it S rank without hesitation. The owner continued, "Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. Recently, the supply of Heavenly Serpent Fangs has increased sharply, causing demand to drop fast." He tapped his calculator. Altogether, 8,000 credits. "Kid, you're lucky you ran into me today. I'll help you get a good price." Hosoi Subaru could not help sighing. That number is nowhere near what I expected. Did this thing really lose that much value over the last 20 years? But just as that thought crossed his mind, a man walked up from behind him. "Don't let him scam you. Heavenly Serpent Fangs are rare by nature. You can basically name your price." The next moment, the shop owner's jaw almost dropped, because the person who had appeared before him was someone he could never hope to match, even if he worked for 100 lifetimes. And this powerful man was now staring straight into Hosoi Subaru's eyes. His heroic gaze was filled with killing intent. If an ordinary person met his eyes, freeze in terror. Are you the legendary Narukami Subaru? This man was the very person Hosoi Subaru had seen in the search records yesterday, Schneider. Without question, he was a formidable opponent. After Hosoi Subaru and Schneider met, the two of them went to a restaurant. Hosoi Subaru told him to get straight to the point, because they were not friends who could sit around and enjoy a casual hangout. Although he said that out loud, Hosoi Subaru was still a little surprised inside. Why would Schneider choose a restaurant with this kind of style? At first, when Schneider heard that a rookie claimed he would conquer Thunder Cave, he thought the guy must just be an arrogant wanderer. But now he no longer saw it that way. It had become 50-50. Half of him still thought Hosoi Subaru was an arrogant wanderer. The other half respected him. Schneider explained, "You are talented. Honestly, you may even have too much talent, but I still cannot believe you're being compared to Narukami Subaru." Hosoi Subaru stared straight at him. At first, he had thought Schneider was just a strange guy, but he did not expect his eyes to be so serious. Still, Schneider had not brought him here just to say this. Schneider said he had a proposal. His expression twisted slightly. "Put away your arrogance. A few days ago, you blurted out that you would solo Thunder Cave. That was arrogance born from ignorance. Start a live stream now and sincerely apologize to everyone." Hosoi Subaru did not move, because that did not sound like a good proposal at all. Schneider was not asking him to start a live stream and apologize immediately. This had to do with the upcoming tournament. If Schneider defeated Hosoi Subaru, then Hosoi Subaru would have to stream an apology and admit his immaturity. Hosoi Subaru let out a quiet breath. This guy really was stubborn. Still, he accepted the proposal. But if Hosoi Subaru won, Schneider would have to tell him everything he knew about Thunder Cave. Since Schneider was the one who brought this up first, that condition was the bare minimum. Schneider chuckled and prepared to stand up. "Fine. I won't lose no matter what, so set whatever condition you want." However, after being beaten down by the floors of the tower, Schneider understood one thing very well. Never speak too absolutely, so he added one more line. "At least, I won't lose to you." After saying that, he left, while Hosoi Subaru remained seated without moving. This guy really was someone worth noting. His 10 years had not been wasted. The scene shifted to the livestream guild. The guild owner's partner, Kiyoharu, was getting ready to place a bet. He believed Narukami Subaru was emotionally unstable and carried a high risk. Schneider was different. He was a proven, high-return investment. With so many people competing, the answer was basically obvious. Even if the odds were only 1.2, a professional gambler like him bet on probability, not luck. Just as he was about to place the bet, the guild owner suddenly called him. Kiyoharu was so scared his soul nearly left his body, and he threw his phone away. He looked angrily at the security camera on the wall. "You're definitely watching me. There's no way this is a coincidence. The second I try to bet, you call me?" But this time, he had really misunderstood the guild owner. She was not monitoring him. She just happened to call at that exact moment. This time, the guild owner was planning to bet on Narukami Subaru winning the tournament. That scared Kiyoharu badly. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know how expensive credits are right now?" But the guild owner did not care, because she knew Narukami Subaru could never lose. Kiyoharu was still talking on the other end. "As an experienced manager, let me tell you this. Schneider, who has sharpened himself for 10 years, is the safest choice." But at that moment, the guild owner brushed past a woman in a cloak. Surprise flashed through the guild owner's eyes. She immediately turned to look back at the cloaked woman. The magic coming from that woman felt incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Schneider strode into the arena with confident, powerful steps. The moment he saw Hosoi Subaru, he became certain of one thing. He was going to win this match. What he did not know was that high above the arena, a woman was watching him. She stared down at Schneider and slowly said, "So that's you, the top contender." The woman sensed an enormous amount of magic from Schneider. He was definitely not just for show. It looked like there would be no upset today. Schneider had now become her target. There was still 1 hour left before the match began. After changing into his gear, Hosoi Subaru walked step by step into the venue. The moment he pushed open the door, the cheers inside the arena were already shaking the sky. Someone quickly spotted him. "I didn't expect that streamer to compete too." Others remembered that Hosoi Subaru had the second highest odds. At that moment, a figure slowly walked toward him. It was Schneider, the player with the highest odds in this tournament. The moment Schneider appeared, he looked toward the stands. All those people were cheering for him. Everywhere his eyes landed, fans were shouting his name. More than 90% of the entire arena was cheering for him. Dozens of fireworks shot into the sky, announcing the official start of the tournament. After the fireworks scattered, a host appeared in the air, walking as if the sky itself were a stage. She slowly said, "I will be hosting today's tournament. I am Miyu from Blue Zone. It's a pleasure to meet you all." She clenched her hand and a faint crimson wave of magic spread outward. The next second, a pair of shoes appeared in midair. They were a symbol of Blue Zone's glory, and once belonged to a member of Blue Eye. Now those shoes were here, and whoever took first place would claim them. Those shoes were Hosoi Subaru's little brother's relic, the only thing he had left behind. Hosoi Subaru stared hard at the shoes and swore in his heart that he would take them back. What he did not know was that, not far from him in the stands, someone else was also staring at those shoes. The guild owner instantly sensed something was wrong. It's that cloaked woman from the street again. Her aura feels so strange. Crimson magic radiated from the woman's entire body, and her eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. As soon as the match began, Hosoi Subaru started his live stream. His viewer count was absurd, instantly jumping to 3,000 or 4,000. Comments flooded the entire live stream. Hosoi Subaru could hardly believe it. Just keeping up with the chat was already difficult. Soon he received a mission. A fan cheered him on and promised 30,000 points if he won the championship. Hosoi Subaru thanked the fan. Then I'll thank you in advance for those 30,000 points. The next moment, the host waved her hand and a green glow slowly formed. She shouted excitedly to the crowd, "Enough talk? Let's start the match." A moment later, every contestant appeared in a forest. This was a no-rules battle royale and also the preliminary round. Death meant elimination. Aside from your own allies, everyone was an enemy. There were over 10,000 participants in this match, but only 1,000 would move on to the next round. Before long, more and more people entered Hosoi Subaru's stream and more viewers started tipping him. Suddenly, Hosoi Subaru heard rustling behind him. He immediately looked back. Is someone trying to ambush me this early in the prelims? But that was not what was happening. The guy had simply run into Hosoi Subaru by bad luck and was now desperately fleeing. Hosoi Subaru locked his eyes on him. "Since you ran into me, you're not getting away." In just 10 minutes, the number of survivors dropped from over 10,000 to 8,000. Schneider strode through the forest without hiding and without attacking anyone first. In his mind, his target was not those small fries. His target was Narukami Subaru. Suddenly, his pupils sharply narrowed. He quickly shifted his steps and dodged an arrow flying toward him. Schneider chuckled. "You small fries really have no honor. Ambushes are all you know, huh?" The archer ahead cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I missed." But just as that thought crossed his mind, dozens more people appeared behind him. These players had teamed up to eliminate one of the tournament favorites. Someone warned them. "Be careful. This guy stayed on the 3rd floor for 10 years. He is definitely not some minor player." Schneider sighed. "Your plan itself is not bad. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target." The bald warrior in front of him was irritated. "Look who's talking big. You're just bluffing before you die." The moment he finished speaking, his head was gone. Everyone froze in terror. They had not even realized what had happened, and one of their fighters was already dead. Schneider spun the spear in his hand with terrifying force. "I've seen countless people like you. They all died." The next second, his eyes turned ice cold. With a casual throw, a blast of air shot out from his hand at high speed. With a loud bang, another person's body was blown apart. Schneider slowly moved his feet and said to them, "Listen carefully. Shortcuts do not work in this tower. The only thing that can protect you is your own strength." At that moment, Schneider looked like a reaper returned from hell. He was not holding a scythe, but he could still harvest every life in front of him. The ordinary players trembled when they saw it. This was insane. There was no way they could fight him. Schneider's display was broadcast across the entire viewing hall. The two people from earlier tried to run, but the instant they turned around, their bodies separated from themselves. Still, some people thought it was only a test. Since they were not really dying, there was no need to be so scared. They should all attack together. Watching this, Rina felt a chill in her heart. So this is what a master who trained on the 3rd floor for 10 years looks like? If he went to the upper floors, he would definitely break into the rankings. Among players, he clearly stood out. But suddenly, she was annoyed by the noise beside her. Sitting next to her was the guild owner, who kept shouting, "Narukami Subaru, fight those troublemakers." When Reina saw that it was Narukami Subaru's stream, she was drawn in too. Then the guild owner and Rina made eye contact. The guild owner's eyes lit up. "Judging by your mask, you must be a fan of Subaru too." After getting a clear answer, the guild owner said that she was also a fan of Subaru and had loved him for 20 years. Then she invited Reina beside her. "Hey, why don't we watch Subaru's stream together?" Meanwhile, the number of survivors had dropped from over 10,000 to 1,300. Hosoi Subaru was still walking through the forest without doing anything special. If he ran into someone, he simply took them out. He looked up at the sky. This preliminary round was probably about to end. Each player was worth 200 points. If he did not find a way to keep locating opponents, his score would be way too low. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he thought of a very good idea. He slowly drew his sword. Why not just announce that he was here and lure all the players over? Such a great method, and he had only thought of it now. The livestream viewers were stunned by his behavior. Everyone else is busy hiding, and you're out here hunting people like crazy. The next second, Hosoi Subaru swung his sword. The trees in front of him were cut cleanly in half. That slash carried the power of thunder. From then on, wherever he went, he cut everything down. 10 minutes later, most of the trees in front of Hosoi Subaru had been chopped down. At that moment, a man appeared on the ruins of the fallen trees. It was Schneider. He had also just finished dealing with the people nearby. Schneider's eyes were filled with excitement. Finally found you. Hosoi Subaru did not lose in presence at all. I think I'm the one who found you. The live stream exploded. A big shot has appeared. Schneider is worth 10,000 credits. Earlier, a rich viewer had issued Hosoi Subaru a mission. If he defeated Schneider, he would receive 10,000 credits. Hosoi Subaru had not expected to run into him here. Schneider seemed excited as well. He had been looking for Hosoi Subaru ever since he entered the arena, and he had finally found him. This battle should have happened in the finals, but instead it was taking place in the very first preliminary round. At that moment, only 1,200 players remained out of the original 10,000. That was when Schneider launched his attack on Hosoi Subaru. Hosoi Subaru quickly dodged to the side. What shocked him was that Schneider's attack was invisible and extremely hard to detect. After the attack landed, the tree trunk behind Hosoi Subaru exploded into splinters. Schneider said slowly, "There are still a few minutes left. That should be enough to take you down." Hosoi Subaru still had not fully recovered from the shock. That strike just now was definitely not a skill. It was pure technique. If he lost track of his spear tip's movement, he would die. Schneider's casual-looking thrust could reach a distance that should normally be impossible. At that moment, Schneider moved. He flicked his arm and launched another attack. If time were slowed down, one could see a stream of air. But at normal speed, it was almost impossible to see. So Hosoi Subaru activated every attribute without hesitation. He had to go all out. Once his aura finished gathering, he raised his hand and blocked the spear energy. But the attack was truly fierce. Hosoi Subaru used every bit of strength he had to deflect the spear force away. But at that very moment, his pupils suddenly widened. Somehow, Schneider had already appeared right in front of him. If this spear hit him, Hosoi Subaru would be dead. So he twisted his waist and dodged the attack. After Schneider's spear missed, it was Hosoi Subaru's turn to counter. But Hosoi Subaru never expected Schneider's footwork to spin along with the motion. Using the momentum of that turn, Schneider's arm came crashing down again. He repeated those movements over and over, forcing Hosoi Subaru to keep blocking passively. Finally, Hosoi Subaru caught one opening and poured most of his strength into the cursed sword. With one slash, he forced Schneider back. Even Schneider did not dare take that strike head-on. His body kept retreating, and in that instant, he felt as if Hosoi Subaru's sword energy had doubled in power. The two of them stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. Schneider asked, "Why aren't you using your lightning? Isn't that your strongest trump card?" Hosoi Subaru said he was not using it because it felt like a waste. After all, this duel was about to end, wasn't it? Those words made Schneider furious. "You think using it on me would be a waste?" Then Schneider realized one possibility. "Were you only stalling for time during our fight?" Filled with rage, he charged toward Hosoi Subaru at high speed. With a sharp clang, Schneider's spear and Hosoi Subaru's sword collided with an ear-piercing sound. Schneider's speed had more than doubled compared to before. It looked like he was truly angry now. Even so, Hosoi Subaru continued provoking him. "Was that really all you had? If so, then you're a lot more disappointing than I expected." At that moment, the preliminary round only needed 3 more eliminations before it ended. Schneider was furious. 2 seconds later, everyone's aura disappeared. The first preliminary round had ended. Before leaving, Schneider chuckled at Hosoi Subaru. "Don't get too careless. Next time, I definitely won't let you off." Facing his arrogant words, Hosoi Subaru was not the type to back down. He glared hard at Schneider as his own reply. "Sooner or later, you'll become my 10,000 points. You're not getting away." After that, the system moved Hosoi Subaru to the waiting room, where he would receive 30 minutes of rest. His palm was still tingling. At the very last moment, Schneider had almost pushed him back. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru's live stream had already reached 11,000 viewers. For the sake of those 11,000 people, he was doing everything he could to create hype. The guild owner had once told him, based on the director's notes and past experience, that 10,000 viewers was a wall for streamers. Once a streamer broke through that number, even just once, they could survive in this industry. And now, Hosoi Subaru had firmly cleared that mission. As a streamer, he had attracted a massive amount of attention. Even his fight with Schneider had brought in a huge wave of viewers. Still, if even someone on Schneider's level could not clear the Thunder Cave, that place had to be seriously difficult. After that, Hosoi Subaru collected all the tips his viewers had given him. Then, he used all of them to upgrade the skill level of the Wedge of Greed. He checked the conditions required for the next upgrade. If he could raise it to B rank, it would be a massive boost to his combat power. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the host was staring curiously at the pair of shoes. She had heard that thieves were targeting those shoes, though she had no idea whether it was true. The host figured no one would be stupid enough to steal something from this place. And if anyone was, it would probably be them. A moment later, an unexpected guest arrived. Kurokawa had actually come down from the 9th floor to the 3rd floor. She looked shocked. "Why are you here?" Kurokawa had come this time for the duel between Narukami Subaru and Schneider. Aside from that, he had another reason: to prevent the members of Blue Eye from stealing the shoes. At that moment, Shigure was watching the live stream with a stunned expression. He never expected Narukami Subaru to fight Schneider to a draw. Meanwhile, in the audience seats, two women were locked in a tense standoff. After sensing the terrifying magic coming from the guild owner, Reina slowly removed her mask. Being called sister by you is honestly a bit awkward. The guild owner gave an awkward smile. That's because you give off an aura that is anything but ordinary. I can tell you've trained for a very long time, and you're using a disguise technique, aren't you? Reina chuckled. She could even see through that. This woman was definitely not simple. The guild owner believed Reina had her reasons. After all, the more powerful someone was, the more they needed to hide their true identity. But at that moment, her words suddenly stopped. Hold on, make this clear first. You're not here to mess with the tournament, are you? Reina did not take the guild owner seriously at all. And what if I am? What are you gonna do about it? Hearing that, the guild owner could no longer hold back. Her magic erupted completely. I don't care about anyone else, but Narukami Subaru's stream cannot be interrupted. If you do that, you die. While resting, Hosoi Subaru suddenly received a notification. Rest period over. Please begin the second round. Many people appeared in front of him. They seemed to have been teleported over from their waiting rooms. The second round was about taking over other players' territories and claiming them as your own. Each territory could hold up to 2 players. While taking other players' territory, everyone also had to defend their own and stop others from stealing it. If you defeated a player, you could occupy their territory. Each territory could hold up to 2 players, and once you defeated the opponent, that territory became yours. When time ran out, the player controlling the most territory would win. In 2 hours, everyone would know who would become the new owner of those shoes. At that moment, every room's territory connected with the territories of other players. As the finals began, everyone nervously defended their own territory. Just as Hosoi Subaru expected, no one moved. If you fought now, you could only take 1 territory at most. But the later it got, the more territory you could gain by defeating someone. Watching first and acting later was the standard strategy. The next second, Hosoi Subaru moved. With 1 slash, he cut off the head of the person beside him and took their territory. Hosoi Subaru had originally planned to use the standard strategy too, but he had no choice. Every player he eliminated earned him 300 credits. Only an idiot would ignore free money. Meanwhile, Schneider also launched his attack on the others. Everyone who reached the second round had advanced from over 10,000 competitors. None of them were weak, but Schneider still pierced one of them through with a single spear thrust. Soon, Schneider had taken a huge amount of territory, but his target was still locked on Hosoi Subaru. Hosoi Subaru saw him too. From Schneider's eyes, he could tell the man badly wanted to fight him. But Hosoi Subaru turned and left because he still needed to farm kills for credits. Schneider flew into a rage. You bastard, why are you going that way? Are you running away? Hosoi Subaru could not be bothered to answer. Right now, the more credits he could earn, the better. Out of 1,000 players, even if he killed only 100, that would still be 30,000 credits. 10 minutes passed, and Hosoi Subaru killed another player. The third floor was much weaker than he had expected. The strongest person here was probably Schneider. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru received a system notification. Player Dongchao has entered your territory. There are currently 2 players in this territory. Hosoi Subaru slowly turned around, wanting to see who had the nerve to enter his territory. When he looked back, he realized it seemed to be one of Schneider's underlings. The man casually waved his weapon and said arrogantly, "You're Narukami Subaru, right? Today, you're destined to lose to me." The live stream viewers almost died laughing. A random underling wanted to fight the boss? What was this guy smoking? The next second, he charged straight at Hosoi Subaru. The little bald guy quickly raised his spear and kicked toward Hosoi Subaru. But Hosoi Subaru lowered his body and sliced the weapon in half. That weapon was forged from heavy metal and had cost a fortune. Its flexibility was excellent. Yet in Hosoi Subaru's hands, it snapped with one light swing. The man was stunned. My weapon was just cleanly cut in half. How is that possible? With a thud, his body fell to the ground. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru looked like a god who controlled his life and death. Before the bald man died, he muttered to himself, "Captain, I take back what I said. This guy is really strong." With a clean stab, Hosoi Subaru ended his life and eliminated him. Just as Hosoi Subaru wondered what the man's last sentence meant, he received another system notification. Player Schneider has entered your territory. Hosoi Subaru's heart jolted. He did not expect Schneider to arrive so quickly. The instant he turned around, he saw Schneider charging at him in fury. Hosoi Subaru did not hesitate. He instantly raised his sword and blocked Schneider's spear. The 2 weapons collided, sending sparks flying everywhere. Schneider's strength kept increasing. He told Hosoi Subaru to hurry up and use his lightning. Otherwise, after his next attack, Hosoi Subaru might never get the chance. The livestream viewers also urged Hosoi Subaru to make a decision. Was he going to kill Schneider or spare his life? Because Schneider's attack had been too fast, Hosoi Subaru barely had time to react, so he quickly pulled back. Schneider was indeed an extremely powerful opponent. Unfortunately for him, he had picked the wrong person today. Hosoi Subaru slowly sheathed his sword. Schneider thought he was going to run away again, but the truth was the exact opposite. Since Schneider wanted it, Hosoi Subaru would give him what he wanted. The next second, black lightning began gathering around Hosoi Subaru's fingers. With several skills boosting it, the lightning gradually formed into a spear. Seeing this, Schneider was shocked. He's materializing an elemental attribute into a weapon. How is that possible? Hosoi Subaru had already finished forming it and was ready to attack. But when he looked into Schneider's eyes, he seemed to see a trace of fear. Was he scared? Schneider shook his head. How could I be afraid? Then let me ask you one more thing. Facing an attack this strong, are you gonna run? This time, Schneider fell silent. He did not answer. Instead, he started thinking about how to break through Hosoi Subaru's attack. That lightning had definitely exceeded his expectations, but this time, he finally had a chance to surpass it. Time went back to before the match, when one of his partners had asked him a question. Why was he so obsessed with the Thunder Cave? With his strength, he could have easily reached the 5th or even 6th floor. Schneider laughed at the time. Who knows? People like him, who became too obsessed with one thing, usually forgot their original reason long ago. Put nicely, it was conviction. Put harshly, it was obsession. But there was one thing he was certain of. Whether he overcame this obstacle or not, his life would change completely. That was exactly why he absolutely could not give up. So at this moment, he made his decision. The spear in his hand whistled as he spun it. He absolutely could not run. Otherwise, he would end up with a second obsession haunting his life. A moment later, Schneider had finished gathering the power in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he charged straight at Hosoi Subaru, moving so fast that he was almost impossible to see. Hosoi Subaru only took a slow step forward. To honor Schneider's 10 years of struggle, he would not hold back. The next second, Hosoi Subaru vanished from where he stood as well. In Hosoi Subaru's eyes, Schneider was an obsessive man. But that kind of man deserved respect. Soon, their weapons slammed into each other. Both of them unleashed everything they had. This was a battle of conviction. Neither side would run, because this was karma that had been set in motion more than 10 years ago. Their clash sent shattered stones flying across the arena. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted from the impact of their attacks. Meanwhile, in the audience seats, the guild owner was still keeping her guard up against Reina beside her. Reina's eyes turned cold. Your magic is powerful, sure, but you still can't stop me from causing trouble. The guild owner fired right back. Then try me. As a fan of Narukami Subaru, I will never let you ruin his stream. Just then, a huge burst of firelight shone across both of their faces. The two of them stopped arguing because it was time to see who had won. Since the arena was in complete chaos, the guild owner looked straight at Hosoi Subaru's live stream, but the image on the stream shocked her. The explosion just now had been terrifying. The entire battlefield was covered in smoke and dust. After a long while, two figures finally appeared on the giant screen. After that battle, blood was spilling from the corner of Schneider's mouth. But when the camera on the big screen moved downward, everyone saw that a huge hole had been blasted through Schneider's body. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees. There was no doubt. Hosoi Subaru had won the fight. Schneider had been killed by him, but this was not a true death. Before long, the two of them would meet again. The system showed that Hosoi Subaru had occupied 283 territories. Among everyone on the field, he controlled the most territory. So Hosoi Subaru took this battle without any suspense. Fireworks exploded across the sky, and the crowd went wild. The cheers shot straight into the heavens. It had been years since they had seen a fight this intense. After seeing Hosoi Subaru win, the guild owner no longer cared about arguing with Reina. But when she looked at Reina's face, she noticed something strange about her expression. This woman looked far too serious, almost as if Hosoi Subaru was not supposed to have won. Even Reina herself was deeply shocked. She never expected the winner to be a rookie. But if that was the case, then she could not be blamed for what came next, because she understood the importance of those shoes better than anyone. The host leapt into the sky and announced loudly, "The winner of this tournament is the rookie streamer, Narukami Subaru." Hosoi Subaru stood at the center of the stage, surrounded by roaring cheers. But there was only one thing on his mind, getting those shoes. With a snap of the host's fingers, the shoes appeared in midair. They were the shoes his younger brother once wore, and the only keepsake he had left behind. According to the rules, the winner would receive them. The moment those shoes appeared, Reina slowly stood up. The guild owner behind her noticed it too. But what she did not know was that Reina's expression had turned terrifyingly dark. The shoes slowly landed in Hosoi Subaru's hands. 20 years had passed. For Hosoi Subaru, those 20 years felt like only an instant. But for those shoes, they had truly endured 2 decades of time. A memory from the past surfaced in Hosoi Subaru's mind. A hot-headed guy had once yelled at everyone, "Who the hell wore my shoes?" He had told them not to touch his shoes, but some of the team members just would not listen. He demanded that every suspect confess. If he found out who wore them, that person was not getting away with it. Just then, a man stepped forward. "Junya, why are you losing it again?" The man looked at him with disdain. "You really are still a kid. If you want to be a man, you need to control your temper. Stop blowing up over everything." And the shoes on his feet were Junya's shoes. He had not wanted to go to the bathroom barefoot, so he had randomly grabbed a pair and put them on. When Junya saw it, his face turned bright red with anger. "My precious shoes. How dare you treat them like that?" After that, he stopped talking and charged straight forward. With a heavy kick, both of his feet slammed into the man's stomach. "I warned you all so many times. Do not wear my shoes. Your feet are bigger than mine, and you'll stretch them out." That was one of their rare happy moments. Watching them bicker every day had always been fun for Hosoi Subaru. He could not help thinking that he wished those days had lasted forever. Unfortunately, as far as he knew, he was the only one who had survived. If he had to count Shigure, then Shigure was one too, but they still had not met again. The live stream chat started discussing it. Shoes that good have to be sold. They're worth millions of credits. Hosoi Subaru immediately said to the viewers, "No matter how much money it is, I'm not selling them." The host froze. "These could be worth several million credits. Are you really not even going to consider it?" Hosoi Subaru said he had no intention of selling them, no matter what they were worth. The fans below went completely crazy. They had waited this long just to buy those shoes. Someone had already offered 3.112 million credits. Hosoi Subaru turned and shouted at them, "I'm not selling them. You people don't understand what these shoes are worth." But his voice was drowned out by the crowd, and no one could hear him, so he could only sigh. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, and streaks of black lightning slowly descended. With a loud crack, lightning blasted a huge crater into the tournament stage. Only then did the crowd finally go quiet. Hosoi Subaru made himself perfectly clear. "Listen carefully. I will never sell them, not even for 100 million credits. And if you still don't understand, I'll use lightning to clean out your ears." The host's hair had already been blasted into curls. "Ladies and gentlemen, please stop trying to force him to sell." After that, Hosoi Subaru left the tournament venue. His goal had already been achieved, and there was no reason to stay. As for the later events, he had no interest in joining them. He strode away, holding the shoes he had finally recovered. They were his younger brother's only keepsake, and he had to protect them. At that moment, at the end of an alley, the street was completely empty because everyone had gone to watch the tournament. But there are always exceptions, and two people were standing there. The man had been watching Hosoi Subaru's live stream earlier. He had not expected him to actually win the tournament. It had completely exceeded his expectations. The woman beside him did not know much about Hosoi Subaru, so she asked Kurokawa, "Is he really that strong? Is he actually going to become the second Narukami Subaru?" The one speaking was Hanamaki from the Blue Zone. Kurokawa was not sure either. Hanamaki said, "Anyway, people have been saying that lately. If the original Subaru could do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it too." Only then did Kurokawa realize that Narukami Subaru was already being compared to the Narukami Subaru of the old era. It seemed he really was falling behind the trend. After hearing Hanamaki's explanation, Kurokawa thought it was all nonsense. And wasn't the order wrong? It should be that if the new Subaru could do it, then the original Subaru definitely could. Hanamaki still did not understand the difference. To her, it was all the same. But to Kurokawa, there was a world of difference. Hanamaki found it all annoying. This was exactly why she hated hardcore Blue Eye fans. Hearing that, Kurokawa instantly became furious. "How can you say that in front of me?" Seeing his reaction, Hanamaki immediately changed her attitude. Then Kurokawa's expression turned serious. "No matter what happens, we have to complete today's mission." And that mission was to catch the thief targeting the shoes. Hanamaki quickly followed behind him. "I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, senior." After they turned around, dozens of cloaked figures followed in their footsteps. After Hosoi Subaru obtained the shoes, his live stream was still on. He had not ended the stream. Someone bet that he would definitely sell the shoes for an outrageous price. Hosoi Subaru ignored them completely and stared at the shoes in silence. Even though he had reunited with them in this strange way, it felt like his younger brother was right beside him. He was glad he could touch them again. Only then did he raise his head toward the live stream. "Thank you all for the missions. Thanks to you guys, this wasn't as painful as it could have been." The viewers felt that Hosoi Subaru was unusually calm. Even after getting such amazing shoes, he did not seem tempted at all. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru checked the shoes' traits. They could be used twice per day, increasing jump power by 15 and speed by 25. He displayed the panel for everyone in the live stream to see. Many people were confused. Only 2 uses per day? And what's the point of jump power? Some people immediately turned into experts. "You people don't understand how rare movement speed equipment is. Plenty of people would do anything to get it." Just then, Hosoi Subaru received a message on his phone. It was from the guild owner. She said she had seen a very suspicious person at the venue, and that person gave her a very bad feeling. At the end, the guild owner wrote, "I feel like that woman is definitely after the shoes." The person the guild owner was talking about was Reina. At that moment, she was walking down the street in a cloak. Reina regretted it a little. She had already come here and stood right in front of the shoes, yet she had not made a move. But things had already reached this point, and she had no other choice. No matter what, those shoes could not fall into someone else's hands. Reina slowly disappeared into the crowd. It was time for her to act. 10 minutes later, Hosoi Subaru arrived at a tavern. The moment he walked in, he saw the guild owner happily greeting him. The guild owner playfully flipped her hair. Congratulations on winning the championship. She had also ordered him a drink, but since she guessed he must be tired, she ordered something non-alcoholic. Hosoi Subaru went straight to the point. What was that message about? The guild owner began recalling everything that had happened that day. She had encountered a very strange woman in the stands, and that woman was extremely strong. At least, that was how she felt. Hosoi Subaru immediately asked, what did this strange woman look like? The guild owner thought quietly. She was a woman wearing a narukami mask to hide her face. At first, I thought she was suspicious, and we even had an argument. But during our conversation, I learned that she was also a fan of Narukami Subaru. The conversation was not exactly pleasant, but the moment you won, she showed a very complicated expression. It looked like she had just been dumped by her boyfriend. If she really was your fan, why would she make that kind of face when you won? Then she disappeared. Just in case, I tried to follow her, but her ability to hide her tracks was ridiculous. So I can say for sure that she is not an ordinary person. After hearing the guild owner's words, Hosoi Subaru thought carefully. Someone who could avoid the guild owner's tracking while claiming to be his fan. Who could it be? Even though he thought it was unlikely, he still described Shigure. Did this person have blue eyes? But he was talking about Shigure, and Shigure was a man. No matter how cute or innocent the guild owner was, she should still be able to tell the difference between a man and a woman. The guild owner thought carefully. Her eyes weren't blue, but her reaction was hard to describe. It was not exactly a yes and not exactly a no, but she definitely didn't deny it either. If the guild owner had to describe it, there was only one way. That complicated expression looked like nostalgia. Yes, that was it. It was nostalgia. Hearing that, Hosoi Subaru's heart suddenly sank. The next second, he rushed back toward the street. He had to find that mysterious woman and uncover the truth. Seeing him panic like this, the guild owner was stunned. Do you actually know a woman here? In the end, Hosoi Subaru left without taking a single sip of the drink the guild owner had ordered for him. At that moment, Reina was standing high above, looking down below. In truth, she had been sitting there for a long time, hesitating over whether or not to make her move. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Hosoi Subaru had been running through the streets for a long time, but he still could not find the person the guild owner mentioned. He realized he had been careless. Suki might have deliberately used the shoes as bait to draw out the members of Blue Eye. Since Reina specialized in infiltration, she would definitely come back for his younger brother's shoes, and she would deliberately hide her presence so that no one could sense her, including Hosoi Subaru. Her ability to conceal herself was simply too strong. Hosoi Subaru had sensed Shigure's magic from the ice flowers, and now someone who looked a lot like Rena had appeared. Could it be that all 4 people he saved back then were still alive? He could not rule out the possibility, but he had to calm down. It was still too early to jump to conclusions. With Reina's personality, if his younger brother's keepsake was right in front of her, there was no way she would just sit back and do nothing. Just then, Hosoi Subaru suddenly heard the guild owner calling him from behind. He did not expect her to have followed him out. She asked with concern, "Are you okay? Why are you so anxious?" The guild owner's expression was complicated. She even felt a strange sense of unease, as if she was about to lose something. Could that woman be Narukami Subaru's lover? Hosoi Subaru naturally saw through what she was thinking. So he quickly explained, "I think the person you mentioned might be someone I know, but it could also be someone else." Those words made the guild owner feel a little hurt. Anyone could tell that if someone rushed out in such a panic to look for another person, then that person must hold a very important place in his heart. Thinking of this, the guild owner knew she could not keep dragging things out. If she waited any longer, Narukami Subaru would belong to someone else. So she lifted her head and gathered all her courage. "Narukami Subaru, I like you. Is the woman you just mentioned my rival?" Her eyes were filled with expectation and nervousness. She truly wanted to know how he felt. But Hosoi Subaru could not accept her feelings right now because he was afraid of dragging her into danger. Moonlight flowed over the rooftops. After a long silence, Hosoi Subaru only said, "Let's go back first." After saying that, he left without looking back. 10 minutes earlier, Reina had been sitting high above, watching everything below. Everything happening down there was perfectly clear to her. She had expected this from the start. At that moment, several figures appeared in Reina's eyes. They had all come to capture her. At the corner of a wall, 2 figures stood there. They were in charge of leading the operation to arrest Rena. But with only those 2 rookies, they could never catch her. What truly bothered Rena was that Narukami Subaru had really gone to the tournament venue and won the entire competition. She also saw Hosoi Subaru running through the streets in a hurry. She did not understand why he was so anxious. Was he drunk on victory? Or had the dopamine gone to his head? She imagined the battle between them in her mind. It would take 5 seconds at most for her to snatch the prize back. When she came to the 3rd floor, she had confidently promised Shigure that she would bring the shoes back. Rina was extremely irritated. She had already made such a bold promise, but now she was too embarrassed to act. She could only grab her hair in frustration. I acted so tough and came all this way, but now I can't even bring myself to do it. Reina was deeply conflicted because she just could not take that step. The reason was simple. Hosoi Subaru looked far too much like Narukami Subaru from 20 years ago. Not only his face, but even his movements and the way he spoke were exactly the same. That was why Rina had been unable to make a move. Then Reina suddenly stood up. She decided not to care anymore. If Hosoi Subaru dared to join the blue zone, she would never let him off. After leaving those words behind, she turned and walked away. If that day truly came, she would break his neck, not just his arms or legs. But then, Reina suddenly paused. Deep down, she genuinely hoped that one day she could sit down with Hosoi Subaru and talk properly. Reina had a feeling that if she could see his face with her own eyes, it might feel like seeing the Narukami Subaru from the past again. The moment Rina finished speaking, her entire body disappeared. Meanwhile, the people preparing to capture Reina were still standing guard, completely unaware that she had already left. Hanamaki, standing beside Kurokawa, was bored out of her mind. How long are we supposed to stay here? Kurokawa stared at his phone. There is no need for us to stay anymore. When Hanamaki saw the contents on the phone, she was shocked, too. The phone displayed an order to retreat. In other words, they no longer needed to remain here. Hanamaki could not understand it at all. We came here and waited all night, and now we're leaving with nothing? You're not joking, right? Kurokawa was not someone who joked. If the members of Blue Eye had really arrived here, they would never have let someone else take the prize so easily. Since no robbery had taken place, the members of Blue Eye were probably all dead. Hanamaki stammered, trying to say something, but Kurokawa cut her off. Looks like we were worrying too much. It was only today that Kurokawa finally concluded that the original members of Blue Eye must all be dead, because if they were alive, they would have appeared here. Even if they knew this was a trap, they still would have come. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru failed to find Rena, so he climbed to the top of a tall building. He had already taken off the mask on his face. He took out his phone and checked today's trending news. The headline was about the dissolution of Blue Eye. Did Narukami Subaru die because of his companions? Because of that, people were guessing that the reason Blue Eye did not appear today was either because of that incident or because they had already been completely wiped out. More than 20 years had passed since then. Suki was probably somewhere that Hosoi Subaru could not reach right now. For a rookie player like him, catching up to Suki would be difficult. More importantly, he needed something even more special. Something like the spear he had shown during the tournament. He had successfully recreated the one-time legendary item he had used on the 2nd floor, the lightning spear. He used to think he knew everything about lightning, but now he understood that he still had a long way to go before truly mastering it. But this time, he would seize every opportunity. This was an incredible power coveted by both gods and giants. It was also the power humanity had taken in order to resist them. A thought suddenly rose in Hosoi Subaru's mind. Perhaps he had never truly used lightning the correct way. So what he needed to do next was uncover the secret of lightning. Only then could he learn its core, and the path to becoming stronger, hidden behind it. Meanwhile, at a dessert shop, the guild owner sat there bored, talking to her partner on the phone. But she was not listening to him at all. Her mind was full of thoughts about what Hosoi Subaru really meant. He had neither rejected her nor accepted her. She looked at her partner on the video call. "What did you just say? I didn't hear any of it." At that moment, her partner was acting extremely dramatic. He was kneeling on the floor with an extremely sincere expression. "I am truly sorry. I am ashamed of my arrogance." The guild owner laughed. "Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say it again." The voice of a broke loser who lost all his bets can't reach my ears. Her partner was completely helpless. Not only had he already returned the money to the guild owner, he had also bet all of his savings on Schneider winning, only to lose everything. Now he was so broke he couldn't afford food, let alone his electricity bill. So he was begging the guild owner for help. To show his sincerity, he even kneeled on the floor and barked like a dog. But the guild owner found it disgusting and told him to stop immediately. After thinking for a long while, the guild owner came up with the perfect solution. She stared at her partner with a serious expression. "As long as you help me with one small favor, I can solve your current problem." Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru had arranged to meet Schneider at a tavern. His goal this time was to ask Schneider about every secret of the Thunder Cave. When he saw Schneider drinking cheap beer, he was a little surprised. This man was the leader of a well-known guild. Was he really that stingy? Schneider did not care. We have always been like this. Back when we had too many members, I was always the one paying, so my wallet has been empty for a long time. So Schneider had always been the one footing the bill. But he had done it willingly. Otherwise, he would not have had the face to stand before his members. After that, Hosoi Subaru listened as Schneider talked about his experience in the Thunder Cave. Back then, everyone had been poor, Schneider included. They could not even imagine receiving support from a guild, like players did now. With their skill level at the time, hunting was not easy. Hosoi Subaru clinked glasses with him, which also felt like leaving their grudge behind with a smile. Taking exams required credits, and if they failed halfway, they would lose the credits they already had. It was a losing deal. For players like Schneider, hunting was the last resort. That day, they went out hunting as usual, just to gather enough credits for the exam, or at least gain a little more experience. But then they encountered a sky python. 7 inexperienced players had no chance against it. Everyone was stunned by the massive size of the python. In the end, Schneider was the only one who survived. Everyone else died. Schneider could not handle the shock at all, because he believed it was all his fault. He was the one who had formed the party. Every time he remembered it, Schneider hated himself deeply. Hosoi Subaru sighed inwardly. Their experiences were painfully similar. They have both lost their teammates. Hosoi Subaru asked, "Did they hate you for it?" Schneider's condition became strange. "You're right. Of course they hated me. They hated me so much. I heard those words until my ears felt like they were bleeding." That shocked Hosoi Subaru. Just how much pressure and guilt had Schneider endured? Schneider was almost losing his mind as he kept repeating those words of hatred. What was so important about the Thunder Cave? This was all because of you. If not for your stubbornness, they would never have died. Looking at Schneider as he broke down, Hosoi Subaru felt as if he had developed an inner demon. In Hosoi Subaru's eyes, those hateful words had turned into demons, wrapping themselves around Schneider and leaving him unable to breathe. Hosoi Subaru knew this could not continue. He had to make him stop. He immediately interrupted Schneider and told him not to say any more. Schneider laughed. "What? Even you pity me now?" If it had been anyone else, they would have given up after something like that. But Schneider did not. If he gave up, then what would the people who died there become? Their sacrifice would lose all meaning. That was why Schneider had remained obsessed with the Thunder Cave all this time. Schneider did not actually expect Hosoi Subaru to understand. But thanks to him, he had finally seen a sliver of hope. The hope of conquering the Thunder Cave. Hosoi Subaru was a little confused. "You really think that highly of me?" After that, Schneider spoke to Hosoi Subaru from the heart. As for what kind of place the Thunder Cave truly was, he would tell him everything he knew. Meanwhile, deep inside a forest, there stood a small, thatched cottage. Shigure was pacing back and forth inside the room. He felt extremely uneasy. He did not know whether he was overthinking things, or whether he had simply been too naive. If Tsuki was really that dangerous, he might have already seen through Reina's disguise. Or perhaps he had been prepared from the start. Shigure glanced at his phone again. So much time had passed, yet he still had not received any message from Reina. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone with her. He swore in his heart that if anything happened to Reina, he would turn Tsuki's forces upside down, no matter what price he had to pay. His anger caused him to release his power without realizing it, and a layer of ice instantly spread across the entire room. The next moment, his aura erupted. "Tsuki, don't think your death will be easy. I will make you pay in blood." Just then, after waiting for so long, Shigure finally received a message for Rena. The first thing Rena sent was an apology. The moment Shigure saw it, his heart sank. Then he saw her next message. "I couldn't bring the shoes back. That shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Ha 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 ha. Shigure nearly exploded when he saw that. What the hell is Rena doing? Is this something she should be joking about? Shigure's furious roar echoed through the entire forest. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru was preparing to start his livestream and head for the Thunder Cave. After greeting the fans in his chat, he quickly received a flood of paid missions. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. "Hello. Sorry to bother you." Hosoi Subaru turned around and saw a very refined-looking young man. The young man immediately recognized him as the rookie streamer who had been popular lately. He felt that this was an amazing coincidence, because he had also accepted a commission for the Thunder Cave. Behind him were 7 teammates. The young man hoped to team up with Hosoi Subaru and challenge the Thunder Cave together. The moment he finished speaking, Hosoi Subaru's phone received a message. It was from the guild owner. She was watching this scene from the live stream. With how sharp she was, she immediately saw that the other party only wanted to ride Hosoe Subaru's popularity. The other members of the team also said that they wanted to challenge the Thunder Cave with him. Hosoe Subaru only hesitated for a brief moment. Then he agreed to let them come along. But there was one thing he had to make clear first. The Thunder Cave was extremely dangerous, so if the situation became impossible, they should never force themselves. Just like that, both sides quickly reached an agreement and decided to head for the Thunder Cave together. There was one more thing that had to be made clear. They were only traveling companions, not allies. That point must not be misunderstood. Soon, they arrived at the meeting point. When they got there, Hosoe Subaru found that a large number of people had already gathered. The scar-faced man in front of them checked the party information and saw that there was actually an E-rank player in the group. Then, he let out a disdainful sneer. "So you're from outside the tower. People like you always treat your lives like something disposable." Hosoe Subaru loosened his body while chatting with his live stream. "Should we call people like this vultures?" Just then, his eyes instantly sharpened. He smelled a very thick scent of blood. These people had clearly killed for years. The bloodlust on them was so heavy that they could not hide it at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, two groups had gathered together. They were also here to challenge the Thunder Cave. The one leading the group on the left was Schneider. Standing across from him was his sworn rival, Polymen. Polymen mocked him. "You're here to challenge the Thunder Cave again? What? Did you not get enough teammates killed last time?" The bald man behind Schneider wanted to rush forward and fight, but Schneider stopped him. Schneider did not want to waste time here. They could let the results speak for themselves later. Meanwhile, Hosoe Subaru followed the mercenaries on the road toward the Thunder Cave. The scar-faced man found this place strange. The fact that the gate only opened at fixed times already carried a suspiciously artificial feeling. Ahead of them was the entrance to the Thunder Cave, where a massive gate stood. Under normal circumstances, powerful lightning would continuously strike the entrance. Its design made it impossible for anyone to enter outside a specific time window. This was the scar-faced man's third time challenging the Thunder Cave. Fewer than 10 mercenaries had ever dared to challenge this place and return alive, and he was one of them. The young man behind Hosoe Subaru kept asking the scar-faced man questions. "Then why do you keep challenging it? And why are you traveling with us?" The scar-faced man answered that he had been searching for something. That thing was the Trace of Thunder. Once he obtained it, he could leave this job behind forever. He had long grown sick of life as a mercenary, always licking blood off the edge of a blade and brushing past death every day. Hosoe Subaru followed behind them for a while and realized they were not saying anything useful. It was all idle chatter. The scar-faced man glared at him with irritation. "You E-rank. Don't do anything stupid. If you want to die, die on your own. Don't drag us down with you." Soon, they arrived before the gate. Some people even took out their phones and recorded the scene. "This place is incredible," the scar-faced man slowly said. "The lightning has stopped. The entrance should open in about an hour." Then he casually took out a rat. He threw it forward without hesitation. He did not care whether a rat lived or died. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down and blasted the rat into a lump of flesh. The scar-faced man told everyone to rest where they were. If they stepped forward now, they would end up just like that rat. But Hosoe Subaru completely ignored his warning and slowly walked forward. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he walked all the way to the front. None of them understood what he was trying to do. Hosoe Subaru felt that this place was somewhat similar to the trial on Millennium Mountain on the second floor. Everyone was completely confused. They had no idea what he was planning. Was he trying to walk straight into his death? But Hosoe Subaru calmly placed his hand on the entrance. The next moment, an immense surge of lightning spread out from his paw. The lightning was like heavenly thunder, carrying terrifying power. The system notified him that the Heart of Thunder was reacting to the Thunder Gate. Hosoe Subaru continued releasing the lightning power within his body. After, the lightning in his hand slowly faded. The system gave another notification. The Thunder Gate has disappeared. The Trace of Thunder has appeared. The instant he received the notification, something fell from above. Hosoe Subaru was curious. What was this thing, and why was it so small? It looked a little like a gemstone, but no gemstone could be as valuable as this. Everyone was shocked. This was actually the trace left behind by a lightning strike. Almost instantly, the scar-faced man drew the long blade on his back. He was stunned to the extreme. What the hell is going on? Could it be that all this time, the Thunder Cave had been waiting for someone truly qualified to appear, and that was why the trace of thunder had never shown itself before. The fans in the live stream began discussing it too. Why are they in a place like this? Novok's fear. A gifted person really is different. But in the next second, Hosoi Subaru heard a sharp sound slicing through the air behind him. An axe was flying straight toward him at high speed. This made Hosoi Subaru furious. We haven't even gone inside yet, and they're already turning on each other. These people are ridiculous. He instantly bent down and dodged the giant axe, but his shoulder was still lightly grazed. Since the other side attacked him first, if Hosoi Subaru counterattacked now, the system would not add any penalty. At this moment, the scar-faced man's expression had twisted hideously. Hand that thing over right now, or don't even think about leaving alive. Hosoi Subaru naturally would never agree to such an unreasonable demand, but they did not care whether he agreed or not. You're an outsider, so you have to follow the rules inside the tower. The scar-faced man raised his axe without the slightest politeness. If you don't hand it over, then I won't hold back. Hosoi Subaru sneered inwardly. Did they really think they could rob him? They were underestimating him far too much. Inside the tower, even if players died, it did not mean they died in reality. But the extreme fear after waking up could cause mental collapse, or even post-traumatic stress. The scar-faced man disgustingly licked the axe in his hand. When death is right in front of them, everyone feels fear, and we are used to hunting outsiders. This scene terrified all the players present. So the rumors about Conrad mercenaries killing players were true. They really should not have come here. Seeing this, the long-haired young man immediately told Hosoi Subaru to run. Stay calm, there are too many of them. If a fight breaks out, it might, but before he could finish speaking, he froze on the spot. As a spray of blood burst before his eyes, Hosoi Subaru had casually struck once and killed one of the mercenaries. In truth, this was exactly what he wanted, because they attacked him first. He now had an excuse to fight back without being punished by the system. Then Hosoi Subaru swung his blade backward and killed another mercenary. The man did not even understand how he died. A cold sweat broke out across the scar-faced man's back. How is this possible? He should only be E rank. Why is this happening? Before the scar-faced man could react, Hosoi Subaru was already in front of him. Without saying another word, Hosoi Subaru slashed out with his sword. He even mocked him as he attacked. Not letting me kill you in one hit? Is this the pride of an S rank? The scar-faced man roared in anger. You dared to trick me. Who the hell are you? But his words came to an abrupt stop, because Hosoi Subaru cut off his arm with one slash. With a thud, the scar-faced man dropped heavily to his knees, clutching the wound as he trembled. In his eyes, the sword that had severed his arm seemed anything but ordinary, and Hosoi Subaru, the owner of that sword, looked like a killing god returned from hell. With a wet slash, Hosoi Subaru ended the scar-faced man's life with a single strike. The system interface notified him that he had defeated the demon. The people who had teamed up with Hosoi Subaru were completely stunned. In just a few seconds, he had wiped out the entire enemy group. Hosoi Subaru glared at the young man with irritation, still holding the trace of thunder in his hand. Do you want this too? The man was completely terrified and quickly said, I don't like that thing at all. You should keep it. The livestream viewers nearly laughed themselves to death. Narukami really knows how to mess with people. After dealing with those people, the entrance to the gate finally opened for them. Hosoi Subaru said to everyone, let's hurry inside. Soon, the group entered the depths of the Thunder Cave. One woman in the team was very worried. Are we really going to keep following him? He clearly doesn't seem normal. The team leader kept reassuring her, as long as you don't act like those people, you'll be fine. No matter what, in this place, do not provoke Narukami Subaru. The long-haired young man secretly glanced at his phone and realized that his follower count in the live stream was rising rapidly. He did not mind that at all. After all, traffic meant money. As long as there was traffic, anything was fine. They walked deeper into the cave for a while, then suddenly noticed countless pairs of eyes glowing in the darkness. The same was true up ahead and all around them. It seemed they had been surrounded by a pack of beasts. Hosoi Subaru had already expected this. Before he came here, Schneider had told him some details. After entering the Thunder Cave, the first monsters they would encounter were thunder wolves. Their entire bodies were deep blue, and they radiated a domineering aura. Crackling lightning wrapped around them from head to toe. Everyone was struggling to figure out how to deal with these thunder wolves. But Hosoi Subaru was different. He moved straight toward the danger, because no obstacle could stop his steps. In just 2 blinks, Hosoi Subaru arrived in front of the thunder wolves. There were too many of them. If he fought them one by one, his stamina would be drained quickly, so he needed a way to shorten the fight. His gaze locked onto the Wolf King in the center. As long as he took down that Wolf King, the entire pack would lose its leader and eventually collapse. The scar-faced Thunder Wolf before him was the leader of the whole pack. Hosoi Subaru cut down several Thunder Wolves in front of him with a single slash. Then he activated Cloud Step, boosting his jumping ability. Right now, he could walk through the air for 3 seconds. And those 3 seconds were extremely important. The feeling of Cloud Step was truly strange. So this was probably how Toshiya felt back when he used these shoes. Ahead of Hosoi Subaru, the Wolf King had 2 Guardian Thunder Wolves at its side. But just then, the Wolf King instantly vanished from where it stood. When it appeared again, it was already behind Hosoi Subaru, its claws ready to strike. With a thunderous boom, the Wolf King struck Hosoi Subaru like a person throwing a heavy punch. The attack was so fast that even Hosoi Subaru failed to react in time. After being sent flying to the ground, Hosoi Subaru immediately adjusted his posture. He had been careless just now, but from this point on, he could not afford to let his guard down again. Blue arcs of electricity wrapped around the Wolf King, while lightning surged around Hosoi Subaru as well. Hosoi Subaru released 70% of his lightning power. He would answer an eye with an eye, and lightning with lightning. His lightning was faster than the Wolf King's. With a sharp crackle, his thunderbolt struck the Wolf King and sliced it in half from head to tail. A monster at the Wolf King's level could still be finished by him in one move. The system notified him that he had defeated the Thunder Wolf leader, and the pack's berserk state had weakened. At the same time, his strength increased by 1 point, and his agility increased by 1 point. When all the Thunder Wolves saw their leader split in 2, fear toward Hosoi Subaru rose within them. On the other side, the small team was still struggling to survive. Some of them had already suffered severe injuries. The Thunder Wolves seemed endless. When Schneider had explained the Thunder Cave to him before, he mentioned one thing. Once the Thunder Wolf leader was defeated, the battle was already won. A kingly pressure appeared in Hosoi Subaru's eyes. From now on, he could be considered their new Wolf King. Many Thunder Wolves lowered their heads to him in submission and quietly sat down where they were. The system notified him that he had subdued the Thunder Wolves, and he could now command all Thunder Wolves inside the Thunder Cave. Soon, the team members noticed something. The Thunder Wolves that had been desperately attacking them moments ago were no longer making a move. The long-haired man stared in surprise. What exactly just happened? Hosoi Subaru did not answer him. He simply said 2 words, "Move out." The moment he said those words, the Thunder Wolves behind him centered themselves around him and followed behind. After taming these Thunder Wolves, Hosoi Subaru's overall strength had clearly risen by a large amount. And so, after subduing the Thunder Wolves, their group advanced deeper into the Thunder Cave in grand formation. Once they arrived, they discovered that the ceiling of the cave was covered in dense lightning. But for Hosoi Subaru, this was actually a good place. Then he ordered the wolf pack behind him, howl. After receiving the order, the Thunder Wolves raised their heads and howled. The other members of the team had no idea why he would do this. Hosoi Subaru's goal was to lure every monster over. After all, those monsters could not only help him level up, but also bring him plenty of points. But the other team members were not happy about it. Their strength was too weak, and they were no match for those monsters at all. Hosoi Subaru flicked the long blade in his hand. "You don't need to worry about it. I'll kill these monsters myself. Surrounding monsters is my usual style." The long-haired man was shocked. "You can kill these monsters, sure. But what about us?" Hosoi Subaru sneered at them. "I told you from the start. You're only here for the ride. As for how you survive, figure it out yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters charged toward them. Hosoi Subaru instantly drew his sword and rushed forward. None of these monsters would escape. They were all his points and credits. Meanwhile, on the other side, the guild president was watching Hosoi Subaru's live stream. The pink-haired assistant beside him was startled. "Are we really going to let him keep acting this wildly?" The guild president said he supported not interfering with Hosoi Subaru's actions, but the pink-haired assistant still felt that this was a little inappropriate. At this moment, Hosoi Subaru was slaughtering everything in his live stream. The guild president took out his phone and showed it to the pink-haired assistant. Normally, if he did something like this, he would be roasted alive by the public. But this situation is special. Because of him, many people had already signed up to join the Thunder Cave expedition. There was clear evidence that they were trying to freeload off him, so there was no reason to doubt it. Those who were not strong enough could never clear the Thunder Cave alone. In the guild president's view, who would not want to take advantage of a free ride like this? The pink-haired assistant still felt uneasy, because this could create a troublesome public opinion storm. But the guild president believed it would be fine as long as it happened only once. The guild president's thinking was simple. If word spread that his ride is free, people would cling to him endlessly. Let them freeload once, and next time they would swarm him like ants. Hosoi Subaru's actions this time were meant to make an example out of them, telling everyone that they should not even dream of getting a free ride. Meanwhile, after Hosoi Subaru used his lightning power, none of the monsters were a match for him. After this battle, his level rose quite a bit, and his focus increased as well. Hosoi Subaru glanced at the corpses on the ground. Every monster had been killed by him alone. Since this was a live-streamed solo clear of the Thunder Cave, no one would likely dare to say again that the Thunder Cave could not be soloed. The livestream viewers were stunned. They had not expected him to really wipe out every monster alone. Many of the people who had entered with Hosoi Subaru had also died. This was the price of trying to freeload off him. On the other side, the guild owner received a call from the guild president. She told him to get to the point because she was busy right now. The guild president was furious. How can you speak to me like that? What I want to talk about is Narukami Subaru. But before that, you have to answer one question. Did you tell Narukami Subaru about that recruitment post? The guild president quickly got his answer. It really had been the guild owner who told Hosoi Subaru. With that, he understood everything. So this had been her plan from the very beginning. The moment he finished talking about it, the guild owner hung up. She truly had something urgent to deal with. The guild president did not dwell on it. He turned and asked the pink-haired assistant whether the backup of that forum post had already been saved. Once everything was ready, it was his turn to make those people understand that something powerful stood behind Narukami Subaru. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Thunder Cave, the people who entered with Schneider were still fighting the Thunder Wolves. They had some strength, but they were definitely no match for the wolves. Polyman shouted at Schneider. "Are you just gonna stand there and watch? Hurry up and help." Schneider stood there with his arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. He had been watching for quite some time. With no other choice, Polyman brought his sword down again and killed a Thunder Wolf. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you angry that I joined the raid team or something? Why still haven't you moved?" Schneider sneered inwardly. He was indeed doing it on purpose. But while he was deliberately stalling, he was also searching for a certain wolf. The next second, he suddenly drew the short blade at his waist. "Finally found you." Schneider flicked his arm forward, and the sharp blade shot out with an unmatched cold gleam. Even the battle-hardened Polyman felt a chill when he saw it. The dagger crossed over the wolf pack and flew straight toward a Thunder Wolf ahead. With a wet stab, the Thunder Wolf had no time to react before the dagger pierced straight through its head. Then, the Thunder Wolf collapsed to the ground with a thud. Polyman kept mocking him from the side. "I thought you were finally going to finish them off, but you only killed one little wolf pup." He had no idea that the leader of the Thunder Wolves was usually the smaller one. Schneider could not even be bothered to answer. He treated Polyman like he didn't even exist, but still said in his direction, "Sit." This made Polyman even angrier. "You really are pushing your luck." Fury appeared on Polyman's face. "You've been messing with me this whole time. Today I'll settle this with you and decide who the real strongest player on the third floor is." But what he never expected was that the moment he finished speaking, all the Thunder Wolves stopped attacking and obediently sat down. The surrounding players were stunned. What just happened? Polyman looked at Schneider in confusion. "What did you do? Why are those wolves listening to you?" Schneider laughed loudly. "You know nothing about the Thunder Cave. And it's not just you. The higher-ups of the Blue Zone know nothing about it either." Schneider gave Polyman a warning. "You should turn back right now, unless you want to embarrass yourself in front of your subordinates." After saying that, Schneider walked straight past Polyman. He did not take him seriously at all. Nor did he see him as a real opponent, because Polyman was not qualified. On Hosoi Subaru's side, he also encountered a new monster. It was a crawling creature with a huge mouth, full of countless teeth, like a giant worm. This was the outer lord of the Thunder Cave. Seeing it, Hosoi Subaru suddenly crouched down and prepared to gather his lightning power. With a sharp whoosh, he vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the Lord Monster. His speed was terrifying. Before the monster could react, Hosoi Subaru shoved his hand into its mouth and began releasing his lightning power. The next moment, as the lightning erupted, the giant worm's body instantly exploded. Hosoi Subaru brushed the blood off his body. These monsters were far too easy for him. But what came next was the important part Schneider had mentioned. Schneider had spent 3 years reaching this place. The journey had been smooth enough, but after arriving here, he suddenly realized something. What Schneider had described was a door that would only appear after killing that giant worm. This place seemed to be merely the first gate before the true entrance of the Thunder Cave. The real entrance to the Thunder Cave was here. And next, Hosoi Subaru would begin his trial of thunder. To be honest, up to this point, the Thunder Cave had not been much different from an ordinary dungeon. According to Schneider, the real transformation was about to begin, and the Thunder Trio would officially start from this point onward. At this moment, Hosoi Subaru had already stepped deep inside the door. He looked at the dragon-shaped lines carved on the wall, but there seemed to be nothing special about them. But Schneider had told him before that the first door was called the Thunder Gate, and it had taken him more than 5 years to pass through it. If even Schneider had spent over 5 years there, then this pattern was definitely anything but ordinary. Just then, the livestream viewers suddenly noticed that the dragon claw on the wall seemed to move. The system immediately issued a notification. Evaluating your qualification for Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike was the earth-shaking roar that came when lightning struck. But that roar was also part of thunder. No matter how one looked at it, they were still the same power. So if anyone asked whether the reward inside the Thunder Cave was related to thunder, Hosoi Subaru honestly had no idea. Even if they belonged to the same element, that did not mean their skill effects would be the same. At this moment, Ragnar, the Claw of Thunder, began judging Hosoi Subaru. His fists cracked as he clenched them. Facing such a powerful being was honestly exciting. Schneider had also warned him before. Although Hosoi Subaru had defeated the Wolf Warrior, he had better not even think about trying to defeat Ragnar. Hosoi Subaru felt Schneider had mythologized him too much. He did not look like an idiot. A being at this level was obviously not something he could defeat right now. Besides, the reason he had fought the Wolf Warrior was because that had been part of the mission. Schneider had also said that Ragnar's trials were different every single time. Sometimes it would make challengers endure tens of millions of lightning strikes. Sometimes it would seal off their five senses and trap them in endless darkness. Or it might summon a gigantic monster and force them to fight it. Then Ragnar slowly spoke. "Are you willing to challenge this trial of thunder?" Hosoi Subaru answered, "Yes." Since he had already come this far, he had obviously come to challenge the trial of thunder. After hearing his answer, Ragnar seemed amused. "You have already proven countless qualifications." It told Hosoi Subaru to take out the item inside. So, Hosoi Subaru reached into his pocket. The item inside was the Trace of Thunder, but Schneider had never mentioned anything related to it. The dragon spoke again. "So you opened the Gate of Thunder and walked inside?" Hosoi Subaru asked it. "Other than me, no one else has this. What about that bearded guy with the spear?" Ragnar said Schneider had not entered by opening the gate. He had simply happened to pick up a stone formed from the dungeon's condensed energy. Since Hosoi Subaru was the only one who possessed the power of lightning, everything made sense. Now Ragnar was about to impose a trial on him, and the trial it gave him was to swallow the Trace of Thunder. Hosoi Subaru checked the item's rank, but everything showed up as question marks. There was only one description: a crystal left behind after thunder tore through the sky. He thought this stone was probably worth a fortune. Swallowing it like this felt insanely extravagant. He even started hesitating over whether he should really swallow it. Wouldn't it feel better to sell it instead? Many viewers in the live stream were telling him not to assume that clearing the trial would give him an even better reward. Thinking about it that way, Hosoi Subaru really did feel it was a waste. But from the very beginning, he had been saving money for the next judgment. If he backed out now, there would be no benefit for him. And more than that, it would be a massive disgrace to the members of Blue Eyes. So, Hosoi Subaru stopped overthinking and swallowed the stone directly. Gulp. The system notified him. "You have swallowed the Trace of Thunder. The trial of the gate will now begin inside your body." After hearing that notification, Hosoi Subaru's pupils suddenly widened. The next moment, he dropped to his knees. The lightning around him began gathering toward the Trace of Thunder in his throat. When the guild owner saw this, she cursed out loud and even called that dragon a bug. That damn bug actually tricked Narukami Subaru into swallowing a stone. Narukami Subaru might not even know how much that stone was worth, and he was clearly so obsessed with money. She could only hope nothing happened to him. Just then, her partner suddenly called. The guild owner quickly answered. Her partner said, "I've arrived at the place you mentioned." The guild owner was a little surprised. "That was fast, though that place is pretty close to you." The guild owner felt guilty. Asking her partner to do something like that was really hard on him. Then she put the phone back to her ear and said, "Hello." The other side replied, "What is it?" The guild owner said, "I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, but I still hope you can help me." Her partner snorted coldly. "I don't want to argue with you. Just keep your promise. If you come asking me for more later, I won't give it to you. If I say no, I mean no. Also, I called to make sure you understand that I have no way back now. If you go back on your word, I won't let you off." After saying that, her partner hung up. "I won't disturb you from monitoring Narukami Subaru anymore." The guild owner looked at her partner's profile picture, and guilt welled up in her heart again. "I'm sorry, partner. This is the only thing I can do to help Narukami Subaru." At this moment, there was not the slightest trace of ease on her partner's face. Before him stood a magnificent high-rise building. This place was the God-forging furnace on the 5th floor. He had never imagined that one day he would return here again. Meanwhile, Hosoi Subaru fell into a deep sleep. The system notified him that the Judgment of Thunder would unfold inside his body. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning struck him. That strike changed even his pupils. The pain was unbearable. The system notified him. The thunder mark has fused into your body. Magic power increased. His accumulated fatigue had reached 67. His magic power increased by 1 point, and his fatigue rose to 73. Then several more bolts of lightning fell, tempering his body again and again. Even the smallest blood vessels were struck by lightning. Hosoi Subaru felt this was the complete opposite of last time. It was as if something was blocking the flow of his magic power. The system notified him. The trace of thunder is spreading throughout your entire body. Hosoi Subaru could no longer move his body freely. The trace of thunder was starting to control him, and he knew that if this continued, he was finished. The system notified him. The heart of thunder is resisting the trace of thunder. This made Hosoi Subaru feel deeply shocked. The heart of thunder and the trace of thunder were actually reacting to each other. He had originally thought the heart of thunder was merely an equipable item, but now his fatigue had already reached 81 and his magic power had increased by another point. Although they looked similar, their paths of lightning were completely different. When Ragnar told him to swallow that stone, could it have meant something else? Could it actually have been hinting that he should swallow the heart of thunder as well? The system notified him that the heart of thunder could not be traded, and its rank was unique growth type. So Hosoi Subaru slowly placed the heart of thunder into his mouth. The system notified him. The heart of thunder is resisting the trace of thunder. When Hosoi Subaru swallowed the heart of thunder, his body began to change. His body slowly stood up, and 2 different colors of lightning gathered around his legs. Then the lightning seemed to come under his control, bursting continuously from within his body. At that moment, the dragon's figure appeared before him. It looked down at the human below with disbelief. This human left it both stunned and delighted. You finally noticed my hint. With a high, resonant dragon roar, Hosoi Subaru's trial finally ended. Lightning now radiated from his entire body. His heart had also undergone a transformation, becoming a golden thunder heart. The thunder dragon slowly spoke. You do not even know how to use it. What a terrible waste of a divine gift, but realizing this on your own is still meaningful. Hosoi Subaru's expression was extremely serious. I almost died back there. The thunder dragon laughed. The previous wielder of thunder failed to control this power. I hope I can have expectations for you this time. Immediately after, thunder power surged out from Hosoi Subaru's heart. The system notified him that his thunder strike had leveled up 3 times in a row. Seeing this, Hosoi Subaru found it unbelievable. Right after that, his skill rating rose to S rank. On the other side, Schneider's group also arrived at the true entrance of the Thunder Cave. Schneider's eyes were filled with shock. Why did the dragon pattern disappear? He clearly remembered that the dragon pattern had been carved right here. But now, that image was gone. The bald man behind him thought his captain must have remembered the wrong place, so he told Schneider to search somewhere else. Maybe the dragon pattern was in another similar-looking location. But Schneider insisted that this was the place. He guessed that someone other than him must have entered. The bald man immediately thought of one person. Could it be Narukami Subaru? But how could he make the dragon pattern disappear? Hollymen beside them did not care at all. If Narukami Subaru got ahead of us, then we should hurry even more. Otherwise, the reward will be taken. A smile appeared on Schneider's face. You think I came here just for the reward? In truth, he was happy. This place had finally changed. Other than him, someone had really reached the end of the Thunder Cave. Schneider slowly stepped closer to Polyman. Right now, Schneider was unbelievably excited. If Polyman dared to ruin this atmosphere, Schneider would absolutely make him regret it. After that, they continued deeper into the thunder. They wanted to witness the first conquest of the Thunder Cave with their own eyes. Provided they survived, Polyman sensed that something was wrong. Looks like this guy has no intention of handling this himself. What exactly is waiting for us ahead? Soon, they arrived at the first door near the entrance. Schneider said that once they entered this door, they would reach the end of the Thunder Cave. At this moment, Narukami Subaru should be inside. Schneider could hardly wait to go in and see Narukami Subaru. Ahead of them stood an ancient structure. Above the structure, there was a seat that looked like a throne. After Schneider looked around, he did not find Hosoi Subaru anywhere. Polyman said speechlessly. Why do you keep saying Narukami Subaru's name? He was close to breaking down. Can you people calm down for once? Maybe he just sat in that chair for a moment and then kept moving. But Schneider thought that was unlikely. This place was not merely an empty throne. Someone guarded it. The moment he took that step, a bolt of lightning struck down. Other than Schneider, everyone else was shocked by the energy in that lightning. The person before them was the Thunder Knight, the guardian who protected this empty throne. Polyman found it unbelievable. Why would a human become a boss monster? Only then did Schneider slowly explain, unless you defeat the Thunder Knight, you cannot move forward. And he is Thunder Knight Peleus. What we are about to face is an impassable wall. Back at the tavern, Schneider had already told Hosoi Subaru about this. This was the first time the Thunder Knight had ever revealed his name to a challenger. It could not simply be a case of two people sharing the same name. Both were connected to the Trial of Thunder. So the most reasonable assumption was that they were the same person. Hosoi Subaru had been surprised. Why had this never been revealed? Plenty of people knew Peleus, but Schneider said he was the only one who knew the Thunder Knight's name. It was only at that moment that Schneider understood who the Thunder Knight really was. Schneider guessed that Hosoi Subaru's thunder skill and that Thunder Knight must have some kind of connection. That was why Schneider hoped the Thunder Knight would appear before he himself arrived this time. The Thunder Knight slowly walked toward them. He said to Schneider, "You have come again." Schneider replied, "You were waiting for someone, weren't you? Did you meet the person you were waiting for?" The Thunder Knight said, "I did not." Hearing this, Schneider felt somewhat regretful. Then he ordered his companions to surround the Thunder Knight. But at that moment, Polyman also ordered his own men to rush forward and block the Thunder Knight's retreat. Schneider tried to stop them, but it was already too late. He cursed inwardly. A bunch of idiots. Stop charging in without thinking. This is no different from suicide. At that moment, the Thunder Knight moved. In an instant, he killed all three people who attacked him. Schneider completely lost it. Those cheap tricks of yours are completely useless against the Thunder Knight. Seeing his companions killed, Polyman's fury reached its peak. "Stop wasting words with him. Hurry up and charge with me." After saying that, he did not care whether Schneider followed or not. He directly slashed at the Thunder Knight. But in the next second, Polyman's sword snapped instantly, while the Thunder Knight's weapon remained completely intact. A bad feeling began to rise in Polyman's heart. At that moment, the Thunder Knight had already appeared in front of him, and the weapon in his hand was about to pierce Polyman's throat. Meanwhile, on the other side, after absorbing the thunder, Hosoi Subaru had fallen unconscious for a short time. However, while he was unconscious, all of his stats had already recovered. Next, he was ready to leave this place. At the same time, on the other side, Polyman was about to be killed by the Thunder Knight in one strike. At the critical moment, a blade blocked the Thunder Knight's attack. The person who intervened was Schneider. After blocking the strike, he immediately launched 4 or 5 consecutive attacks, trying to force the Thunder Knight back. Only then did Polyman finally understand just how huge the gap between him and Schneider really was. A voice sounded from behind him. "Don't tell me you really thought the guild sent you here because they didn't trust the captain." The bald man told Polyman that he was nothing more than a tool. Polyman found it unbelievable. "So I was only bait to provoke the captain's pride?" On the battlefield, the Thunder Knight's attacks were extremely tricky. If Schneider made even the slightest mistake, he would be stabbed to death by a single thrust. Polyman was deeply shaken. Schneider was actually able to fight the Thunder Knight to this extent. And before this, Narukami Subaru had completely defeated Schneider. Then just how strong was he really? With a sharp clang, Schneider clashed with the Thunder Knight once again. But this time, Schneider was clearly starting to lose ground. Their weapons met and separated in an instant. But in the next second, one of Schneider's arms was cut off by the Thunder Knight. Schneider knew this was bad. He had no idea how many more minutes he could last. Just as Schneider was about to fall, several other members of the team charged toward the Thunder Knight, but the Thunder Knight did not take them seriously at all. He quickly turned around, swung his spear once, and cut them in half at the waist. At the same time, Schneider moved as well. Since he could not win a war of attrition, he had no choice but to bet everything on one strike. Using the same method, he moved behind the Thunder Knight. But when his attack came down, the Thunder Knight blocked it. The moment his strike hit the Thunder Knight's defense, Schneider's attack was blown away. Schneider's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that today might truly be the end for him, because no matter what he did, he could no longer avoid the Thunder Knight's fatal blow. The next moment, the Thunder Knight suddenly felt a wave of danger rushing toward him. He reacted instantly, turning his shield to block the incoming attack. Right after that, the Thunder Knight rapidly retreated. In front of him, an overwhelming storm of lightning was raging wildly. Seeing this, the Thunder Knight was deeply shocked. At that moment, Hosoi Subaru slowly appeared and faced the Thunder Knight head-on. Terrifying thunder power radiated from his body as he walked toward the Thunder Knight step by step. Schneider tried to pick up his sword and fight alongside him, but Hosoi Subaru told him to step back, because in Schneider's current condition, he would only get in the way. Right now, Schneider only needed to stand aside and watch. The Thunder Knight had already moved. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Hosoe Subaru. But at that moment, the Thunder Knight suddenly spoke. "It has been a long time, my savior." Hearing those words, their weapons touched and immediately separated. Hosoe Subaru had not expected the Thunder Knight before him to know him. Everyone was shocked, unable to understand what was going on with the Thunder Knight. Then the Thunder Knight slowly removed his helmet. "I am not sure whether you still remember my face, but please allow me to greet you properly." He was Peleus. Only now his appearance had become extremely disfigured. The livestream viewers were also curious why he had become like this, and why he had turned into the Thunder Knight. Peleus said, "I do not know where you went afterward, but I believe that if I came here, we would meet again someday." Hearing this, Hosoe Subaru was also shocked. He had no idea how much time had passed after he left. Only then did Peleus confirm that Hosoe Subaru was someone from another world. As for time, even he was not sure, because after roughly 100 years, he had stopped counting. The Thunder Trial was supposed to be a virtual test that could repeat infinitely. So why could Peleus remember him? It turned out that after Peleus learned about people from other worlds, he began to wonder if Hosoe Subaru was not from this world either. But what Hosoe Subaru cared about now was what had happened to the villagers, and why Peleus had become like this. After Hosoe Subaru left, the giant invasion continued. In the end, the village was destroyed, and Peleus became the only survivor. He swore that he would become as strong as Hosoe Subaru, so he began searching for the power Hosoe Subaru had once possessed. In the end, he finally found the road leading to the cave. But for someone like him, who lacked the qualifications yet still tried to pursue such overwhelming power, the price he had to pay was far heavier than he had imagined. In the end, he lost both eyes and could never see light again. After that, he was cursed and could no longer take even half a step outside this cave. Now, his only obsession was waiting for the day Hosoe Subaru returned. And now, after all that waiting, he had finally succeeded. So, Peleus made one final request to Hosoe Subaru, begging him to grant him peace. But although Hosoe Subaru's stats had recovered, his fatigue value was already close to its limit. If he did not want to drag this out, he had to go all out. At that moment, the system notified him that his fatigue had reached 78. Since this was a request from a former companion, Hosoe Subaru would grant it. Thunder power surged violently around his body. What came next was the final chapter of the Thunder Trial, the ultimate duel between Hosoe Subaru and the Thunder Knight. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, Reina was returning to the base at an extremely slow pace. She did not even know how to face Shigure. In truth, it was not that Reina could not retrieve the shoes. She had simply never made a move. When she returned home, her pupils suddenly widened, and she froze on the spot. She knew Shigure was truly angry this time. He had even frozen their entire base. Reina carefully pushed the door open, but above the door, an ice spike had already been waiting for her arrival. Reina was scared out of her mind. Is Shigure really trying to kill me? That is way too much. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out in front of Reina. Shigure was now radiating a terrifying aura. "My queen, let us have a little sparring match." Reina did not dare to spar with Shigure at all. She was so frightened, her soul nearly left her body. She immediately lowered her posture and apologized to him. Shigure actually understood Reina's strength very well. She must have deliberately let that guy, Narukami Subaru, take the shoes. Reina knew she could not hide it from Shigure, so she admitted it on the spot. Reina said, "I didn't see his face, but everything he did felt like the captain. So I thought maybe it would be okay for Narukami Subaru to have them. He doesn't look like someone who would do anything bad." Reina carefully asked Shigure if he could forgive her. Shigure smiled faintly. "I can forgive you. But first, restore the house to its original state." After Reina's side was settled, the battle in the Thunder Tower reached its climax. The Thunder Knight was extremely powerful. The battle between him and Hosoe Subaru was so intense that the people behind them could barely look directly at it. But Schneider knew the Thunder Knight had one fatal weakness. He could not see. After one exchange, Hosoe Subaru kicked the Thunder Knight, but he never expected his own body to be sent flying by the recoil from that kick. The Thunder Knight's 100 years of cultivation was no joke. The real problem was that Hosoe Subaru's fatigue value was about to approach 99. Once it reached 100, he would die. At that critical moment, a short sword flew toward the Thunder Knight. Caught off guard, the Thunder Knight was stabbed in the arm. Hosoe Subaru turned and saw that the person who threw the short sword was Schneider. He had not expected Schneider to interfere in the fight between him and the Thunder Knight. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru kicked off the ground with force. You came at the perfect time. I have to admit, your observation skills are still as sharp as ever. The Thunder Knight's reaction speed was also fast. He immediately tried to pull the short sword from his arm, but when he raised his head, he realized Hosoi Subaru was no longer standing where he had been. By then, Hosoi Subaru had already used Cloud Step to appear above him. Then he gathered all his thunder into his hand. What came next would be the final strike between them. But in that instant, Hosoi Subaru suddenly accelerated, leaving the Thunder Knight no time to counterattack. This strike carried 90% of his thunder power, enough to kill him outright. Helios's final words before death were, "I have caused you trouble, my savior. But, after crossing 100 long years, I am truly happy that I could see you again." As his words fell, his figure vanished with a thunderous boom. The great hall returned to silence. Hosoi Subaru looked toward the empty throne ahead. Now, it was time to reach the top. Suddenly, a weapon flew toward his head and cut open his cheek. The one who attacked was Polyman. The bald man behind him looked disgusted. "You coward. You actually used such a cheap trick." Polyman had no interest in listening to them. Instead, he ordered the others behind him to eliminate Narukami Subaru together. But what he never expected was that no one at the scene obeyed him anymore. Polyman grew anxious. "Are you even listening? This is the man your great captain has been chasing all this time. Just kill him and settle the score." But no matter how much he talked, no one moved. Polyman thought that since Narukami Subaru was showing no sign of using lightning, he must already be at the end of his rope. Then he looked at Schneider. "Your chance for revenge is right in front of you. Aren't you going to take it?" But what he did not know was that Schneider had already become Hosoi Subaru's friend. There was no way he would do something like that. Schneider said, "What do you expect me to do with these arms? Don't drag me into this. If you want to kill Narukami Subaru, do it yourself. As for the reward, it obviously belongs to him. I joined Blue Zone to conquer the Thunder Cave. I do not care about guild matters." Hearing this, Polyman froze. So in the end, he was the only one working for the guild. Polyman laughed and looked at Hosoi Subaru. "Sorry, Narukami Subaru. My hand slipped just now. Let me offer you compensation. Why don't you join Blue Zone? If you do, I will hand over all the rewards from the Thunder Cave to you. On top of that, I guarantee treatment equivalent to a semi-ranker. This is not empty talk. It is an official promise from the guild." Polyman thought that with such generous terms, Narukami Subaru had no reason to refuse. Then he walked toward Hosoi Subaru step by step. "With this, we have no reason to remain enemies, right?" Hosoi Subaru tilted his head and stared at him, his eyes looking at Polyman as if he were already dead. The next moment, he sliced with his hand. Polyman's throat was cut open instantly. This piece of trash had dared to talk endlessly in front of him, and even tried to ambush him. He absolutely deserved to die. After that, Hosoi Subaru asked Schneider and the others if they wanted to continue with him. But Schneider refused and ordered all his members to retreat. "This is my final order as your captain, and my final request as your comrade." Hearing this, tears streamed down the bald man's face. This meant Schneider would continue forward with Hosoi Subaru, while his teammates would return the way they came. After everything was settled, Hosoi Subaru prepared to ascend the throne. This Thunder Throne had been empty for hundreds of years. Now, it was finally waiting for its true master. The next moment, Hosoi Subaru sat directly on the empty throne, looking as if he ruled the world. Schneider was stunned by the sight. He could no longer tell whether the Narukami Subaru before him and the Narukami Subaru from 20 years ago were the same person. Just then, a sudden change occurred. In the next moment, an extreme wave of dizziness struck Hosoi Subaru's mind, and everything before him became blurry. The system notified him, "You have sat upon the Thunder Throne." Hosoi Subaru instinctively thought there might be another trial on this throne. But when he came back to his senses, the scene before him had changed. The empty throne had become a golden throne. At this moment, Hosoi Subaru had no idea what was happening. The scene ahead seemed unchanged, but this place had not been damaged at all. Schneider had also disappeared. On the staircase, a great door stood tall. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps. Then a figure slowly appeared. He took only one step, yet it seemed to cross 100 meters. His figure was incredibly imposing, and he carried a natural aura of nobility. His eyes were even colder, as if he looked down on all living beings. He said that his current self could not endure the power of lightning. That was why he could not sit on the throne. But one day, he would return in a vessel worthy of him, and he had come here only to tell his father that. After saying those words, he turned and left. Then Hosoi Subaru's consciousness returned to his body. In everyone else's eyes, he had simply sat on the empty throne, and then the throne collapsed. Schneider saw the same thing. The livestream viewers started joking. "Looks like you're a lot heavier than me, bro. You sat down and broke it instantly." Only then did Hosoi Subaru realize that they had not seen that vision at all. Then a blue orb appeared in front of him. As the orb slowly fell, Hosoi Subaru grabbed it in his hand. The system notified him that he had cleared the Thunder Cave and obtained the Hollow Heart of Thunder. His level rose 3 times in a row. His strength, agility, stamina, and focus all increased by 3 points. He could now receive AP from the Central Guild. The Hollow Heart of Thunder could not be traded. Its rank was question marks, and its category was also question marks. Hosoi Subaru still did not understand what this blue orb was used for. For such a difficult trial, the reward felt a little underwhelming. Could it be the same type of item as the Heart of Thunder? At that moment, Schneider walked over. What exactly happened just now? Hosoi Subaru said he did not know either. The orb had flown out from the dust. That answer stunned Schneider. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "I didn't expect even you to not know." Schneider could hardly believe it. If he wanted to see the result of his 10 years of effort, did he really have to watch Hosoi Subaru's livestream? Hosoi Subaru did not deny it. "We've only just started. What result are you talking about? You should be leaving this floor soon too, right?" At this point, Hosoi Subaru nearly forgot something. He still had not claimed his mission rewards. Schneider looked speechless. What a strange guy. The first thing you do after clearing the trial is claim your mission rewards. Then Hosoi Subaru opened the system mission interface and collected every reward. After that, he thanked the viewers and fans in the livestream. And with that, today's livestream ends here. I'll see you all next time. At that moment, Shigure and Reina were also watching my livestream. Shigure asked Reina, "How did it feel to see Narukami Subaru in person?" Reina thought he did feel a little similar, but she still did not suspect that he was the real one. But every time Narukami Subaru wore that mask, it made her feel as if the captain had really returned. At first, she had also held on to that fantasy, but after thinking about it carefully, it still seemed unlikely. First of all, the real Narukami Subaru had once been the center of everyone's attention. It was almost impossible for him to do a live stream that felt so close to self-promotion, let alone while wearing his iconic personal mask. Second, based on the way the tower system worked, unless he had truly reincarnated like a character in a comic, it should be impossible for him to start the trials again from the first floor. So if he really was the captain, then both of those nearly impossible conditions would have to be true at the same time. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, this place was legendary in the martial world, a massive force second only to the Martial Alliance. It was a symbolic domain of martial power. It was also the place where the agency owner's partner had once grown up. The people beside him warned him that once he got there, he had to avoid saying anything unnecessary. Otherwise, not even a god could save him. Their warnings only made the partner more and more nervous. If the agency owner, who never asked anyone for help, had not made an unprecedented request, he never would have come to a place like this. Soon he arrived before a great hall. His heart was already pounding. He did not know if he would even have the courage to stand firm before that man. When the doors opened, he walked inside with an anxious heart. Inside the great hall stood a man. He was the Lord of Divine Forging. He was one of the tower's top high-ranking players and the second-ranked master in the martial world, Cloud Peak Supreme Realm. The partner respectfully bowed. "It has been a long time. I hope you have been well." The middle-aged man slowly spoke. "You do not need to be so formal. Call me what you used to call me. Just call me Uncle." And he was the 6th-ranked Divine Forging Lord, Cloud Peak Supreme Realm. The partner nodded in fear. "Yes, Uncle." Cloud Peak Supreme Realm asked him how he had been lately. The partner said he had been doing well. Cloud Peak Supreme Realm continued, "I heard you are working for quite an impressive company. I also heard that a young warrior named Narukami Subaru has recently risen to fame." The partner was confused. Why would Uncle know about that? Cloud Peak Supreme Realm said it did not matter. But the partner knew very well that although it might not matter to Cloud Peak Supreme Realm, it mattered greatly to the agency owner. After all, he knew exactly how terrifying the man before him was. At that moment, Cloud Peak Supreme Realm's gaze remained calm. "Let us change the subject. You came back here alone, so you must have your own reason. Did my precious daughter ask you to deliver a message?" The partner did not actually know what this was about. He had only brought one sentence: she refuses. Cloud Peak Supreme Realm narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a quiet, "Oh." Then an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him. Interesting. She refused? You do not even know the question. So who does that answer belong to? Did you answer for her, or is that her answer? The partner did not know what the exact question was. He was only responsible for delivering the message. Cloud Peak Supreme Realm laughed. You came here without even knowing the question? The partner said, the agency owner is my best friend. She's irreplaceable. After all these years, this was the only time she ever asked me for help, so there was no way I could refuse. And she only asked me to deliver one thing. She refuses. Cloud Peak Supreme Realm's aura did not weaken at all. So you are her messenger? The partner replied. I am not her messenger. I just lost a bet. But the instant he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure descended on him. The man before him had changed identities. Now he was the Lord of the Six Divine Forges, the second-ranked powerhouse in the martial world. Listen carefully. You must deliver my message accurately. If she continues to act willfully, she will pay the price. The aura radiating from him pressed the partner down until he could not even straighten his back. His entire body was forced to the floor. It was exactly as the partner had feared. This matter was far more serious than he could imagine. Cloud Peak's Supreme Realm's gaze shifted from calm to cold, as if he looked down on all living beings. I will only say this once. You must make her return for the arranged meeting. If she does not come back, I will kill the place she belongs to and every person connected to her. Especially that man named Narukami Subaru. I will kill him first. Half a month had passed since Cloud Peak Supreme Realm asked the partner to deliver that message to the agency owner. That day, the agency owner and the guild chairman were talking downstairs. This incident involving me had stirred up a massive wave of public opinion online. Some people thought I had stolen everyone's rewards, while others continued to support me no matter what. The agency owner breathed a sigh of relief. At least public opinion was not completely one-sided. She knew the guild chairman was behind all of this, but she did not know what methods he had used. In truth, the chairman had spent a long time investigating the backgrounds of those players and discovered that they were all rotten players with terrible records. Then he exposed their past behavior to the public. The agency owner thanked him. If not for your handling of this, Narukami Subaru might have been swallowed by the public backlash. The chairman smiled faintly. If you want to thank me, then keep that energy forever and do your job well. As Narukami Subaru's manager, Narukami Subaru's appearance had indeed brought the agency owner back to life. After all, she used to be a gloomy, lifeless drunk. He ruffled the agency owner's hair and asked when she planned to start aggressively pursuing Narukami Subaru, because he felt the two of them had incredible chemistry. The agency owner became a little embarrassed by his words. After that, she headed to my place through the heavy rain. Meanwhile, I was staring at a blue orb in my hand. Up to this point, I still did not understand what this orb was used for. Ever since I saw that giant figure in the trial ground, I had dreamed of him every night. If I met that guy again, would I finally be able to make sense of some things? Just then, the agency owner arrived at my door. The moment she came in, a shy blush appeared on her face. We haven't seen each other in a month. Have you been doing well? Seeing how cute she looked, I chuckled. You shouldn't have come through the rain. You could have called me, and I would have picked you up. Then the agency owner glanced at my bed sheets. Her mind immediately began to wander. In her eyes, I had already become a mature and attractive man. Just imagining it made her nervous, and the blush on her face grew even deeper. Then she shook her head. This was not the time to think about that. She had come here to tell me that I had finally received a tower ranking. After that, she explained the ranking system to me, but I actually knew more about it than she did. Back when I was in the guild, I had even studied the ranking system in detail. Once a player reached the 5th floor, the system would calculate that player's ranking. Although the exact formula had never been revealed, there were still some common evaluation standards. First, the strength shown during trials was the most important factor. Second was the influence you had on your affiliated world. Then came evaluations from other players, as well as battle results involving other ranked players. The final conclusion was determined by a complicated mixture of many factors. The agency owner was very curious about what rank I would receive, especially since my popularity had been skyrocketing lately, and audience response was also one of the evaluation standards. She thought for a moment and said, honestly, no other streamer has grown this explosively. In our agency, only Narukami Subaru ever reached that level. So the agency owner wanted to ask me, about your previous promise to the viewers to collaborate with Narukami Subaru, could you reconsider it? In truth, Narukami Subaru had another name. His title was the King of Destruction. But to me, he did not seem like the kind of person who would carry such an overwhelming title. It turned out that he had done incredible things in other areas as well. So far, he had collaborated with more than 20 streamers, and every single one of those streamers had vanished without a trace. The collaborations themselves had been hugely successful, so there was no reason for those streamers to disappear afterward. No one knew the truth behind it, but it had already turned into a powerful curse. They said that any streamer who collaborated with Narukami Subaru would fall straight into hell. But I felt that the real problem probably had something to do with him personally. After that, I stopped talking about the topic and decided to begin the collaboration project first. We then arrived at the Central Guild on the 3rd floor. After arriving, I started the live stream. Then I entered the hall and walked up to the person in the center. I'm here to settle my rewards. The staff member asked me to show my mercenary tag and proof of mission completion. I obediently handed them over. When he saw my information, his expression froze. He kept looking down at the documents, then up at me. You actually cleared the Thunder Cave? The livestream viewers could not stop laughing when they saw this. This guy's reaction is way too funny. The staff member said, "It has been confirmed." I never thought I would personally witness someone truly conquering the Thunder Cave. Then, with a loud smack, he stamped the document. The system notified me that the Thunder Cave conquest mission had been completed, and I received 300,000 achievement points. Some viewers were not satisfied. Clearing one Thunder Cave gives 300,000 points. Isn't that more than 30 times higher than a normal reward? The system notified me again. Conditions have been met. Do you wish to end the trial? I chuckled. Ending it was obviously impossible. Otherwise, I would not have started the live stream. After that, I headed to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the world where dreams came to a halt. Most players eventually became trapped there, which was why people also called it paradise. It was a world that looked like something out of a fairy tale. They said people would become so enchanted by it that they would forget their original dreams. That's all for today's live stream. I'll see you all in the next episode. The place I had arrived at was the entrance of a towering, magnificent building. Just then, the agency owner appeared behind me. "You're already here, so why aren't you going in?" I said it just felt a little out of place. After that, she led me into the room and told me to rest well inside. From now on, this would be my residence. She said she would organize a schedule soon and let me know when it was ready. But for now, she had something to step out for. After that, she went to a back alley. By the time she arrived, her partner had already been waiting there for a long time. He spoke first. "Do you remember that stream in the woods behind the Divine Refining Mountain? Standing here reminds me of when we were kids. We would get so caught up playing that before we knew it, the sun had already set. Then your guards would appear out of nowhere and rush us back home. I thought things would change once we grew up, but in the end, nothing changed at all." But his next words stunned the agency owner on the spot. "Actually, your father knows everything we've been doing. What floor you're on, what you're doing, he knows it all. Maybe we should quit our jobs and go back. He even arranged a marriage meeting for you." Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, inside the Blue Zone Guild Hall, a man stared at the message on his phone and kept letting out cold laughs. The plan to recruit Narukami Subaru into the Blue Zone had failed. This made the man furious. He immediately picked up his phone and made a call. "Let's prepare to make our move." At that moment, I had arrived on the 4th floor, where I would begin the 4th floor trial. Soon after, I was transported to the War Forest. Here, 8 players would be split into 2 teams of 4 for a small-scale war. The map consisted of 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom, with a jungle area between them. Each player had to defend their lane and resist the enemy's attacks. Players could raise their stats by killing enemy heroes or minions, and the team that destroyed the enemy base would win. The system notified me that I had been assigned a rank, and all my stats had been adjusted to 50% to match my current level. In this massive forest, my body felt incredibly small. Earning enough points to victories against enemy teams would normally take at least 6 months. The ranks went from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and finally challenger. For some people, the 4th floor trial was a wall they could never overcome in their entire lives. Once you accumulated enough points and reached challenger rank, the trial would end. And to win, you had to take down the enemy base. Soon, my other teammates appeared as well. Their ranks were different from mine. They were all platinum. The woman on the team immediately recognized me as Narukami Subaru, the streamer who had recently blown up in popularity. But the big guy did not care who I was. Being matched with someone at such a trash rank meant they were guaranteed to lose. I stepped right up to him. If all you can do is complain, you can quit right now. I was not about to tolerate someone like him. If that woman had not kept stepping in to calm things down, we would have already started fighting. After the discussion, I was assigned to the jungle position, responsible for clearing the monsters on both sides. It seemed the team had completely treated me as dead weight. The livestream viewers burst out laughing. They really don't know greatness when they see it. Soon, the soldiers would move out in 30 seconds. The other 3 members of our team would begin handling their own lanes. The big guy from earlier was still irritated. How could a mere bronze act so arrogant? Then he saw an enemy player appear up ahead. That player was an archer, and there was no support nearby, so he thought it was a great opportunity. But the archer did not panic at all. That was because his teammate had already set up an ambush, waiting for the big guy to walk over. The big guy panicked. "You damn bastards actually tricked me." A moment later, the enemy assassin's dagger was already at his neck. At the same time, a bolt of lightning shot in from the right. That lightning directly knocked the dagger out of the assassin's hand. The enemy archer panicked. What just happened? Before he could react, his hand was blasted apart by another bolt of lightning. The big guy secretly felt relieved. At least one person on the team knew what he was doing. He turned around, only to realize that person was me, and his face filled with shock. By then, the enemy player had already retreated under the defense tower. But the moment he took one step, lightning spread beneath his feet. He immediately realized it was a trap, but it was already too late. A thunderbolt slammed down onto his body. The system notified me that I had defeated Rod. This was much easier than I expected. Then I looked back at the big guy behind me. What was that supposed to mean? He stared at me with a blank expression. "How are you so strong?" And this was exactly the scene the viewers wanted to see. "That's what you get for looking down on our guy at the start," I urged him. "Why are you just standing there? Clear the wave and push the tower. How are you slower than me when I'm the bronze here?" The live stream viewers also began guessing how long it would take me to clear the trial. Some guessed 2 months, while others guessed 3. But without exception, everyone believed I would definitely clear this trial. As the viewers kept posting missions for me, my motivation became stronger and stronger. As long as they offered enough lucky points, I could level up quickly. That was exactly why I kept stringing them along. In the end, someone posted a mission. If I completed the trial within half a month, I would receive 50,000 credits. At this point, we had already defeated the entire enemy team, and we destroyed their base. I also earned 147 points and advanced to Bronze 2. Everyone was shocked, because no one had ever earned a score as high as 147. Usually a match only gave 20 or 30 points. Then someone named Safe Asset donated 10 points to me. He asked if I wanted to take on a side mission. If I lost even one match, I would have to return all the credits he had ever donated. But if I could reach Challenger without losing a single game, he would give me 50,000 credits. I looked at the message and fell into thought. That really was a challenge. But it was exactly what I wanted. Of course I had to accept it. Why would I reject free credits? And so, the bet was settled. 2.5 hours later, a woman was standing in front of her own crystal. Her name was Didor, and her streamer name was Sui Mega. She had one problem. When she wanted to cry, she could not cry. When she wanted to laugh, she could not laugh either. That was because she was what people called a dead channel streamer, someone whose viewer count could never break 50. Even so, she kept streaming with all her effort, claiming that she would soon reach Diamond. In reality, Detour was very strong. If she were not streaming, she could have reached Challenger long ago. The only reason she played along with her viewers was because she had no other way to make money. Every time she streamed, she practically begged wealthy viewers to send her some money. Just then, several figures were transported behind her. It seemed that my group had been sent to her side, and we were now on the same team. She quickly recognized me as Narukami Subaru, the hottest streamer right now, while she was secretly observing me. A notification suddenly appeared before her. It was a message from Safe Asset. If you lose this match, you will receive 30,000 credits. She had no reason to refuse that mission. And now, she began coming up with dirty tricks. After the battle began, I looked at the system panel and saw that Detour on my team had already been defeated several times by the enemy. I turned toward the place where they were fighting. Watching the battle between those two enemies, I was speechless. That girl was obviously throwing the match on purpose. Soon, her head was chopped off by an axe. Yet she was still laughing. She was clearly feeding on purpose. Did she really think I could not see it? This was not even acting anymore. She was openly sabotaging the game. Now I was curious who she really was. Soon, the viewers explained the reason to me. It turned out Safe Asset had given her a mission to lose the match. I chuckled. So that's what this is. But all of this is pointless. As for the points, Safe Asset bet on the other side. I'll make sure they safely return to his own pocket. Since you all want me to lose, I'll win just to show you. The big man on the enemy side froze when he saw my mask. You must be Narukami Subaru, the streamer everyone's talking about right now. And the big man was extremely confident. Did you receive a mission to duel me? I said it was a shame, because I would have loved it if there were such a mission. But even if there were, the big man believed I was destined to lose. After all, how could a diamond lose to a silver? Especially when silver players suffered a 75% stat restriction. I scoffed. If stats decided everything, then there would be no need to call this a test. You might as well just decide the winner by stats alone. My words immediately infuriated him. His aura erupted as he said coldly, "You've been spoiled by your viewers. Looks like all that attention has gone to your head." The next moment, he activated his ability, and a massive hand rose from underground. It looked like some kind of body transformation technique, but it did not seem like a common fourth floor skill. Perfect. There was something I wanted to test anyway. I wanted to see whether this newly acquired heart could withstand it. I had been waiting for the day I would meet you again. The Thunder God had always lived inside my body. And now, it was time for the Thunder God's judgment. The livestream viewers became extremely excited when they saw this. But the enemy big man did not care. No matter what you summon, you're destined to fail. Because it won't take effect in the War Forest. At that moment, the Thunder Heart resisted the backlash of the Thunder God, and the Wedge of Greed also resisted the backlash. The Thunder Heart and the Wedge of Greed were indeed reacting at the same time. The punishment from the Thunder God had been reduced by 30%. My body shot forward like a meteor. Every step I took left a massive flash of lightning behind me. My current ability was more than enough for me. At the very least, this giant in front of me could never be my opponent. In the blink of an eye, I arrived right in front of him. The big man realized something was wrong. He's too fast. He immediately raised his arm to block. At that moment, I swung my slash without hesitation, sending his body flying backward with a single hit. However, he stabilized himself in midair and dug both hands firmly into the ground. Then his body charged forward at high speed. With the War Forest's enhancement, his arms were harder than diamonds. The system notified me. The Thunder God has answered your summons. You have received the Thunder God's recognition. With that, my preparations were complete. Next came the final clash between me and the big man. I quickly swung my sword, using lightning flash. It was so fast that the big man could not see it clearly. His body suffered a devastating blow. He could not believe he had no power to fight back. He could not understand how a mere silver could possess such terrifying attack power. But I had already told him, in a test, stats were not everything. With a loud boom, the big man's body exploded on the spot. My teammate became furious when she saw me defeat the enemy, because now she would not get her reward. Then, several messages came in, one after another. Every enemy player had been killed by Narukami Subaru. The viewers began leaving her livestream. Since the mission had failed, there was nothing left to watch. She ground her teeth in pure anger. She shouted at the 81 people still in her chat. Anyone would have done it for a 30,000-point bounty, and you were the ones who encouraged me in the first place. Those keyboard warriors in her chat nearly drove her insane. All they knew how to do was attack her with words. Then she received a notification. The enemy team had surrendered. That meant the match was officially game over. After today's trial ended, I planned to end the live stream. Tomorrow, I would continue updating my live stream at the same time, so everyone could look forward to it. Then, everyone received the notification. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. After the live stream ended, I could not wait to meet the agency owner. I waited there anxiously, and only after a long while did I finally hear her voice. She was still as adorable as ever. Smiling at me, she said, "You really waited here for me that long?" I nodded. "I remember you said you were going to give me a schedule summary." The agency owner laughed and said that besides the schedule summary, there was something else she wanted to talk to me about today. I told her to just say it. That was when I noticed her expression looked a little down. "Your live streams have been doing really well lately. You even hit 13,000 concurrent viewers. Everything seems to be going smoothly for you. But for some reason, watching you makes me feel anxious." Looking at her, I felt like she might be drunk. But she said that did not matter. She felt like something was chasing me from behind. More accurately, she felt that maybe I was the one chasing after something. She had been thinking about this for a long time, so she asked me directly, "Are you dealing with something I don't know about?" Although she had guessed correctly, I could not answer that question because now was not the time. She seemed to know I would answer that way, but she still looked disappointed. Then she reached out as if she wanted to see the face beneath my mask and find out whether I looked the same as I did 20 years ago. Her drunken words sank deep into my heart. In the end, the agency owner held herself back and only placed her hand on my shoulder. The schedule folder in her hand also fell to the ground. But the next second, her face suddenly changed. She covered her mouth, as if something was surging up from her stomach. It seemed she had really drunk too much today, and she bent over and threw up on the ground. I did not know why she drank that much. It was bad for her body. I was about to help her up, but she refused. "Don't come near me. Take the folder on the ground and leave. Please. I don't want you to see me like this." But what I did not know was that after that night, it would become very hard for me to see her again. Time passed, and the next day arrived. A man wearing sunglasses answered a phone call. "Yes, Vice Guildmaster. You mean if words don't work, I should drag the agency owner back by force, right?" The man sighed. "I guess I'll just treat this as a vacation." He was Cheng Shiri, a member of the Blue Zone, ranked around 50,000. He was extremely annoyed. I was so close to reaching the 8th floor. Was it really necessary to come all the way down to the 4th floor? Who does that woman think she is? Soon, he arrived in front of a building. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Every single thing happening right now was pissing him off, until he saw the agency owner sitting not far ahead. She was beautiful, elegant, and charming. Just sitting there, she looked like a scene from a painting. Her beauty stunned Cheng Shiri on the spot. He lightly adjusted his glasses. I take back what I said earlier. Coming here was definitely the right choice. At that moment, the agency owner was watching my live stream. There was a hint of sadness in her expression. Then a man walked up beside her. "Miss, are you here alone?" The agency owner looked up and saw a silver-haired man wearing sunglasses. "Have we met somewhere before?" Cheng Shiri said, "Never. This is our first time meeting. May I ask your name?" His tone made the agency owner feel deeply uncomfortable. She simply stood up and prepared to leave. "I don't see why I should tell someone like you my name. I'm busy, so excuse me." Then she turned to leave. But Cheng Shiri appeared in front of her with a single, instant step. This startled her. "When did this guy get there?" Cheng Shiri told her to wait. "Don't be like that. I simply saw a beautiful flower and couldn't help stopping. I'm not some suspicious person." As he spoke, he handed her his business card. The agency owner only felt that this man was unbelievably strange, but when she saw the contents of the card, she froze. This guy was actually a member of the Blue Zone. Cheng Shiri continued, "The moment you saw my card, I clearly felt your eyes light up. It's only natural for an ordinary girl to be attracted to a talented man." The agency owner did not understand why a secondary ranker from the Blue Zone would appear in a place like this. Cheng Shiri waved his hand. "Let's not talk about boring things like that. Don't you have anything that could help us get a little closer?" The agency owner felt there was no need to continue the conversation. But just then, Cheng Shiri grabbed her wrist. She immediately became angry and nearly slapped him. "Don't touch me so casually. Know your place." Cheng Shiri found another topic. "What you were watching just now, was that Narukami Subaru? The way you stared at the screen made you look obsessed. But isn't he just an imposter stuck on the 4th floor? He even said that copying Narukami Subaru's old style was already outdated." Hearing that made the agency owner furious. Is this how people from the Blue Zone talk? But in Cheng Shiri's eyes, not everyone in the Blue Zone worshipped Narukami Subaru. After all, that was more than 20 years ago, and he did not believe he was inferior to Narukami Subaru. His arrogant words enraged the agency owner. "You're far too full of yourself. Is it just because the members of Blue Eye are gone now?" Cheng Shiri stepped closer to her. "This is a secret known only to a very small number of people in the Blue Zone. The news will be reported very soon. One member of Blue Eye has joined forces with demons and is still stubbornly clinging to life. Meanwhile, I had just ended my live stream. My stream had already stabilized at 15,000 viewers. Honestly, that was a pretty good result." Just then, a figure appeared in front of me. As I passed by him, he called out to me. "Got a minute, Junior?" That arrogant tone immediately rubbed me the wrong way. I turned around and saw a silver-haired young man wearing sunglasses at night. Seriously, what was wrong with him? I asked. who he was and what he wanted. He introduced himself as Cheng Shiri, the second seat of the Blue Zone. He told me to join the Blue Zone now, saying they would give me endless benefits. So it was another person trying to get me to join the Blue Zone. I had clearly rejected them already. Cheng Shiri continued. I heard you've rejected them several times. I understand that you're trying to raise your own value. Everyone does that at first. But as your senior, let me give you some advice. Everything has a limit. I'm not saying you have to join us immediately, but at least show up. After that, the Vice Guildmaster will handle the rest. I wanted to know who their Vice Guildmaster was. Cheng Shiri told me he's a high-ranking 9th floor player, Ikari Genji. Don't tell me you don't know him. Of course, I knew him. That bootlicker who used to follow Kyoko around had actually climbed all the way to the 9th floor and become a Vice Guildmaster. Then he slowly extended his hand. Don't tell me you have no interest in an opportunity this huge. I told him I really had no interest. After hearing that, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I turned away directly. Also, remember to tell him that this is a complete waste of time. I have no intention of joining you. The next second, he placed his blade against my neck. That made me feel like they had absolutely no manners. Was this really how someone who had just been recruiting acted? Cheng Shiri did not care at all. If you don't come with me today, then you can die. I moved 20 meters away in an instant. Looks like the Blue Zone really has no shame left. You don't even care about your image anymore. We were in the middle of the city. If he wanted to fight here, it would cause a huge commotion. But Cheng Shiri had no hesitation at all. Today, I'll let you experience my ability. A red barrier began spreading out with him at the center. Then my resistance dropped by 70%. My sense of balance dropped by 40%, and all my reaction speed dropped by 30%. This domain-type silence skill could block sound and vision. It seemed I could not livestream from inside it. He had already cleared trials 3 floors higher than mine, while I was exhausted from non-stop testing. So I had to end this quickly. I dashed forward, my body shooting right in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. How foolish. Getting close to me isn't a smart move, because it makes everything easier to hear. The illusion curse was amplified. I gained the abnormal status of fear. All pain doubled, and my focus dropped by 50%. Inside this domain, my speed became incredibly slow. He said that once I stepped inside, I would never escape. Even if I focused all my strength into one point, I still could not move the way I wanted, because every person here was him. It felt as if I had been surrounded by an army. Every figure before me was real, not an illusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the agency owner was still waiting for me. She thought to herself, the live stream had already ended, so Narukami Subaru should be back soon. She wanted to apologize to me for what happened before. She had also been thinking about what that smug man had said that morning. She had not expected the Blue Zone to take such aggressive action. If Narukami Subaru joined them, maybe he really could learn a lot. Besides, she did not even know what would happen next, or how much longer she could stay on this floor. Thinking about my future, the agency owner felt that maybe she should let me go. Just then, thunder rumbled in the sky. Her unease grew even stronger. Did something happen to Narukami Subaru? Meanwhile, inside the domain, no matter how many times I swung my sword, Cheng Shiri's afterimages kept appearing. Cheng Shiri's confidence had reached its peak. It was convinced I could not defeat him. Here, your physical ability drops, and your pain is amplified to the limit. Even the lightning you're so proud of becomes useless. At the same time, my fatigue value had already reached 84. Cheng Shiri was analyzing me in detail. If I used lightning here, I would definitely collapse. I had no choice. I had to temporarily hold back my lightning and fight with instinct and items instead. The next moment, I used Cloud Step to dodge his attack, then flipped into the air. Cheng Shiri looked excited. Impressive. You've lasted this long inside my domain. But in his eyes, I was already at the end of my rope. I swung several more times and destroyed Cheng Shiri's afterimages. He had not expected me to unleash such terrifying combat power without using lightning. What he did not know was that I had already gone into a killing state. I pushed my perception to its absolute limit and immediately spotted the real body behind me. Cheng Shiri's expression turned awkward. He still wanted to keep pretending to be an afterimage, but it looked like I had already seen through him. I immediately used lightning. I formed a spear out of lightning and threw it. As long as it hit him, this domain would break, but he blocked my attack directly. If I'm not wrong, you can't move normally anymore, can you? But thanks to the limits lightning had placed on me, I had long since gotten used to fighting under pressure. Then I waved my hand again and sent a lightning mark at him. When the lightning struck Cheng Shiri's shoulder, he immediately received a notification. The mark of lightning has been carved into your body. Your movements will now be seen through, no matter how he slapped at it. The mark would not disappear, but he did not care. After all, I had already been hit by his illusion curse. Then Cheng Shiri's illusions began to fade away, and the power of those fading figures returned to his main body. Now, Cheng Shiri had become even stronger. At the same time, the scene before my eyes began to change. Inside this domain, dulling the senses was only the beginning. The true terror of the illusion curse was that it made the target believe they were fighting the deepest fear in their heart. No matter what enemy stood before you, in your mind, you had already accepted that you would lose to that known opponent. Gradually, a figure appeared in front of me. He spoke slowly. Look closely. I am your sorrow, your hatred, and your fear. I am everything you are afraid of. The moment I saw him, my heart trembled. Hyoko? With my current strength, there was no way I could defeat him. In front of this person, I felt impossibly small. He simply waved his massive hand and grabbed my entire body. But the moment I saw him, he reminded me of something instead. No matter what happened, I would never join the Blue Zone, because joining them would be the same as betraying my comrades. That meant I needed a reason to survive. At the same time, my fatigue value had reached 90. If I pushed my fatigue to the limit, I should be able to withstand the Thunder God for 10 seconds. It was a gamble, but I had no other choice. For the time I had left, I would coexist with the Thunder God. But to my surprise, nothing happened. My connection with the Thunder God had been cut off. I was confused. What exactly was going on? Cheng Shiri burst out laughing. You don't even have one last struggle left? In that case, I'll kill you right here. The next second, the sound of high heels entered the domain. A woman said lightly, "Let him go." The agency owner's expression was filled with rage. I said, "Let him go. Now." This domain was not something ordinary players should even be able to sense, so Cheng Shiri could not understand why this woman had entered. However, his magic power was running low at that exact moment, so he could no longer cast a curse on her. Not only that, even the curse on me vanished, and my body crashed heavily to the ground. Cheng Shiri questioned her. "How did you find this place?" The agency owner's gaze softened slightly when she looked at me. "I'm his manager." Cheng Shiri felt like he had been tricked. "So you two were working together to deceive me?" She replied, "Don't get it twisted, you just never asked, so I didn't bother telling you." Cheng Shiri decided it did not matter. "Since you stepped into my domain, you're trapped here like a rat." Unfortunately for him, his domain had already been torn apart by the agency owner. This shocked Cheng Shiri. More importantly, the guild master had clearly told him today that this matter had to remain secret and must never be leaked. So, Cheng Shiri tried to talk calmly with us. "Whatever you want, I can give it to you. But this man has to stay." The agency owner did not care at all. "I don't want anything. Get lost, and tell the Blue Zone to never mess with Narukami Subaru again." Cheng Shiri realized things had gone completely wrong, because he believed that once I left, I would start a live stream and expose everything that happened today. When that happened, the Blue Zone would push all the blame onto him. If that happened, he would definitely be kicked out of the guild. He had worked too hard to climb to his current position, so he could not let everything collapse here. The next second, Cheng Shiri charged straight toward us. The agency owner's eyes turned cold. "You really want to die?" Then, she swiftly swung her sword and sliced Cheng Shiri's body apart. Cheng Shiri's eyes filled with shock. Was he really going to die just like that? Then, Cheng Shiri's domain completely collapsed. The agency owner pulled back her sword. That quick draw slash just now was so cool that my heart started pounding. 10 minutes later, we sat on a bench while Cheng Shiri's corpse lay on the ground. By now, the agency owner had gone back to looking shy. I looked at her curiously. "So basically, you're a former ranker who gave up the trial on the 8th floor?" The agency owner nodded. I was stunned. "You really are a monster. You're insanely strong." She lowered her head awkwardly. "Please don't call me a monster. And please don't look at me like that. If you hadn't been in trouble, I never would have stepped in." I felt like she had misunderstood me. "I meant you're strong like a monster, not that you actually are one. I'm just shocked, because your strength is way beyond what I imagined. So, I want to know where you learned that quick draw slash. I thought you would use lightning, or something like that. Also, this guy in front of us. You seem to know him, right?" The agency owner looked annoyed. He suddenly came to find me today and acted way too familiar. I almost beat him up. but I held back to avoid causing trouble. Now, the Blue Zone is trying to recruit you again. If they offer you ridiculous conditions, you might waver, right? I don't want to become someone who holds you back. But looking at things now, even if I wanted to join them, I probably couldn't anymore. After all, I killed a Blue Zone member. Joining them after that would be pretty unrealistic. The agency owner looked exasperated. Why do I always mess things up? But right now, the most important thing is telling the president about this. At that moment, I said to her, I have an idea, you should hear me out. So I started a live stream and told my fans that I had been hunted by an assassin today. I also pretended that I did not know who was behind it. I said I had a vague guess in mind, but since I had no solid evidence yet, I would not say it for now. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, inside the Blue Zone Vice Guild Master's office, the Vice Guild Master was full of doubt. No matter how strong Narukami Subaru was, how could a semi-ranker lose to someone on the 4th floor? Just then, a woman appeared behind him. She said there was a meeting he needed to attend. Meanwhile, on the other side, the agency owner asked me if I had seen the emergency broadcast just now. For a guild like the Blue Zone, one that represented an entire world, their public image was their top priority. If word got out that they tried to recruit a 4th floor player through an attack, their reputation would be finished. That was why the agency owner felt I should not expose them publicly. But I was only warning them not to pull a stunt like that again. Seeing me say something so cool, the agency owner's heart started pounding again. Then she suggested, "You've already considered the company this much. As your manager, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Take tomorrow off from streaming. I'll handle the public opinion from the viewers." But I said no. I plan to stream tomorrow too. I was in great shape right now. Thanks to her saving me, I was not seriously hurt. Back then, the Thunder God's activation had stopped automatically. Was it because I still had not gotten used to this new body? My words made the agency owner a little embarrassed. When you say that while dressed like this, I really can't take you seriously. I also think it's about time we got you some new clothes. Then, she said, let's change the subject. Cheng Shiri mentioned earlier that there seems to be a survivor from Blue Eye. The moment I heard that, my heart jolted. I stopped walking. You're saying Blue Eye has a survivor? Did he say where that survivor was seen? Unfortunately, the agency owner did not know either, because Cheng Shiri had not explained the details, and that survivor might have already sold their soul to demons. Demons were an unknown race that lived within the demon realm inside the tower. Their true nature had still never been revealed. Like players, they grew by climbing or descending the tower and fighting. Players might cooperate with them or clash with them, depending on their own interests. But it was no exaggeration to say that demons were absolute evil within the tower, and they hunted players as well. Soon, all kinds of news about Blue Eye betraying humanity began appearing online. Now, information about Blue Eye was spreading everywhere. It was very likely that someone was deliberately spreading rumors. The lower Blue Eye's reputation fell, the easier it would be for the Blue Zone to erase every trace of their existence. The Blue Zone had previously issued an announcement saying that they would not make a public statement until the facts were confirmed. But I did not care about that now. No matter who that survivor was, I only hoped they could hold on until I found them. A Blue Eye survivor teaming up with demons was explosive news. So, Rena and Shigure also received the news. The report they saw claimed that traces of a survivor had been discovered in the Death Forest on the 6th floor. Recently, even Blue Zone players had started exploring near their cabin, and the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. Even information about other survivors had started surfacing openly. Without a doubt, this was bait. They were probably wondering why that person had not shown up yet, and what they were planning. Rena asked Shigure what he intended to do. Shigure slowly turned around. Is that even a question? Whether it's a trap or bait? Do we have the option to back down? Sometimes, the fish that bites the hook can drag the fisherman into the sea, right? Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, the Vice Guild Master was ready to connect the call, and the person who wanted to meet with him was our president. First, he apologized for being unable to personally visit the 8th floor. With his current ability, being able to meet this way was already an honor. The Vice Guild Master laughed. No, the honor is mine. I heard Azure Sky only grew to its current scale because of you. Our president's name was John Tyrell. Until 15 years ago, he had still been working as an architect for the Path of Magic Guild. He was a man who had once served as an architect in a major guild, someone capable of standing against the Blue Zone. And now, he was merely the president of an entertainment company. That was why the Vice Guild Master could not afford to underestimate him. Our president said, I've heard quite a few rumors about you as well, Vice Guild Master. They say you're the great contributor who helped the Blue Zone grow to this scale. second only to the guildmaster himself. The vice guildmaster looked displeased. My contribution is clearly greater than the guildmaster's. Our president said. Good, then let's get to the point. As you know, we have not yet taken an official stance on this matter. To be honest, precisely because the other party is you, we've had to be careful. A Blue Zone player attacked one of our streamers. That fact cannot be denied, regardless of intent. If a similar incident happens again, we will have no choice but to consider it deliberate. The Vice Guild Master fully understood our president's position. This guild has nothing to say about that matter. The call ended the next second. After the call was cut off, the president let out a long breath. He was genuinely grateful that he was not in a position to personally interfere over there. If he had met the Vice Guildmaster face to face, he probably would have suffocated before he could even speak. The secretary beside him kept praising him. President, that was so cool. You're the only one in our company with that kind of nerve. Even the president himself could not help complaining. How is that guy any different from a gangster? He actually dared to go after one of our streamers, and Narukami Subaru should be taking the day off from streaming today, right? After something like this, nobody would be in the mood to stream. Tell Narukami Subaru to rest well. Once he gets through this, he'll grow even more as a streamer. But just then, the secretary said in horror, Narukami Subaru has started streaming. The president was stunned. Even the viewers in the live stream were just as surprised. I thought you might take the day off today. However, there was no way I was going to rest. Today I was going to clear the 4th floor, because I had a reason why I had to move faster. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, in the wasteland, a group of people was moving through the area. One of them, a man wrapped in bandages, was extremely confused. Why did we go from the 3rd floor straight to the 6th floor? Lately, we keep getting sent all over the place. The woman beside him said, Stop complaining. If they called us here, it probably means the investigation is finished, right? The bandaged man was very annoyed. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? Even if there really is a blue-eye survivor, they've already sold their soul to demons. Those blue-eye monsters are all as strong as our guildmaster or vice guildmaster. So I don't understand why they would sell their souls to demons. But before he could finish, the woman beside him covered his mouth. Because a person had appeared in front of them. That person was none other than the vice guildmaster, whose strength was beyond question.